Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Hoag Advances in Virtual Reality. We've got a great lineup for you today and a lot of exciting speakers talking about the principles and practice of medical virtual reality. And now it is my privilege to introduce Robert Braithwaite, Hoag Hospital President and Chief Executive Officer. For the last 6 years, under Robert's visionary leadership, Hoag has become a global leader in patient care delivery and in the deployment of advanced medical and surgical technologies. Under his guidance, Hoag has become well known around the world for not only the level of care we provide, but for the way in which we care for our Orange County family. Robert, welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis, and good morning, and welcome to all of you who are joining us for this advances in our virtual reality conference here at Hoag Memorial Hospital Presbyterian. We're grateful that you're joining us today, and we hope that you'll find the investment of your time today worthwhile, educational, and certainly inspiring. I'd like to first start off by thanking all those who've helped make the conference happen. A lot of work and effort has been put forward, and it has been done on top of many other assignments and clinical care responsibilities by many of our caregivers and staff. I'd also like to especially thank those that have prepared presentations and lectures for us today. We're very fortunate and excited to hear from each of you. As the speaker confirmations rolled in, we were humbled that so many experts and leaders and pioneers in this industry decided to join today to liberally share their knowledge, their experience, and their innovations with us. We're grateful to you and thank you for being here. I especially want to thank Dr. Rob Lewis, who you just heard from, Thomas Hutchinson, who's helped coordinate a lot of this, and Walter Greenleaf. These gentlemen have really helped Hoag advance in our journey with medical virtual reality. The journey started a couple of years ago under the leadership of Dr. Lewis, but then was augmented by the efforts and advice and counsel which we received from Dr. Walter Greenleaf. We're excited to be here today because many things have happened in the last few years under their leadership and guidance. When we first met Dr. Greenleaf, close to 2 years ago, the work that Hoag had done up until that point was actually very inspiring and helpful to our patients and our community. However, having spent time with him, having spent time with his team and getting connected more broadly to thought leaders and innovators in the field and across the country, and certainly across the world, the acceleration of the work here at Hoag took off. We have benefited greatly from that leadership, that guidance, and that tutelage, and it's been nothing short of inspiring and very beneficial to our community. As I was thinking about virtual reality and augmented reality and the portfolio that is in use here at Hoag, that's in some sort of development or some sort of pilot, it was reaffirming that our patients and our community are already benefiting greatly from this technology and from this effort and from the many possibilities that are being presented to us. Perhaps the greatest benefit is the possibility mindset, which this has brought to our community and to our physicians. Many challenges are being overcome because of this technology, and we're grateful to be able to have it in play and in use here at Hoag. Just to name a few, we are seeing current application in clinical and surgical skills development. We are seeing application in team training, emergency response training, clinical and physiologic anatomy learning, behavior modification, stress and pain management, perioperative planning, image guidance during surgery, physical and occupational therapy, and the list goes on. It's quite remarkable. We sincerely hope that our time together today will be beneficial and helpful to each of you. We clearly do not know where the edges of this technology are, but we do know that it is that the clinical, therapeutic, and economic impact in health and well-being of our community and our patients, we are only at the beginning of that. Thank you for being here today, and we hope to have a great conference.
Excuse me. Thank you, Robert. I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Anusha Wijayakumar. Anusha is a wellness consultant at Hoag, where she actively is engaged in championing mindfulness and meditation practices for maternal mental health programs, early risk assessment for breast and ovarian cancer prevention programs, and breast cancer survivorship programs. I also had the privilege to get an early preview of Anusha's book called Meditation with Intention. And I have to say, her simple, no-nonsense approach to meditation and mindfulness makes it accessible for all. Anusha, welcome.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lewis, for that kind introduction. It is such an honor and blessing to be here with you all today to talk about meditation. Thank you so much, Dr. Lewis, for that kind introduction. It is such a Thank you so much, Dr. Lewis, for that kind introduction. It is such an honor and blessing to be here with you all today to talk about meditation for pain management and the science of the breath. So a little bit of background just very briefly before we jump into what I have planned for you all today. I am the wellness consultant at the Hoag Women's Health Institute. I am the wellness coach for the Hoag for Her Centers for Wellness. And it is a great honor to work so closely with Dr. Rob Lewis and Dr. Alison Brooks and lead on all of the meditation and mindfulness initiatives for the Women's Health Institute. And something that I'm really particularly excited today about is our feasibility research study, which is focused on perioperative pain management for breast cancer patients. Dr. Heather McDonald and I, who is the director of our Vrx Program, along with Dr. Sadia Khan, who is the director of our breast oncoplastic program at Hoag and our survivorship program, came up with this idea to look into how can meditation and mindfulness, specifically breath work, help our breast cancer patients at Hoag. We are in the infancy of our pilot at the moment, but what we are seeing is some incredibly promising results all through the activation of the breath. We're also studying narcotics usage and really looking at long-term strategies for our patients in terms of integrative medicine and holistic wellness. So, what is mindfulness? What is meditation? These are two of the most common questions that I am asked by patients and clients in pretty much every arena that I work in. So very simply, mindfulness is becoming aware of the present moment, which is right now, not what happened 5 minutes ago, not what is to occur this afternoon, not the constant to-do list that we all have going through in our minds, day to day, what happened on Sunday, what's happening next Wednesday, what do I have to do next Tuesday, and the list goes on. So through your breath, you are actually able to bring the body and mind together as one. And therefore, you are able to practice mindfulness anywhere at any time. And Thich Nhat Hanh, who is a Vietnamese Buddhist monk, who is one of my favorite authors on mindfulness, says, when you breathe in, you bring yourself together, body and mind. You become one. So mindfulness, very simply, is a practice that you can do anywhere. You can do it whilst driving, at work, with your family, perhaps exercising, whether that's running, walking, surfing, biking, even gardening and cooking. So mindfulness is really training the mind to be present in each and every moment. Meditation, however, is different. Meditation is when we ready and steady the mind and body to come to a place of stillness, and we are able to focus on our breath to become present, but really to utilize the practice for deep healing within. We will all actually have an opportunity to practice a meditation at the end of my presentation today. Stress. It's something that all of us are feeling even more so in this post-pandemic world. So what is the impact of stress on our body, on our minds, and how does that relate to pain? So stress causes cortisol to flow through the body. The biochemist Hans Selye in 1936, he was Hungarian-Canadian, and he, through his research, coined fight or flight, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with. And he found that there are two types of stress: eustress, which is good, and distress, which is bad. Both release cortisol as part of the general adaptation syndrome. So this, you can imagine, in 1936 was groundbreaking research that Hans Selye engaged in. So when we're feeling stressed, we very much can often feel like this image, the zebra who is losing her stripes. So she thinks it's stress, but she's not entirely sure what's causing the stress. And there are a multitude of issues that cause stress. Our emotions, pain, our environment, our physical health, our mental health, our emotional well-being. There are so many factors that contribute to stress. And even though pain is a sensation and a feeling, it directly correlates to our emotions, because when we are in pain, we feel stressed and it releases the stress response in the body. So stress causes pain. Elevated levels of cortisol cause mental and physical pain. There is so much research that points to this. And just again briefly to touch upon what Hans Selye found in 1936, that there are two ways in which we can release these elevated levels of cortisol. Cortisol is a stress hormone, and we have to have a physical release of cortisol to actually relieve ourselves. And there are two ways in which we can do that. And if we are unable to do that, stress manifests as dis-ease in the mind. And yoga is a science of the mind. Meditation is yoga. It's an ancient science, thousands and thousands of years old. Ayurveda is the sister science of yoga, which is also a science, which is thousands of years old. Yoga is the science of the mind. Ayurveda is the science of the body. And it says in Ayurveda that dis-ease begins in the mind and manifests as disease in the body. And when we think about that, of course, integrative medicine and holistic wellness has become more popular modalities to work alongside Western medicine. So what is our solution to stress? Hans Selye found that we have to have a physical release of those elevated levels of cortisol in our body. And there are two ways in which we can do this. The first way is to exercise, and the second is to practice meditation and breath work. Now, exercise is great. That should be a complement of all of our days, our weeks, our lives. But we know that if we're feeling stressed at 9 a.m., and your workout is at 6 p.m., your workout's not going to help you at 9 a.m. What can help you in that moment is bringing awareness to your breath. Now, our breath actually activates the vagus nerve. So when we take an inhale and we force an exhalation, we activate the parasympathetic nervous system in the body, which is the aspect of our central nervous system that calms us. The vagus nerve is the longest nerve as part of the autonomic nervous system. It begins in the medulla oblongata at the back of the skull and ends in the colon. And it's the 10th cranial nerve that interfaces with our lungs, our heart, and our digestive tract. So when we take an inhale and we force that exhalation, we activate the vagus nerve. We activate the aspect of our central nervous system through the parasympathetic nervous system response that calms us. And it's that simple. So when you're feeling stressed, when you're feeling anxious, when you want to manage physical pain, mental pain, emotional pain in the mind or the body, you have to remember to breathe. Now, all of us are breathing, but our breath is unconscious. We're not consciously aware of every breath that we are taking. Pranayama, prana in Sanskrit means your chi, your life force. So pranayama are the breathwork practices that we utilize as part of a yoga or meditation practice. So when we focus our mind specifically on conscious breath work, we are able to regulate the body and the mind into that rest and digest response, which is what calms us. Our blood pressure decreases, our heart rate lowers, our breathing becomes much more rhythmic, deeper, versus being short and shallow, which most of the time our breathing is. So through the practice of meditation and breath work, we are able to reoxygenate our blood, we are able to relieve those elevated levels of cortisol within the bloodstream that, if left unchecked, cause so much disease. I mean, specific things that are related to elevated levels of cortisol in our blood are high blood pressure, hypertension, stroke, weight gain, lower immune function, depression, anxiety, cancer, the list goes on. Stress is pretty much related to so many of the diseases that we treat in Western medicine and Eastern medicine. And one of the most simplistic ways that we can manage our stress and manage pain is remembering to bring our attention to our breath and to live fully in each moment, which we'll talk about a little bit later on. Now, research from the Max Planck Institute illustrated this very clearly. So Albert Einstein was affiliated with the Max Planck Institute. Max Planck himself won the Nobel Prize in 1918 for his theory on quantum physics. There are 33 Nobel Prize winners from the Max Planck Institute in terms of research that they have been engaged with over the years. And they recently engaged in some meditation research where they studied the brains of people that had a long-term meditation practice versus people that didn't. And what they found was quite profound. They found that people that had committed to a long-term meditation practice had more gray matter in their brains. And gray matter is directly linked to how we process our emotions. And remember that when we are in pain, it directly relates to our emotions. And we all know this when we've been in pain, whether it's because we're feeling unwell, whether it's post-operative pain, whatever pain that it might be, we know that we tend to feel more frustration. We tend to feel perhaps sadness or anger because the body is in pain. So we're not often able to tap into joy or peace or happiness without really being aware of mindfulness. And like I said, being present in every moment through the practice of bringing your attention to your breath. And there are countless other studies that have engaged in looking at the practice of meditation in particular, because mindfulness is different, as I mentioned at the outset of my talk today, than meditation. And what we are specifically studying at Hoag through the program that I created, that I've been testing on my patients and clients for the past 3.5 years, that we are now using to study as part of this pilot, is the specific use of pranayama breathwork practices on pain management. And as I mentioned, we're really excited about this piece of research and really excited to look at the results from breathwork, specifically on that perioperative pain management piece. And what we have seen so far, anecdotally, is that it is having an impact on pain medication post-operatively. So patients do seem to be, from what we can see, as I said, this is very anecdotally so far, but we are seeing some promising results with that perioperative pain management piece. So now, let's get ready to do our meditation practice. So meditation can be done really anywhere. I often meditate in my car. And people laugh when I say that, but as a busy working mother to a 2-year-old, my car is a quiet, safe haven. And for those of us that are working from home more because of COVID, it can be difficult to find quiet space in our homes. So what I always say to our patients is find somewhere that works. That can be your car. Perhaps it's your closet. I know that there are patients that are meditating in their closet that we work with. To me, it doesn't matter. We don't need to be ascending to the top of a mountain. What we need to be doing is making sure that we can make meditation accessible in each of our daily lives, because that's how it can work. Not if we're meditating once a month, once a year, or even once a week. It has to be a practice that we do daily. So, the only rule that we have in a meditation practice is that the spine must be straight. That's it. So the cervical spine is long, the spine is in a neutral position. So I suggest that you do this sitting in a chair, legs are uncrossed, soles of the feet are planting, cervical spine is long. Now palms could be gently pressing into your lap, perhaps facing upward, downward, just whatever feels comfortable to you. You have two options with your eyes. You can either have the eyes remaining open, or you can close them. And if you do have the eyes open, I do encourage you to stare at a focal point on the ground beneath you as you begin the process of withdrawing one of our main senses of sight. And just take a moment here to arrive. Gently relaxing the shoulders down away from the ears. Relaxing and releasing the muscles in the face, any tension in the neck, the jaw area. Releasing the point between the eyebrows. Releasing the tongue from the hard palate of the roof of the mouth. And slowly and gently arriving into this moment, into the physical body. Allowing the mind to settle into that place of stillness and of quiet within. Letting go of your daily cares, worries, the to-do list. And just taking your attention to your breath. We are going to begin with 3 deep inhales and 3 deep exhales. So begin by exhaling all of the air out of the lungs, and then begin with a deep inhalation through the nose, and a loud, audible exhale through the mouth. Really sigh that air out. That's what, as I mentioned, activates that parasympathetic nervous system response through the activation of the vagus nerves. Let's do that 2 more times. A deep inhalation through the nose, and a loud, audible exhale. 1 more time, your deepest inhalation yet. And now completely release, letting everything go. If thoughts are coming into the mind, that is completely fine and normal. But just allow those thoughts to drift away like clouds in the sky as you return to your body and your breath. Your body and your breath. Your body and your breath. And I want you all in this moment to relax, because there is no doing this practice wrong. If there are any external sounds, just let them be. And start to notice the shape, the weight of your breath in your body, the rising and the falling. And just notice how your breath feels. Is it long and smooth, or is it short and shallow? Just notice. You're not trying to breathe in any particular way right now. You are simply breathing as it comes. There are no need for judgments or opinions here. If you have them, just allow those judgments or opinions to drift away like clouds in the sky as you return to your body and your breath. Your body and your breath. Your body and your breath. And I want you all in this moment to relax, because there is no doing this practice wrong. You will soon be inhaling for my count and exhaling for my count. So exhale all of the air out of the lungs, and then begin the inhalation through the nose with the mouth closed for the count of 1, 2, 3. Exhale through the nose with the mouth closed for 3, 2, 1. Pause at the bottom of the exhalation before inhaling. 1, 2, 3. Exhale through the nose with the mouth closed for 3, 2, 1. Pause at the bottom of the exhalation before inhaling. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 3, 2, 1. Continue that breathwork practice for 5 more rounds at your own pace, to your own count. So you're inhaling for 3. The inhalation is beginning in the abdomen, moving up through the chest to the crown of the head. And then you're exhaling for 3, and you're feeling the breath descending in the body to arrive back at the abdomen. And as you inhale, I want you to silently repeat to yourself, I am at peace. And as you exhale, I want you to silently repeat to yourself, all is well in my world. I am at peace on the inhalation. All is well in my world on the exhalation. And really allow yourself to feel a sense of peace washing over you in this moment as you inhale. And allow yourself to feel as you exhale that all is well in your world in this moment, regardless of your external situation or circumstance. You are at peace on the inhalation. All is well in your world on the exhalation. Once you've completed your 5 rounds of this breathwork pattern, there's no rush or hurry to get here. You can release it, returning to your normal rhythm and pattern of breathing. So we just take a moment of silence to absorb our practice. Slowly start to bring your consciousness, your awareness back to the physical body. As you feel the weight of your legs on your chair, you feel the weight of your arms on your legs, you feel the weight of your head on your neck. As you slowly and gently blink the eyes open, returning to wherever you may be. So that's one of my favorite practices, and a very simplistic practice that you can begin today. You don't have to remember everything that I've said, but you can simply remember to count the breath. So perhaps if 3 was too long for you, you can always simply do a count of 1. All you have to maintain is that the inhalation is never longer than the exhalation. You are working to lengthen the exhalation. So perhaps you can inhale for the count of 1 and exhale for the count of 2. And as I said, it's so easy when we think about some of the things that I've shared with you all today. Be present. Be mindfully aware in each moment. But if we don't do those things regularly, we're not going to remember to do them when we are feeling under pressure, when we are feeling stressed, when we are experiencing anxiety, and even when we're experiencing pain. So the more that you are able to actually live the practices of meditation and mindfulness, the greater the benefits that you will see in your daily life. So what are the antidotes to stress? Let's recap. Be fully present in each moment And that's difficult in of itself. Right now, we're being bombarded by everything that is happening in the world around us. And we can give in to feelings of helplessness and hopelessness. But it's really important that we train our minds to be present. And what I mean by that is that we remove ourselves from constantly thinking about the past or projecting negatively into the future. The past is unchangeable. Even what occurred 5 minutes ago, we cannot change. And the future is yet to occur. But I can tell you that whatever you are doing in this present moment will have a deep and profound impact on the future. So bring your attention to your breath as often as you can. Like we shared, when you take an inhale, you are enabled to bring the body and mind together as one, away from the past and away from the future. Meditation and mindfulness helps us to learn to be non-reactive when our triggers are pushed. And perhaps our triggers are being pushed much more now than ever before. So know that. Be aware of that. That's okay if you're feeling more reactionary. I think most of us are. But just be mindful of that. And really practice the 3 central components of a mindfulness practice, which are love, compassion, and non-judgment. And there's an ancient Buddhist proverb that says, we cannot give that which we do not have. So therefore, if I am not feeling love in my own heart and my own mind, I am not authentically going to be able to offer that to anybody else. And it's the same with compassion and the same with non-judgment. So I have to embody love, compassion, and non-judgment to the best of my ability. And that's a really important point to note. We are not monks living in a monastery. We haven't renounced the world. So how do we make these practices readily accessible to us in our daily lives with the stresses and the pressures that we face when we are in pain, whether that's physically, mentally, or emotionally, or we're feeling trauma? We learn to be kind, to be compassionate, and to be non-judgment, and to be aware that our triggers inevitably will be pushed. And the more mindful that we can be of our own pain and trauma, the more aware that we can utilize these practices towards ourselves and others. Thank you so much for joining me today. It has been a pleasure and blessing to be here with you all. And I want to end with a quote by Anaïs Nin. And the day came when the risk to remain tight in a bud was more painful than the risk it took to blossom. I can tell you that through the practices of meditation and mindfulness, you will indeed blossom. Thank you again.
Thank you, Anusha. What a treat to start the day with a few moments of mindfulness to really set the stage for some of the things we're going to be talking about today. You might think actually that virtual reality as a digital device and meditation and mindfulness are kind of mutually exclusive. But in fact, that's not the case. While we were privileged to have Anusha guiding us through a meditation this morning, it's often not possible to have this in our daily lives. And this is where virtual reality can become a tool to help us improve and enhance our ability to remain mindful throughout the day. For those that are beginners in the meditation space, I describe virtual reality or some of its application as mindfulness in a box, because it can literally, within a moment, take you away to a place that beautiful and peaceful and serene, and allow you to immediately access that mindful moment. So thank you, Anusha, for bringing us to that space this morning and for setting the stage for the rest of the day and for some of the science and evidence that we're going to be discussing today. It is now my privilege to introduce my friend and colleague, Dr. Walter Greenleaf. Walter is a neuroscientist and medical technology developer at Stanford University with over 3 decades of research and development experience. Walter is a leading authority in the field of digital medicine, digital therapeutics, and virtual reality, and a We are privileged to have him here today to speak to us about his knowledge and experience on virtual reality and how it's transforming healthcare. Walter, welcome, and thank you for being with us today.
Well, thank you so much, Rob. I feel excited to be here, but I also feel very relaxed now. And thank you, Anusha, for that. I suppose this is the part of a presentation where I would normally try and get familiar with the crowd and maybe make a few self-deprecating jokes, but unfortunately, I can't see anyone right now or hear anyone, so I'll have to defer on those. But I am very excited to be here. I've been very pleased to see the great progress that Hoag has done moving forward this very important part of medicine. Next slide, please. So what I will try and do today is, in the time that I have, is to cover a bit of an overview. I want to lay the foundation for the rest of the presentations. I will talk about the context of the digital health revolution that medicine is going through right now. I will talk about several of the emerging and confluent technologies that are supporting that revolution. I'll talk briefly to try and give us a general overview of what's coming down the road in terms of next generation technologies for VR and AR, what we sometimes call XR technologies. Because I'm a neuroscientist and because it's important to understand the power of VR and AR technologies, I'll also talk a little bit about the way VR and AR technologies are able to influence our perceptions, our brain processing, and how we can leverage the neuroplasticity, the ability of the brain to learn, to improve medical care, in particular in behavioral medicine, psychology, psychiatry. I'll talk a little bit about the history of virtual reality because it does provide a foundation for where we are in a context. I'll try and give a bit of an overview of where the action is right now, what's really exciting, and to lay the groundwork for the speakers that will follow. And I'll try and do something that's always a little bit risky. I'll try and do a few speculations about what the issue will bring us. So next slide, please. So I have the honor of having several academic affiliations. My center of gravity right now is at the Stanford University Virtual Human Interaction Lab, where we study how VR and AR technology can be used to influence attitudes and behavior, and how interacting with virtual simulated environments allows us to connect with each other and with the world and understand each other better. I also have the privilege of working with the Stanford Virtual Reality Immersive Technology Clinic in the Department of Psychiatry. And also one of my favorite groups to work with is the National Mental Health Innovation Center at the University of Colorado. That's my current academic context. Next slide, please. But I'm also very passionate about the looming healthcare crisis of an aging population. Of course, right now we're dealing with a frustrating and agonizing pandemic. But if we look further down the road, and not too far down the road, there's another crisis looming. Fortunately, we have some time to address it. Next slide, please. If we just look at the numbers, it's not a matter of theory, it's just a matter of math. Family sizes have gotten smaller over the last 20 to 30 years, and the proportion of informal caregivers, family members, has grown smaller. Since the 1960s, the US population has doubled, but family sizes have gotten smaller. So if we look forward to the next decade, we see that there will be, we're going to be top heavy, that we're going to have so many seniors living longer with chronic healthcare conditions into their 70s, 80s, and 90s. And this will become a very challenging weight upon our economy and our healthcare system if we don't act now. Fortunately, we do have time to act now. Next slide, please. In my opinion, since we can't grow caregivers fast enough and we have this problem, the only answer is to leverage technology. We need to transform healthcare with technology. Next slide, please. And that is why, in addition to my work with academic groups, I also spend time with a number of early stage medical product development companies, a few mid-stage and later stage companies, a number of players in the healthcare ecosystem. What I strive to do, especially when it comes to virtual reality and augmented reality technology, is connect groups so that the very amazing academic groups that are pioneer new interventions, hospitals like Hoag and the pioneers there are connected with the rest of the healthcare ecosystem so that we can together move things forward. We must work together as a community in order to move advanced technology forward and find the right way, the appropriate way to use it in healthcare. Next slide, please. It's important to have a community. So fortunately, there is a revolution going on, the digital health revolution, where we're leveraging mobile technology, machine learning, wearable sensors, and we're making the patient more of the center of attention. The place of care is not always now the hospital. As a matter of fact, as much as we can, we try and have the patient be the center of care. And that allows us to do some very powerful things away from the hospital, away from the clinics. Next slide, please. So really, it's all aspects of medical care that are being profoundly affected by the digital revolution, starting with health and wellness, moving more to objective assessments where we have better data understand someone's cognitive function or emotional status or their physical function or their biochemistry. We're getting much better at training our clinicians and healthcare staff through more functional training using virtual environments to do more robust simulations. We're coming up with a whole generation of improved clinical interventions, and we'll hear about many of them in the course of today's conference. We have new ways to facilitate adherence, and that's very important. Healthcare is not easy. It's not easy to be a patient. It's not easy to address some very challenging healthcare problems, especially chronic healthcare conditions. And we're developing new ways to help promote people to adhere to what they need to do, both on a wellness viewpoint, but also in a therapeutic viewpoint. And of course, leveraging digital health technology allows us to reach underserved populations, areas that were very difficult to reach before, and provide distributed care delivery. So the full stack of healthcare is being profoundly affected by this digital healthcare revolution. In the last 10 years, every medical device has moved from a heretofore analog handwritten world where the data was not easily captured, now to a digital way, a networked way, so that we can capture, be it a thermometer, a sphygmometer, a goniometer. We can capture the data and put it into an analytical system. This is very important. Next slide, please. We also are entering the era of medical wearables, sensors that can be worn on the surface of the skin or implanted in the body that collect a large amount of information about our healthcare status in a very objective way. Next slide, please. It's really quite amazing what's going on, the revolution in wearables and hearables, things that we can wear while we sleep, that we can wear while we're listening to our music, that collect data about our healthcare status. Next slide, please. And it's not just the physical aspects of our health status, the chemical aspects of our health status. We also have new ways of looking at passive data collected from our smartphones, for example, or voice analytics as a biomarker of anxiety or depression or pain, or facial expressions, or the way we move as we go about a task. All these methods of collecting information can now allow us to do a much better job of objectively assessing someone's mood, someone's emotional state, someone's healthcare status. Next slide, please. Moving us more from a speculative and subjective way of assessing things into a more objective way. And the importance of that is we're also now in a position to start aggregating data in a way that protects patient confidentiality, but it gives us the power of doing machine learning analytics to do predictive medicine, prescriptive medication. On one side of this very powerful system, we have patient-facing applications. We have ways to do reminders and badges and nudges and engaging activities, information transfer through computers, through mobile phones, through tablets, through VR and AR systems, through the wearables that we have that are interactive. At the other end, we have ways for healthcare administrators, hospital administrators, counties, cities, and states to look at this information, understand trends and what works, what doesn't work. We also have a way for the scientists to decompose the data, look at trends, figure out the best treatment pathways for a particular individual, and evolve more of a precision medicine program. Next slide, please. So we're entering into an era of prescription digital therapeutics where there's a combination therapy where we might combine a medication with a computer-based app or mobile-based app to come up with a combination therapy where it's not just the biochemistry that we're changing through the medication, but also cognitive behavioral therapy provided hand in hand through a mobile app with the medication. Just as one example of how combination therapy is evolving as part of the digital health revolution. Next slide, please. So let me briefly talk about some of the other powerful emerging confluent technologies that are going to propel this new era of digital health and medicine. And VR and AR is one of the major pillars of this. Next slide, please. As you know, 5G is just around the corner. We're already seeing it implemented a few places in edge computing. This will allow us to have much lighter weight display systems instead of the currently generation of more heavy HMDs. It will allow us to also do much more realistic rendering of graphic information, high resolution, and also much more complex decision making on the spot using machine learning. This connectivity and that's provided by 5G and edge computing will make a big difference with cloud rendered virtual environments and real-time feedback of complex decisions and analytics. Next slide, please. Machine learning is allowing us to look at complex data sets and tease apart the critical paths, to understand trends and patterns that we otherwise were not able to find and identify. Next slide, please. We're also leveraging a paradigm that originally was developed for managing very complex pieces of machinery and factory systems. And that's the digital twin paradigm, where we model a simulation of a complex system. In this case, we're starting as part of the EMR to model us, to come up with a model that represents all the information that we can collect through electronic medical record, our genetic information, our behavioral information, all the historical information, and put that into a model of an individual and allow us to do some what ifs. Like, what if we what if that individual exercises more, loses some weight? What are the consequences for their biochemistry and for their behavior? And how does that have a ripple effect? So we're starting to move into the digital twin paradigm for precision healthcare for individuals. Next slide, please. Also, the sensor revolution is empowering us to do so many things. We're now at the point where we've moved into several generations of sensors, and we're now in the position where we have a strong ability to collect data, not just from ourselves about our behavior and our health status, but how we interact with the environment. Next slide, please. We're also getting into a position to start evolving some wearable labs where we can measure from the surface of the skin and sweat things like proteins and hormones and ions, be able to do a precision test non-invasively. Next slide, please. The current pandemic has propelled forward clinical lab testing at the point of where the individual is. So instead of a centralized lab, we will soon see technologies to do very sophisticated assays in the home to measure for respiratory diseases like COVID or flu A, flu B, measure for urinary tract infections, biomarkers of chronic stress and inflammatory disease. This will allow us to have a home health hub that collects information about our health status dynamically in a very powerful way. Next slide, please. Also, our culture is shifting. We're now getting used to the idea of being connected, sharing our information with each other, ideally in a very protected way that allows us to keep control of this information. But our culture is shifting too. Next slide. In terms of the field of augmented reality and virtual reality, we're starting to get much better with virtual humans, artificial beings that we can interact in the virtual world that are sensitive to us. They can sense our facial expressions, our body language, our voice tone, adapt their behavior to us. So one example, of course, might be a smart car that is sensitive to our mood state and adjusts itself dynamically. But also, as we build more virtual environments, the characters that are in there can be very behaviorally sophisticated. Next slide, please. Also, I think we're getting on the underside of what was called the uncanny valley. We're now starting to see AI-driven avatars that look like, sound like, have facial expressions that are similar to what we would do. This allows us to do some sophisticated things. For example, to have a clinician be available through post-discharge patients as represented by an AI system and the clinician's avatar. Much better than having a stack of Xerox papers sent home with the patient. To be able to log in with a mobile phone and ask a representative that looks like your clinician questions and get basic questions answered. Next slide, please. And of course, it's really important that we evolve the proper ways, and there's a variety of them, to protect our patient confidentiality of information. Next slide. So let me jump into the field of AR and VR technology and give you a sense of the overlap, the overall landscape of what's happening. I won't have time to go into great detail, but hopefully give you a feeling. Next slide, please. In many ways, what's going on now reminds me of the early 90s when the personal computer was first coming out, and we were talking about the personal computer revolution, the information revolution, the internet revolution. AR VR technology will be the next computer revolution. It will be the platform that we use to work, to play, to socialize, to shop, to entertain, to communicate. We already see this transformation happening. Now, it's going to take a decade or so to really permeate and get out there as the common way that we interact. But for important areas like healthcare, we already can do some very profound things with today's technology. And as you'll hear today from some of our other speakers, we're already making a big difference, able to accomplish things that otherwise we could not do. But meanwhile, this is a technology that is gradually going to be coming out into our lives and be part of how we interact. Now, frankly, I feel it's going to be a much more robust way to interact with other people and to work, to socialize and to work than texting or typing. So I'm looking forward to this evolution. Next slide, please. This really is a point of departure for the technology. Every major technology company has invested billions of dollars into this technology, and there's more that are jumping in right now. Facebook through Oculus, Hewlett Packard, Sony, HTC, Microsoft, so many of the tech titans are putting a major emphasis on this new evolving technology and interaction platform. It will soon become part of the enterprise. Next slide, please. So let me briefly mention why. Why is this technology so profound and why is it so exciting? Well, we have some unique capabilities that we cannot do otherwise. We can slow down time, we can expand time, we can go down a very focused level, we can expand back and look at complex processes in a modeling way. We can use an intuitive way of interacting with information. Instead of looking at a spreadsheet, we can visualize it in 3 dimensions and interact with it. It's highly functional. We can interact with people and concepts in an abstract or in a finite way in ways that we otherwise could not do. We can go places and like an oil rig and teach a training program on how of safety in a simulation in a way that otherwise would be too expensive and impossible to do. And again, we can slow things down, decompose things. A good example is just how we do things with flight simulators. We can practice for unexpected events and be prepared for something that might very rarely happen, but we need to be prepared for. And we can use the power of virtual reality technologies to help us learn complex processes in a user-oriented, personal way. Because we can facilitate better engagement by involving all the senses and the body, we're able to facilitate retention of lessons learned. Next slide, please. So let me give a little bit of nomenclature to set the stage for my colleagues who will be speaking next. When we use the term virtual reality, we we talk about fully immersive virtual environments. There's a spectrum of immersion, and typically VR refers to fully immersive environments where we have a display in front of the face and 3D audio and motion in 3 dimensions through the virtual world. It's a fully immersive virtual environment. Next slide, please. We also have the term augmented reality is evolving. And in this case, it refers to when we overlay the real world with extra information. This provides, and many people are using this currently. You'll see it with cell phones and navigation, where people will pull up a map and see how to go and where things are located in a real-time 3D way. Next slide, please. And then the term mixed reality is emerging too. And in this case, it typically refers to the spectrum between augmented reality and virtual reality, where we have digital objects overlaid upon the real world, but we are able to interact with them either as individuals or as a group. Next slide, please. And sometimes we don't have to wear anything. We can step into a room that has a 3D projection that we can interact either as an individual or as a group. Next slide, please. Now, people have talked about the fact that VR has been slow to take off, and it's true. We've had laboratory-based VR technology for decades, and I'll talk a little bit about some of the research that's been done over that point in time. But when we look at consumer technology and compare the evolution of VR and AR technology, it actually is taking off at a speed curve than other new technologies. We're adopting VR and AR technology at a faster rate than the color TV, video cassette recorder, the personal computer, or even the cell phone. The slope of engagement of this new technology is just actually quite rapid. Next slide, please. If we look at the number of connected VR headsets on one of the platforms named Steam, we can see that the growth is starting to approach the growth of utilization. There were more than 1 million, no, it's 2.75 million monthly connected headsets are projected by the end of this year. A phenomenal growth of utilization of VR systems. Next slide, please. The analysts tell us that within 3 years, VR will be adopted by 30 million users, and in 6 years, they're projecting 70 million users. So it's a technology that is emerging very fast. And fortunately, we're able to rally and with groups like Hoag Medical Center, explore its applications in clinical care. Next slide, please. Okay, so I've given you a bit of an overview of some of the trends and forces in motion. Now I'd like to get very specific about medical applications of VR and AR technology, again, to try and set the stage for my colleagues who will be speaking next. Next slide, please. XR technologies, immersive technologies are in the process of disrupting a number of industries. I think healthcare will be one of the first to really embrace XR technologies because it provides unique capabilities to the medical healthcare ecosystem. And I'll give some examples. Next slide, please. It's, again, the full stack of healthcare that's being affected, starting at prevention and wellness, moving to assessments, training, interventions, ways to facilitate adherence, and ways to reach underserved populations. All aspects of healthcare are being impacted by VR and AR technology. Next slide, please. At last glance, I was able to identify more than 200, actually by now it's probably more than 300 emerging medical AR and VR companies. And what's interesting is it's no longer just the early stage startups, that there's a number of public medical device companies and large pharmaceutical companies who are starting to make significant investments in this arena and bringing out new products. And we'll hear a little bit about that later today. Next slide, please. Significant investments are coming from major groups. Hoag has been a leader. CSI has been a leader in this area. We'll hear from Dr. Brendan Spiegel next about his efforts at Cedars-Sinai. I've been really excited to see the investments and good work done by United Health Group in this arena. I'm excited by the technology that Hewlett-Packard is developing that I believe will have profound potential for medical VR and AR. And Penumbra, a mid-cap public medical device company, has just released some very exciting products for stroke rehabilitation. And I know that they have other products that they're contemplating that will also be major contributions. So the point here is that it's no longer just the academic groups and the early stage companies, seed and Series A stage, but that some of the larger groups are jumping in and helping us move this arena forward. Next slide, please. And it's not insignificant problems that we're taking on. Medical AR and VR can address several key healthcare problems in a very profound way with new ways of intervention. And these have been heretofore very expensive, very difficult problems to make progress on. We finally have some new tools. Next slide, please. There's a number of very important conferences and industry organizations. We'll hear later today from Bob Fine from IVRA, the International Virtual Reality Healthcare Association. We'll also hear from Dr. Brendan Spiegel and Brendan Brickhead from Cedars-Sinai to talk about the Virtual Medicine Conference. And recently, the FDA has put a lot of effort out towards bringing in the public to talk about how what they phrase medical extended reality can be put through a regulatory pathway. Next slide, please. Let me talk a little bit about the neuroscience of how VR promotes behavior change. Because VR systems are able to trigger our reward pathways in the brain to bring novelty and creativity and be able to reflect back progress that a patient is making on a difficult project, to slow down the speed of time, to cognitively engage an individual, we're able to activate the neuroplastic changes that can only be activated by activating the brain's reward systems. We can shorten the feedback loop and show people progress as they work to improve their function, work to exercise and or lose weight or to change their behavior. By closing the feedback loop, we reward people and show them the progress and give them the motivation to move forward. We can also leverage mirror neuron systems to help us understand ourselves and to have empathy for other people. And that's very important. Next slide. We'll hear later today from Aaron Guy and his work in behavior, but one of the principles that they use in their work I'm very excited about is how they use VR as part of imaginal exposure therapy. VR, because it can take you someplace else, and we'll hear a little bit more about this from some of the other speakers, because it can grab your attention and place you in another environment, is able to do exposure therapy in a very profound, controllable way, as opposed to in vivo or imaginative exposure therapy. We're able to control the degree of realism and staircase people up as they go through the therapeutic process. So for addressing post-traumatic stress, for addressing phobias and anxiety disorders, for addressing addictions and helping people learn to manage their cravings, we have new tools, new techniques to be able to address these very difficult problems. Next slide, please. And because we can create an avatar, a representative of one's future self, and link it into our health status and to our behavior, we're able to give people a vision and have a dialogue with an avatar representing your future self as to how the choices you make, the behaviors you have, the medications that you adhere to can promote health in the future. Closing this loop can be very profound in terms of helping people understand why they need to go down that difficult healthcare process and what the value is to adhere to some of the difficult things we need to do. Next slide, please. VR and AR systems have several tools in their tool belt to impact healthcare. We can create active involvement as opposed to passive involvement. The immersive experiences maximize cognitive engagement. We have very engaging and motivating environments We can do team training. So it's just not an individual learning a process or working on their own. We can bring together people either in an anonymous or semi-anonymous way to work together in a virtual environment to do their rehabilitation or to post-discharge understanding of their clinical problem. It's also cost effective. VR platforms are a very effective platform. We'll hear a little bit more about that later today for telemedicine. Next slide, please. And one of the things I'm very excited about is the fact that VR and AR systems allow us to build stories around the healthcare journey for the individual. My colleague Jeremy Bailenson has published a book, which is certainly worth finding and reading, called VR Experience on Demand. But I also feel that VR and AR can allow us to have story on demand. We can create a narrative background to the healthcare journey an individual has, the rehabilitation process that they go through. And this can be very profound and very meaningful. It promotes superior retention, improved understanding, creates empathy, and promotes active engagement in our healthcare process. So it's a very powerful tool. Next slide, please. I'll talk very briefly because I think it's important context to have about the evolution of VR technology. The first general purpose VR system was developed back in 1987. It was very expensive and very uncomfortable to wear, but we were able to use VR technology. And this is about the time that I got involved in the VR field. Next slide. The headsets were so uncomfortable and so unwieldy. The computers were the size of a small refrigerator and cost $500,000. But we were able to do research and start understanding the applications of the technology to healthcare. Next slide. Along the way, I've had dozens of hardworking colleagues who have focused their career understanding the clinical applications of VR and AR technology. One of them, Hunter Hoffman, will be speaking with us later today about his work on specific to VR and pain. The point of this is that VR is not just a technology that has evolved from the clamshell 5 or 6 years ago. It's something that we've had in our university research centers for decades. And we've been able to understand the pathways of what works, what doesn't work, where the blind alleys are, where the mistakes are, but also where the success pathways are. And that's put us in a position today to surge forward. And that's why Hoag Hospital was able to make a commitment to bringing VR and AR technology based on the hard work of many scientists who've dedicated their lives to exploring the power of this technology. Next slide. We have a library of research publications focusing on the power of the technology, ranging from addictions to stroke, to autism, to Asperger's, to cognitive aging, to post-traumatic stress. There's a long list. And again, we have this research foundation. Now we do need to extend this with today's technology and with larger sample sizes, but we have the foundation that we need to move forward. Next slide, please. Now, I was hopeful that VR technology could be used to help address some of the problems that the world was facing. And after the devastating earthquake in Sichuan, where more than 50,000 school children, mostly because their buildings have been built with inferior materials, experienced the trauma from a major earthquake. So I journeyed over to China to see if we could use VR to help with the post-traumatic stress there. And it was very frustrating for me to realize that we could not scale. The technology was not affordable and portable enough to be able to reach a large group of people who've had trauma. However, next slide, please. 3 years ago, after the Mexico City earthquake, a group of people were able to go in the very next day from the company Happiness and bring in VR systems to help on the spot teach people meditation, mindfulness, relaxation skills, stress management skills the day after this very traumatic earthquake. Next slide, please. And earlier this year, during the meeting of medical virtual reality for IVRA, there was an earthquake in Nashville. A tornado in Nashville. And immediately, some of the people there were able to spring into action. Sarah Hill from Helium, Sarah Tico, Aaron Ghani from Applied VR. We were able to take the VR headsets that we had at our conference on medical VR and go out to the Red Cross shelters and help with people who had been visited by this tornado on the spot. So what's the point here? The point is the technology is ready for deployment now in a variety of circumstances, including emergency response and disaster mitigation. Next slide, please. Okay, so let me give some specific examples of how we're using VR currently. Next slide. The whole spectrum of medical training is changing. We now can use simulations as part of surgical skill training, interpersonal skill training, how to use specific medical devices and tools, how to practice as a team, again, preparing for unusual events that you still need to be prepared for, even though they're hard to rehearse for. And we can rehearse till we have things down to the most efficient way to do things. Next slide, please. What I'm excited about is it's not just one person learning something, but the teams can practice together, and they can be distributed teams. You can have an expert in another location, look over his shoulders and show you a procedure through the power of VR simulation. Next slide, please. We're entering into an era of electronic cadavers, which allow us to look more closely at the anatomy and physiology and examine the microscopic features of organs and tissues, but also see things in a more realistic, dynamic manner where we can overlay physiology on top of anatomy and be able to, through simulations, dynamically change features to see what the consequences are. Next slide, please. We also have virtual patients where we can, where a learning clinician can practice their interpersonal skills and understand how to diagnose and how to deal with a difficult situation or perhaps a difficult patient. Next slide, please. And of course, it's critically important that we as clinicians learn how to deliver bad news, but it's the sort of thing you don't want to learn on the job, and it's expensive to use actors and actresses to teach those skills. So with simulations, we can prepare people to have the skills they need to deliver uncomfortable news. Next slide, please. Moving on to the field of objective assessments, where there's a lot of breakthroughs recently. Next slide. Probably many people who are watching this presentation have seen this demonstration. It's all too common where to show the power of VR technology, people will put you in a virtual elevator, take you up to a top of a rooftop, have you look down below and maybe suggest that you step off. And the reason that people use this demo is that it shows that even though you're in a room and your friends are there and you're talking to other people, your brain believes you're someplace else. So this is the power of VR to take you someplace else and create a cognitive state. In this case, fear of falling, maybe terror of falling. Next slide, please. And why do that? Why do we emphasize the power of VR to take you someplace else? What opens up a whole field of more objective diagnostic assessments. Next slide, please. We can now do more standardized cognitive assessments with challenges to the individual, both using visual and auditory, taking them someplace else. And if we can evoke a cognitive state on command, we can measure the response to that cognitive state at the primary care level. And we can also teach people the skills of how to manage their emotional states. It's a very powerful tool to be able to assess how, instead of asking people, how are you doing and how did you feel yesterday, to be able to measure and challenge their system and see how they react. Next slide, please. I'm also excited by the work of combination, where we may have people do a memory task, but we also study their movements as they go about it, come up with a much more accurate way of assessing cognitive function by combining a memory process with a movement trajectory analytics and using machine learning to parse about the different scores. Next slide, please. I'm excited that one of the VR companies has just released a new headset, the HP Omnicept, that combines a high-end VR system, but also with biosensors so that we can measure pupillometry and heart rate variability and capture facial expressions and use the back-end analytics to interpret those and come up with a score using machine learning to come up with a measurement of cognitive flow. Just one example of how VR and AR technology will come up with a whole new capacity for cognitive and emotional state assessment. Next slide, please. I'm excited by the work of Dr. Lee Williams, where her research group is coming up with precision medicine targeted interventions for anxiety and depression. But she's using VR, AR, wearable sensor technology, and classification systems to do this. Next slide, please. In her lab, there's new approaches to cognitive assessment where we use neuroimaging to explore cognitive control and the default mode and negative affect, positive affect. We evoke these states using virtual environments. Next slide. This ideally allows us to come up with a diagnostic pathway to properly match an individual to the right treatment plan. Next slide, please. By correlating brain circuit biotypes with virtual environments and the response, it allows us to come up with tools that can be used in primary care to be able to do a more precision analytic to identify different biotypes to help refine the intervention choices that we provide to individuals for depression, for example. Again, being able to use VR as a diagnostic tool at primary care to understand the right biotype diagnostic pathway, a very powerful thing to do. Next slide, please. And to that end, some research groups, including my research group at Stanford, is working to come up with a public database of evocative VR environments that can be used to facilitate research and clinical care. Next slide, please. Okay, in the field of improved interventions, next slide. I'll give you some examples of how we are clinically using VR and AR today. And of course, we'll hear more examples from our speakers. Next slide. Dr. Lewis will talk about how VR and AR can be used for preoperative planning and image-guided surgery. Next slide, please. I'm excited by the work of Penumbra, who have recently released their new stroke rehabilitation system. It's going to make a profound difference in stroke and traumatic brain injury recovery. Next slide, please. I'm also very excited by the fact that we now have some new tools for mental health care, and we'll hear more about that today. Our mental health care system has had logjam and has been very difficult. People make the hard decision to seek help. They make a phone call trying to schedule an appointment at a clinic and to deal with their suicidality or their problems with addiction. And they're told there's a 3 or 4 month waiting list. The tools that we're evolving today for VR for mental health care will help us address this backup. Next slide, please. We'll hear a lot today about VR for pain distraction, both acute and chronic. That's so exciting and so important. Next slide, please. Another profound area is how we can use VR for exposure therapy to help with post-traumatic stress, phobias, anxiety disorders, and also to help with addictions and related disorders. Next slide, please. We can use simulated party scenes or a bar or a liquor store to teach people refusal skills and situational confidence so they can manage their cravings and practice saying no to pressure from peers. Next slide, please. The virtual environments are used to create a whole raft of mental and behavioral health problems, phobias, obsessive compulsive disorders, anger management, psychosis, eating disorders. Next slide, please. Social anxiety disorder, depression, mild cognitive impairment, autism, and attention deficit disorder. There's a very long list. Next slide, please. And virtual hospital tours can be used using 360 video to relieve preoperative anxiety. We can have people get familiar with what their experience will be like at the hospital a week or a month in advance to help reduce that anticipatory anxiety. Next slide, please. And in senior care, we have a number of new tools to help address senior isolation and also to address some of the healthcare conditions that our seniors have. Next slide, please. And of course, end-of-life care and hospice care, VR can make a profound difference. Help people to go to places that they have never had a chance to go to before, have experiences they've always wanted to have, and connect with spiritual issues and address end-of-life issues. Next slide, please. I'm excited to see that there's evolution of platforms, and we'll hear more about that today from Behavior, that address not just one particular clinical indication, but a platform that will address a spectrum of clinical indications. I think this makes a lot of sense. Next slide, please. And again, a lot of the tools we're evolving with VR in healthcare give us the ability to promote health and wellness and promote stress management, address disabilities by using VR as a disability interface, address isolation, and promote adherence to exercise and weight management programs. Next slide, please. I'm excited about the potential of having a dialogue with your future self. I think this is a very powerful tool that's underutilized and that we can start building into some of our products. Seeing the effects of our behavior and how it will affect our future health is a key thing that we don't have very many techniques to use right now. Next slide, please. And of course, VR and AR technology allows us to have a telemedicine platform, which is very exciting, allows us to, well, with the pandemic, it becomes critically important, but also allows us to reach previously underserved populations. Next slide. Okay, let's wrap up. I've talked a little bit about where we were with VR technology, where we are now. Let me speculate a few about some of the trends that are on the way. Next slide. In the near future, we have so many evolutions of the technology. Every year we will see improved capacity. And again, I think with the introduction of 5G, it's just going to allow us to have a surge forward. We can look forward to more wireless connectivity, allowing us to use very light-duty headsets that can provide an augmented reality experience without being too intrusive. We'll have better ways of interacting with voice commands and gestures. And I think mixed reality will start becoming more common, where we're going to mix extra information, VR information, with the realistic environment in a very well-designed method. Next slide, please. I think we'll start using the concept of the future self and also of digital twins to allow people at their home to have a sense of their own health status and what they can do to improve it. Closing the feedback loop, I think, will make a big difference. Next slide. I also think we're going to start getting information, leveraging all the sensors and challenging VR challenges to provoke data about cognitive status, emotional status, to allow clinicians to manage a patient between visits. This is just an evolution of our ability to capture information in a dynamic way and will allow us to do a tighter preventative medicine and also follow-up post-discharge. Next slide. At Children's Hospital of LA, the residency program, the hospital uses VR as part of the required curriculum for interns. And the interns are required to have training using VR before they're allowed to work in the emergency department. I think we'll start seeing this training paradigm of simulations being more and more common and more required before you're allowed to be in a critical position. Next slide, please. I think we'll start seeing VR and AR systems as part of combination therapy and not used just on their own, but part of a whole plethora of interventions. Next slide, please. And again, as we aggregate data in the cloud, we'll start putting it together and with machine learning, be able to understand the most appropriate pathways. Some of the protocols that we've been using for decades have been based on analog information from small sample sets. We'll soon be able to address that with more robust information from larger groups of people, be able to come up with age-appropriate, culturally appropriate, physiologically appropriate interventions, less of a one-size-fits-all and more of a custom precision medicine approach. Next slide, please. So right now there's a few areas of VR and AR where there's considerable activity. Next slide. There's a few areas, though, that are relatively under-addressed. So this presents significant opportunities for us, both as clinicians, as research scientists, and as product developers. Next slide, please. And for me, it addresses the thing that I worry about beyond the current pandemic. Next slide, please. I'm excited because everything that we've talked about in terms of VR and AR technology will have direct ramifications for improving senior care. We'll have improved assessments and diagnostics. We'll be able to use VR to reduce isolation, loneliness, address acute and chronic pain, depression, anxiety, stroke and physical rehabilitation, disability interfaces, post-discharge follow-up, and staff training, not just for procedures, but also to have empathy for our seniors. I'm so excited about the potential of the technology to address that strata of care. Next slide, please. Okay, in summary. Next slide, please. The current technologies that we're using are founded on more than 30 years of research and development. They're not just evolving in the last few years, and there's a foundation of validated studies to show us a pathway. Recent changes have made VR very, very affordable. We can get a great system for less than a third of the cost of a smartphone. We're using VR and AR systems for the whole stack of healthcare: prevention, evaluation, treatment, and chronic disease management. I feel that Hoag, as a leading center of excellence, moving forward with this technology is making a huge difference. And I think we're poised to have it move beyond just one or two centers of excellence. I think with their leadership, with Hoag's leadership, we'll be able to move out into the mainstream. Well, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. Oh, I should mention, I talked earlier about the fact that we've had some stalwart people who've worked very hard on their careers to move VR and AR forward. Well, now it's an even larger number. It's growing, and it's so wonderful to have colleagues helping us move this all forward. And Rob, thank you, and thank you, Hoag, for being a leader in this zone. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Walter. Every time I listen to Walter speak, I learn something new, and I get even more excited about the work that we're doing together. It's just truly an amazing time to be a physician and to be in healthcare, where we're able to deliver these new therapeutics right into patients' hands, and now at rates and at costs that are affordable and scalable. I had a conversation with a friend the other day, who made an astute observation that the scale of behavioral health problems alone and mental health conditions is not one that we can solve using manpower, meaning we simply do not have the manpower to be able to solve the mental health crisis that is increasingly prevalent, especially in the COVID-19 era. We simply do not have the manpower. That virtual reality and other digital therapeutics are the only way in which we will be able to solve this crisis and bridge the gap. And so again, thank you, Walter, for taking your time to share your expertise with us, and your knowledge in this space is truly unsurpassed.
Thank you, Rob. And I think this is the next phase of the program where I have the honor of introducing Dr. Brennan Spiegel. Brennan Spiegel is the Director of Health Services Research for Cedars-Sinai Health System in Los Angeles and a Professor of Medicine and Public Health at UCLA. Before I read further details, I should mention that I view Brennan Spiegel as one of the key leaders in our field. He has made a huge difference by organizing a yearly conference at Cedars-Sinai and bringing VR and AR technology into Cedars-Sinai as a next generation of clinical care. Dr. Spiegel directs a multidisciplinary team that investigates how extended reality can improve people's lives. His team developed one of the largest and most widely documented medical VR programs at Cedars-Sinai. Dr. Spiegel is listed as one of the top 100 influencers for digital health and virtual reality, which I certainly believe. I think he's probably one of the top 10, to be honest. And his research won the 2017 Webby Award for Best Technology on the Internet. And just now, he's published his book titled VRX, How Immersive Therapeutics Will Transform Medicine. It's available now, and I encourage people to check it out. Brendan, over to you.
Okay, thank you. I just realized I was muted, so I had to undo that for a second. Thanks so much to both of you for that kind introduction and for the invitation to speak today. I'm going to bring my slides back up now, and hopefully you can see those. So I'm going to start with a slight pivot, which is really focusing on this notion of empathy and what that means to us in virtual reality. And then I'll show you a number of examples where we're using virtual reality to strengthen empathy and in the process to get closer to our patients and to understand their subjective lives in a more meaningful way. You know, I think that it's worth starting with a photo because this is a photo of me with one of our now over 3,000 patients at Cedars-Sinai who have used virtual reality. She's allowed us to show her image. And what's interesting about this picture is the technology is right between us. And we're both looking at each other as opposed to sort of looking away from each other, which is how technology has been pulling me as a physician often with the electronic health record and so on. And, you know, we're in this current era of big data analytics and artificial intelligence and algorithmic diagnostics. And, you know, doctors often complain that technology disrupts the physician-patient relationship and it undermines the art of empathic medicine. And in fact, research shows that doctors are spending more time conducting desktop medicine, that is staring at a computer screen, than practicing bedside medicine, like you can see here, where we look patients in the eyes. So in this talk, I want to reveal how VR is really flipping desktop medicine on its head, in contrast to technologies that require doctors to stare at screens in lieu of facing their patients. VR is reminding doctors to focus on their patients and consider their inner lives and prompting us to consider the subjective nature of illness and enabling patient-centered dialogue. So with that introduction, I just want to show you this picture, which is where I see patients at Cedars-Sinai. It looks like any other clinic that you might have seen even in 1955, frankly, with that weird table chair and the paper and the whole thing, except there's a computer in the middle, which you'll notice is sort of separating the doctor and the patient. And it's all set up so that the doctor looks at that screen a lot and doesn't necessarily look at the patient. And this is what we're seeing now, particularly in the era of COVID-19, where we're conducting a lot more remote patient care. So we're literally staring through these computers as we take care of our patients. And if you were to look at this, you'd think that our patients are just alphanumeric strings, that they're codes and their digits and their numerical values and ICD-10 codes. And it sort of is leading to a bit of a crisis in sort of empathic medicine. And sometimes it feels as if we're being overwhelmed by these zeros and ones that are kind of taking us over, and that the technology is the tail wagging the dog, not the other way around. And this is a now sort of famous article from Atul Gawande called "Why Doctors Hate Their Computers." And its subtitle is "Digitization is promising to make medical care easier, more efficient, but screens are coming between doctors and their patients." And you can see this sort of image on the right of the doctor who's separated from her patient by layers and layers and layers of screens. So what I'm going to talk about today is how VR is actually the opposite of this, and how it's really engaging us to be more connected with our patients. Eric Topol, who's down in San Diego at Scripps, has written a lot about this, wrote a book in which he talks about what's wrong with healthcare today is that it's missing the care. And maybe that's a strong statement, but as I said before, in contrast to some technologies that are really distancing doctors from their patients and undermining the human touch, I'm going to emphasize that virtual immersion is motivating doctors to confront the biopsychosocial illness of their patients and prompting discussions that might not otherwise happen in the absence of vivid perspective taking, which is what VR is able to help us achieve. So as I said, when I see the computer screen, I'm seeing all of these alphanumeric strings. And these are ICD-10 codes. And you would think that patients are just nothing more than these codes if this is all you were looking at all day. But obviously there are human beings behind all of these codes. And I want to emphasize now a few examples of how VR is helping me as a doctor better understand the human beneath these codes. So take, for example, this code right here in the middle, Z91.410. This is a code that dispassionately maps to a very serious condition, which is adult physical abuse, domestic. This is obviously a very serious diagnosis, one that is all too common. And unfortunately, we're seeing it increasing as people have been quarantined and isolated. We're seeing more and more of this. And I might see this and see it as sort of a code, but not necessarily recognize what's truly happening underneath that. So I really learned about Z91.410 when I visited the University of Barcelona and Mavi Sanchez Vives and her laboratory, where they exposed me in virtual reality to what it's like to be the victim of domestic violence. And I want to share this because she's published some extraordinary research where what the paradigm is this is a picture of a patient, or not a patient, a research subject who is wearing a VR headset and is looking into a mirror and sees an avatar looking back. And she put me in this headset, and I am a man, and I looked in the mirror and I saw a woman. And I moved, and that woman moved at the same time that I did. And then I all of a sudden realized I was being screamed at and looked over to my right and saw this man intruding on my apartment. And what happened next is pretty extraordinary. And I'm going to show that to you now. It may be a little choppy, but you'll be able to hopefully hear it and see the subtitles of what happened.
Have you seen yourself in the mirror? I mean, where do you think you're going looking like that, huh? Just shut up. You could put some effort in and dress up or something. Look at me. Jeez, you look 20 years older than you actually are. Do you know, there's not one woman out there who looks as wretched as you do right now. I said, shut up, you fat cow. You're disgusting. Aren't you going to say anything? I said, look at me. Yeah, of course. Nothing. Typical you. This is all my fault. I've been too soft on you. Yeah. I've been too patient. But you know why? It's because I love you.
Well, when I finished this and took the headset off, I was just absolutely rattled. I had physically experienced that. Although he didn't strike me and I wasn't physically hurt, I felt the visceral anguish of this man looking down at me. And it doesn't matter how tall the subject is, this man will always be taller and looking down upon the subject. And, this perspective taking was shocking to me. And it turns out that Sanchez Vives has repeated this paradigm in offenders of domestic violence in Spain, in Barcelona, where she has demonstrated that when these perpetrators are exposed to this experience, and there's a paradigm where they have to determine if there's congruency or incongruency between the face and the body language. And it turns out that these perpetrators tend to misread the emotional appearance of another person. And it may be an empathy gap that she was able to demonstrate that they were better at correctly interpreting the emotional status of another person after having gone through this training experience. It's a little bit like Clockwork Orange in a weird way, but hopefully not as nefarious. It's a very positive use of virtual reality. And, you know, I want to start with this experience because it emphasizes that VR is a tool for perspective taking. And we know this, and this domestic violence study, it reveals that VR enables this perspective taking, and that's the key to empathizing. We empathize with people when we see the world through their eyes and acknowledge their experiences. And sharing the first person perspective of another person in distress can cultivate compassion. And that's how I felt after experiencing the simulator. Now, thankfully, you know, I've never been beaten or abused personally. I've never been told to dress differently because I look ugly, and I've never been knowingly regarded as an inanimate object, but the VR simulator caused me to mentally rehearse those experiences. So now, when I see an ICD-10 code for domestic violence, or when I learn that one of my patients has been abused, I think back to that time in the laboratory. I have this mental anchor that causes me to stop and regard what it means to be a victim of abuse. It causes me to think differently because I've now seen a perpetrator come at me with my own eyes, and I've heard an abuser yell at me with my own ears. I cannot know the pain of being a victim, but I've at least embodied the role in a simulation. And that's a very powerful and profound use of virtual reality. So when I see this Z91-410, I think about it viscerally differently than I ever did before after having gone through that VR experience. So it's Chris Milk who called VR an empathy machine. And it's a great idea that, as he says here, VR connects humans to other humans in a profound way that I've never seen before in any other form of media. And it can change people's perception of each other. And that's how I think virtual reality has the potential to actually change the world. So people in healthcare and beyond have been leveraging the power perspective taking, you know, to enhance empathy. And here are some examples where, you know, studies, for example, reveal that when light-skinned people experience living in a dark-skinned body, it can reduce implicit bias against racial and ethnic minorities. Other research shows that virtual embodiment can boost empathy for people who are homeless, or for maltreated children, or Syrian refugees, or for the elderly. This effect of VR, it's so extensible that it can even cause embodiment of non-human forms. And, you know, in one study led by Jeremy Bailenson at Stanford in the bottom right, and he's done a lot of innovative work in this area, scientists use VR to make people feel like a cow being prodded and poked and shipped to the slaughterhouse. So if VR can shift perspective so radically that it causes people to empathize with cows, then maybe it could also instill more humanity in healthcare and healing. You know, as a doctor, I always try to empathize with my patients, but that's not always easy because it's difficult to know what my patients are truly experiencing. And I don't know what it's like to be blind, for example, or to have advanced dementia, or to have schizophrenia. But when you go through these experiences, and this is a really telling image from MM&M Online of somebody who's gone through one of these experiences and is reflecting on what that cognitive experience was like, you can see that this is more than just an audiovisual technology. This is an empathy machine, and that has profound opportunities within healthcare. Let me just show you a couple other examples. Here's one that is another very common and unfortunate ICD-10 code that I come across, G30.9. This is Alzheimer's disease. And once again, you know, very common and very difficult condition to manage. Carrie Shaw has done a lot of work in this area, and she is an innovator within the VR space who tragically lost her mother to Alzheimer's disease at a relatively young age. And she was determined to inform other people what it's like to be a caretaker for somebody with dementia and to try and live in the shoes of somebody with Alzheimer's disease. And she's created a whole startup company around this concept. This is a video that was developed in VR. It's a VR experience from the Alzheimer's Foundation of America to try and experience the world through the eyes of a patient who has Alzheimer's disease. And this particular patient, there's sort of a story behind him. He's a former veterinarian, and now he's been experiencing cognitive decline. You can see time is just spinning in his mind. He can't keep track of time. He's gotten up at 2 in the afternoon. He thinks he needs to go into the office to see his patients. He gets confused about what medication to take, and he ends up taking toothpaste instead of medications. And you can sort of get a sense of what it's like to be this person. And again, to empathize and be in the shoes of somebody. And when you're in virtual reality and take advantage of the presence of virtual reality, it's much more compelling than if you were just reading about Alzheimer's disease. So we now know that VR can have a role in medical education, not just to train people to be better surgeons, as we were discussing this morning, which is a very important opportunity, but even to just be better doctors in terms of interacting with their patients, empathizing with their patients. This is a study using VR in medical education to teach empathy. And one of the conclusions is they found that students could demonstrate increased understanding of and empathy with older adults who have age-related conditions like macular degeneration or hearing loss. And in these cases, they're able to simulate those experiences in virtual reality. So a couple other examples I want to share for the rest of my talk here. Let's talk about another one, J06.9. We see an awful lot of this. This is upper respiratory tract infection. We've been seeing, of course, quite a bit of this in the era of COVID, but certainly well before that as well. Let's talk about the opportunity here for virtual reality and empathy. So one of the most common problems with the patient-provider exchange around URIs is that many times the patient feels that they need an antibiotic, but the doctor does not agree and feels that they have a viral syndrome and do not need to take the antibiotics. And this can lead to conflict. And if doctors don't handle that conflict well, it can lead to poor outcomes. This is a very innovative study from the United Kingdom entitled The Response of Medical General Practitioners to what they call Unreasonable Patient Demands for Antibiotics. It's a study of medical ethics using immersive virtual reality. And I want to show you a brief video now of a doctor who is training in this virtual environment to have a conversation with a patient and her daughter who are demanding that this patient receive antibiotics. And his goal is to try and have a conversation that's respectful, but also evidence-based. And you'll notice as you watch this, that it's really as if he's in the room with them. You can see him using hand gestures, and he's able to almost really demonstrate that he's in the room, with these patients. So let's see if this works here.
So unfair. It's going to ruin our holiday. I'm going to take this up to the local health authority. I think you are unfairly denying medicine to my mother.
Okay, I appreciate your concern. Thank you for your feedback. I do think that the best medical practice at the moment is to manage this conservatively for now.
My mother worked and paid national health insurance all her life. Now look at what's happening.
Sure. I mean, this has got in no way to do with your mother's health insurance payouts. I believe this is the best medical practice at the moment for your mum. I think the use of antibiotics in terms of the risk and the side effects that they can produce, such as resistance to future chest infections or problems with the stomach, mean that it's probably better to not prescribe them and to seek medical attention in France should things get worse, which I'm not expecting.
That old people are just invisible, not treated with respect by the NHS.
Okay, I appreciate your concerns.
And it goes on, and you can see how he's really engaged with this. It's really more than, it's a simulation, but you can tell that he's really, in a way, struggling with how to respond to these difficult conversations. And in this study, they were able to show that by practicing in these environments, the doctors can become better communicators, more empathic communicators with their patients. So what I've been talking about so far is the opportunity of doctors to be more empathic with their patients. But there's another stakeholder here. It's the opportunity of patients to be more empathic with themselves. And that can lead to very profound and meaningful benefits in clinical care. And this is a really interesting image from TechCrunch, where they sort of try and demonstrate this opportunity of self-empathy. and how VR can enable that as well. And Walter showed some examples earlier of, for example, seeing an older version of yourself. Now, this is a really interesting example of using virtual reality to be self-compassionate. And this is a study of people with depression. And we know that talk therapy is very effective for depression if it's done well, because it gives you the opportunity to get headspace from yourself. You know, we are caught up in our own narratives and in our own ruminating minds. And if another person can help break us free of those narratives, we might see ourselves differently. In this study from Chris Bruin's group in England, they took people with depression and they put them into this experimental environment where they looked across the room and they saw a child who was in distress and crying. You can see that in the upper right panel. And the goal was to reassure that child, to demonstrate compassion with that child, and to try and really calm her down. And the next step, which was fascinating, is he then transferred the patient into the body of that child. And you can see in panel C, now looking back from the perspective of the child, and you can see that through the mirror at the patient. And they're able to use these avatars that actually look like the patient, so you believe that you are now talking back to yourself and can listen to the compassion that you were giving to the child, but now you realize that you are the recipient of your own compassion. And it turns out we're very good at knowing how to get out of difficult situations, how to give ourselves compassion and self-love, but we need to be given that opportunity. And this is one study, and Mel Slater has done many others, where, for example, you can seek self-compassion and self-therapy through the body of Sigmund Freud or through Mother Teresa or whomever, anyone in the world. And he's done really interesting work. And this was a randomized trial where he demonstrated persistent benefits in depression, not just immediately after this, but for days and weeks. And as I recall, I think it was at least a month later that he demonstrated benefits. Here's another example of self-compassion using virtual reality. This was a study that our group conducted that the LA Times happened to cover using virtual reality in a church in South Los Angeles in partnership with Kelvin Sauls, who's pictured in the bottom right, who is the pastor of this church, the Holman United Methodist Church. And he reached out to us because he noticed that many of his parishioners were suffering from high blood pressure. And he believed that was because of the diet, the high salt content in the diet that his parishioners were consuming. Now, he asked us to develop a culturally tailored virtual reality experience to teach his parishioners how to empathize with themselves and ultimately how to reduce their own salt intake. What an interesting project. And we ended up creating this VR environment that we created with the parishioners. And in it, there were familiar plates of food. And as people entered this kitchen, they could see the food and they could see how much salt was contained within the food. And then what they would do is in virtual reality, would fly through their body and watch as salt damaged their arteries, their heart, their kidneys, and their brain. And I'll just show you a brief clip of one of these experiences. Let me see if this works here.
Wonderful, isn't it? Such an amazing organ. It can beat more than 70 times a minute for over a century. This heart is healthy at the moment, but we're going to change that. I want you to see what happens to the heart when excessive sodium intake damages the walls of the arteries. Let's bring on the salt. Over time, the damage can become so great that the artery walls burst or become clogged. This will prevent part of your heart from receiving oxygen and vital nutrients. The heart muscle gets weak and unable to squeeze well enough to push blood out with each heartbeat. This can lead to cardiomyopathy, a form of heart failure.
So you're hearing the voice, who, by the way, was selected in partnership with the parishioners themselves, who's going through this essentially a lecture. If this were in a trifold brochure or a video, it wouldn't be near as impactful as when you're literally in virtual reality. And we were able to show in an uncontrolled case series that there was a drop in the systolic blood pressure by actually 7 points over the course of a 3-month period. And Pastor Kelvin Sauls gave a lecture about this, which we have posted on our website, and I'll show you a link to that later if you're interested. And in it, he talked about how I love technology. Don't get me wrong. I'm all about high tech, he said. But that has to be accompanied by the personal touch, by the holy touch. It's not just about putting a screen in front of people. It's about inviting people into catalytic spaces so they can participate in meaningful engagement. And he gives a beautiful talk about this, which, as I said, is recorded, that really brings to life that this is more than just an audiovisual platform. This is a platform that can enhance empathy with others, empathy with oneself, and improve the humanity and healing. Here's another example that's, I think, very interesting from Omer Liron at UCLA, where he used virtual reality to improve antiretroviral therapy adherence in the treatment of HIV. And so here what he did is similar to our last study, is to really teach patients what's happening in their body when they are taking antiretrovirals and what's happening with the virus itself. And he created these VR environments where you go inside and you can see as the HIV is, let me just turn the sound down here, as the HIV is engaging an immune cell, and how in health, that immune cell can ingest the virus and create sort of an immune response and keep the virus at bay. But then he describes what happens when you take medications, because if you're not on the medication, the immune cell tries to control the virus, but it eventually loses control and it explodes. And as you're watching all of this, there's music and there's sounds. It's a very involved experience. Here's what he describes for what happens when you take medications. Let's see here. You can hear the music. You can see as you take the medication that it puts sort of a shield around the immune cell. And Dr. Liron,
the medication creates a shield around the immune cell, and the HIV cannot penetrate the shield to enter the immune cell. Keep pressing the button to give Dave more life-saving medications and reinforce the shield.
So the patient is involved, they're hitting a button. Each time they hit the button, they're strengthening their immune system and learning about what it is that they're actively doing.
Dave has to keep taking his medications in order to keep the shield active. If he stops taking the medications, the shield would weaken and the HIV would again be able to infect the immune cells.
So you get the idea. When he actually studied this, he showed, which was amazing to me, in a kind of controlled pre-post study design, that there was a reduction in not just, there not only was there improvement in adherence, but there was a reduction in the viral load and an increase in the CD4 count. These are very objective clinical parameters that improved when the patients were exposed and learned from this VR experience. So he concluded in his paper that compared with other traditional media platforms like a video, VR is more immersive. It has a greater positive emotional impact. And he sort of concluded that it was the emotional impact of VR that really mattered. That just handing out a trifold brochure or having patients watch a 2D video, that would not have made much of a difference. But VR here allowed patients to see themselves differently and understand themselves differently and gain healthy new perspectives that endured long after removing the headset. So this headset is more than just a gaming platform. You can see here this patient of ours who's clearly having an emotional experience, who's having a cognitive experience that appears to be positive. And the question is, what's happening in these moments when people are experiencing VR, especially for the first time? Is VR-induced awe and empathy an ineffable feeling, or is it something we can directly observe and measure? And if so, maybe we could harness that. If we had a way of measuring a biomarker of VR empathy, maybe developers could custom build software that fosters compassion for self and others, and we could leverage that benefit. And there is, in fact, an evolving field of science called empathic neurofeedback that seeks to measure and leverage the physiologic signals of human compassion. And by using brain-computer interface systems, neurofeedback scientists are hoping to teach people new ways of recognizing and augmenting their inner capacity to empathize. And one outward sign of empathy is not hard to measure. It's look at somebody's skin and see if they have goosebumps. This is very simple, universal, easily observable sign of empathy. It doesn't require fancy neuroimaging equipment. When goosebumps occur from an emotional experience rather than just from feeling cold, let's say, it's called psychogenic shivering. And some people have more of this than others, but you've probably felt it at some point in your life. It could often accompany a perception of awe or a sense of altruism or a feeling of openness or profound meaning. People often experience these during transformative experiences like attending a wedding or being in a religious or spiritual event or hearing awe-inspiring music. So goosebumps may even indicate sort of the aha moment when a worldview changes. So with that background, the question is if you can expose people to world-changing experiences, like astronauts who are circling the Earth will often describe feeling goosebumps when they look down upon the Earth. Is there a way to actually simulate this in virtual reality? Are you awed yet? How VR gives us awe and goosebumps, a really interesting study from Simon Fraser University in Canada, where they posited that VR might help to make self-transcendent and potentially transformative experiences of awe more accessible to people. And what they did in this study is they were able to put people over beautiful environments in virtual reality, like Vancouver, where Simon Fraser was located, or over Mount Everest, or flying over the Earth. And then they had this experimental setup where they measured goosebumps using a goosebump cam, a goose cam they called it, which is pretty amazing. And it turned out that VR really could deliver the willies. They recorded goosebumps in 44% of participants within minutes of starting their VR journey. Interestingly, more in women, 67% in women and 30% of men got the chills. When they got the goosebumps, they were also more likely to report subjective experiences of awe and wonder and curiosity and humility, indicating that the physical response correlated with a mental response. And many people experience a shift in perception during their VR journey. They describe changes to their moral attitude. Some mentioned changes in how they view the environment or how they perceive their own problems in comparison to the vastness of humanity. Others felt a new sense of empathy for people in the world experiencing challenging ways of life. So you can just sort of get this sense that there is this power within this headset that goes far beyond its opportunity as a gaming platform. So, we've been using this now at Cedars-Sinai. I'm finishing up my talk here for the last several years. Walter Greenleaf introduced me to virtual reality, and we recognize it had been, there are years and years, decades of work. All we've done is take these headsets and bring them to the front lines of healthcare now that we have scalable, cleanable, highly effective and affordable headsets. And we've been talking with our patients, learning from them, how do they interface with this technology? What do they like about it? What don't they like about it? Where do they want to go? Some people, have this feeling like they really want to go to Hawaii, or they want to go to an ice cave or go on a safari in Africa. And everyone's a little bit different. So there's clearly a social science component to all this, far beyond the engineering science or the computer science. And I want to end by just showing a couple of our patients using virtual reality at Cedars-Sinai, and I'll just show you this brief video.
So we'll see if it helps with the pain or not. You'll tell us.
Yes.
And we'll go from there. Okay, any questions about that?
Pull that down over your eyes now.
Should load up.
Whoa.
What do you see?
Horses?
Yep, okay. And over the bridge. Is that working?
Yes.
What's happening now?
The helicopter, waterfalls.
Have you ever been to Iceland?
No.
With the music and everything, it's real peaceful. Oh, it's people. Hey. Oh, cool.
So what'd you think?
It's pretty relaxing.
Uh-huh.
Especially with the music and everything, and then the different scenery. Like, it was just one part where it was like a waterfall. You're sitting in a cave,
Right.
and it's a waterfall right next to you. Almost made me forget I was here. Like, cause you're there.
Right.
It's like you're really there. You're hearing the waterfall, and everything is like you look around, and it's the whole scenery.
Right.
It's like you're immersed in it.
How did it make you feel?
Relaxed. Very relaxed.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't thinking about the pain.
You weren't?
No, I wasn't.
Really?
I was just thinking about being there
Uh-huh.
and having a good time.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
We'll let Dr. Herman know.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Good, okay.
Yes, but I really did like it. I enjoyed it really much.
Excellent.
Thank you so much
You're
for
welcome.
picking
See how
me.
this technology is enabling conversations about the patient's subjective experiences, and that is a really powerful opportunity for VR. And I'll just end with this story. I've told this before, of a patient who I saw with severe abdominal pain. I happen to be a gastroenterologist, and we couldn't figure out what was causing the pain. She had, normal CT scan, and she had normal, normal lab tests and normal endoscopy. So we put her in virtual reality, and she was swimming with dolphins, and this is what she was doing. And after about 4 minutes, she started to cry. And I said, "Are you okay?" And she said, "Yeah, I am. I think I figured out why I have this pain." And I said, "Really? Tell me more." And she said, "It's my brother." I said, "Your brother?" She said, "Yeah, it's my brother. He died of stomach cancer, and I'm convinced I'm going to die of stomach cancer too." And I said, "But we've been in your stomach and we've looked, and you don't have cancer in your stomach." And she said, "I know that, and you guys keep telling me that, but these dolphins, they're telling me that I need to move on. I have to accept that, and I need to move on." And she said, "A year on the couch, I wouldn't have figured this out." And there was something about the cognitive reboot of being in this totally fantastical world after having just been in a hospital bed that led to a different way of thinking and these incredible insights that she achieved. So I just want to end with that. I'm going to skip the last couple slides here because I want to keep us moving, and just end with this notion that, medical VR is not a computer science. It's not an engineering science. It's a social and behavioral science. And the longer I work in immersive therapeutics, the more strongly I believe that, this is true. And it's not about the latest gadgets and gizmos, although they're always getting better and better. But it's about leveraging technology to foster altruism, awe, compassion. When used with the right people, in the right way and at the right time, VR can strengthen the humanity and healing like no other technology that I've seen. So you heard earlier, I've written this book. It's called Vrx, and it just came out this week. And the talk I just gave today is based upon one of the chapters from the book. And the book covers all of virtual reality and healthcare. And it really, it's a book that teaches us about consciousness, about how we process information, and what we're learning from VR that can teach us about mind-body medicine. And it's really a combination of neuroscience, philosophy, psychology, technology, and clinical medicine. So if you're interested, this is available wherever books are sold. So we have a website, and this is it, virtualmedicine.health. And on this site, you can see all the videos of our patients, of our previous lectures, including lectures from Dr. Lewis and Dr. Greenleaf and many others. And all of our research is on this page. So since I come from Hollywood, I always like to end with a scroll of the different people who participated in some of the research that we're doing at Cedars-Sinai, many of our collaborators and students who are working with us as well. I'm on social media. If anyone's interested, I frequently will post about medical virtual reality. And we also have our Cedars-Sinai Virtual Medicine Conference has a handle as well. And I'll stop there. I think I had till 10:15, so I think I'm done. And I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Brennan. Amazing talk. Yeah, I think one of the things that you do so well, which I appreciate, is explaining the mechanism of action of how these things work, and not just saying, "Oh, wow, VR is cool," but really discussing, how each different application can be used to treat specific conditions. I've already pre-ordered your book. I'm looking forward to getting my copy. With that, we're gonna lead to a short break. Give everybody about 10 minutes to take a coffee break. And we're going to reconvene at 10:20, where we'll start our next talk. We'll see you guys just shortly.
I'm ready to introduce you, Rob, whenever you and Thomas are ready.
We're ready, yes. Yes.
Okay. What an exciting morning. I'm also very excited to introduce Dr. Rob Lewis and Thomas Hutchinson of Hoag. Rob is the program director for the Skull Base and Pituitary Tumor Program in the Empower 360 Endowed Chair for the Skull Base and Minimally Invasive Neurosurgery Program. Since 2015, Dr. Lewis has been involved with the development and implementation of the VR and AR technologies for preoperative simulation and rehearsal and interactive navigation. That's the paragraph I have describing Rob, but I should say I have found Rob to be the champion, the instigator, the troublemaker, the force for good, and just bringing things forward within Hoag to make this happen. And working very closely with him and also making it happen is Tom Hutchinson. Tom's been with Hoag for more than a decade, and he's the Chief of Staff at Hoag Hospital in Newport Beach, overseeing the development and clinical operations, strategic vision, and physician alignment. I'm so excited to hear what you have to say.
Thanks, Walter, for the introduction, and let's get started. Next slide.
On Monday, June 5th, 2017, I felt the worst headache in my life, like an ice pick driving through my skull. A CAT scan revealed a bleed in the side of my head, the size of a softball. The only option to stop the bleed was to have a craniotomy to remove it. Being completely out of control is terrifying.
It's difficult to talk to patients about brain surgery because it's very abstract. We're combining delivering difficult news about a scary diagnosis with the additional fear of not knowing what to expect and not being able to understand what it is I'm explaining to them. When we show them the model, when they fly inside their own brain, they can see the structures. They can see the tumor, they can see the aneurysm.
This device creates an experience for the patient where nothing is unknown anymore. I'm not a doctor, so I couldn't understand what they were trying to tell me because I had never physically seen a craniotomy before. It's so hard to wrap your head around what they're about to do. When I put on the goggles, my surgeon asked me if I was ready to fly. In the moments where they were telling me really terrifying things, I also felt a little bit of peace from the way that it was being presented. I was able to, in real time, see inside my brain. I was physically there with them, looking at exactly what they were trying to communicate.
Before surgical theater, preparing for surgery was literally me sitting over a cup of coffee, kind of thinking, okay, I'm gonna do this, and then I remember that the optic nerve is here, but those preparations were a kind of ad lib. Now, with 360-degree 3D reconstructions, we're able to be inside that environment, which is as close to brain surgery as we can actually get without being there in the operating room. The advantage that the virtual planning and rehearsal brings to our readiness for surgery is the ability to simulate multiple different approaches. In a real patient, we don't get to try that more than once. We only get one shot at it. In the virtual model, we can do 2 plans, 3 plans, 5 plans, and see which one is the best for the individual patient.
Make the bone look a little more like bone, so it's not translucent at first. Now that I can see the frontal sinus, I'm planning it, differently. Yeah.
Let's bring in the microscope.
When we're in the operating room and we get to the time of surgery, because we've done the preoperative rehearsal, it kind of feels like deja vu, like, okay, I've been here before, I know where the important structures are gonna be.
Sarah, here we are, we're coming up to the back of the tumor right here. This would be a good place to do an overlay. Make the tumor more translucent.
I was at the hospital in the ICU for 10 days, and I had 2 angiograms, 2 MRIs, 2 CAT scans, and a craniotomy. I had a risk of having epileptic seizures for the rest of my life, not knowing that I'd ever be able to drive a car again, that I would ever be able to run again. That I would say the biggest testament to how everything went was the fact that I'm sitting here today. It was nothing short of a miracle. It made me more grateful for each and every moment that we have. We experience life in 3 dimensions. Why should our medical care be any different?
You know, I always love to start with that video because Danielle, who is a patient herself, so powerfully tells the story of how virtual reality impacted her healthcare journey and actually changed the course of her professional life as well. So you're going to get a chance to meet Danielle a little bit later on, but I'll bet never in a million years did she think that she was going to become a movie star from having brain surgery. But yet this video alone has gotten, I think at latest date, more than 1.4 million views on YouTube, a testament to not only the power of this immersive technology, but also to Danielle's ability to tell her own story. Next slide, please. What this speaks to is the power of virtual reality to engage the patient and enhance the patient experience. When using typical methods, when I'm as a surgeon, I was previously trying to explain surgery to people, and you look at the image on the left, and to me, it kind of looks like a Rorschach blot. Like, is this a bat or is it two witches kissing? And where's the tumor? Where's the problem? Whereas the view on the right, even my 7-year-old daughter understands that the big green thing is the tumor, and that's bad, and then we want to take it out. And we've actually studied the impact of this. Next slide. So this is a publication just from this year, studying the impact of neurosurgical consultation using 360 VR models and measuring its impact on the patient's ability to understand their plan for surgery, as well as how comfortable they felt with the treatment plan. Next slide. What we found during this study was pretty remarkable. So prior to implementing VR consultations, more than a third of patients who we recommended surgery to were out migrating to other medical centers in the area, meaning our attrition rate was 36%, or looked at another way, our patient retention rate was only 64%. After implementing patient-specific 360 VR consultations, the outmigration rate dropped from 36% to only 4%. What this speaks to, again, is the power of this technology to engage the patient. I always tell patients that, in the older era of medicine, it was just you do what the doctor told you. In the modern era of medicine, no longer is it this paternalistic, doctor says this and you do this. Rather, we are trying to engage patients and get them to be more involved in shared decision-making. Because when they feel more engaged and more involved, they're more comfortable with the treatment plan. And in actuality, it's been proven that they have better outcomes as well. Next slide, please. Beyond neurosurgery, this has also been studied at Hoag and other specialties as well. For example, this study by Dr. Castellanos and his team showed the impact of using VR consultations prior to heart interventions. So both for transcatheter aortic valve replacement, but as well as for Watchman procedures, there was a significant improvement in the patient's decision to proceed with surgery after their VR consultation. And this is, again, because we are empowering patients with the level of understanding that was not previously available to them prior to, the utilization of VR for consultations. Next slide, please. This is a study demonstrating the outcome of that study. Next slide, please. And across multiple specialties at Hoag and in other institutions, we've again and again demonstrated over thousands and thousands of patients at this point. For example, at Hoag, more than 1,500 patients alone have undergone these VR consultations. And for neurosurgery, you're watching their level of understanding go from 28% prior to virtual reality to now almost 90% of the patients are rating their level of understanding as a 9 or 10 out of 10. Now, unless I'm only treating other brain surgeons, it's unlikely that we'd reach a level of understanding or 9 or 10 out of 10 in 90% of patients with any other medium other than virtual reality. This data has held true and demonstrated to be effective in adult thoracic surgery, as well as adult interventional cardiology, and is now being scaled widespread across our institution. Next slide, please. And in fact, Forbes, who isn't in the business of medicine, but is in the business of business, rates virtual reality as the #1 technology for patient experience in healthcare. And it's not just for patient experience. There's a wide array, as Walter and Greenleaf and Brennan Spiegel pointed out, there's a wide array of clinical conditions which we can actually treat using virtual reality. Next slide, please. Based on the success we had starting with the pilot in the Pickup Family Neurosciences Institute and using it for neurosurgery, at Hoag, we've decided to go wide scale with the deployment of both virtual reality and augmented reality solutions throughout the patient care continuum and across a wide array of specialties covering all of our institutes: neurosciences, heart and vascular, orthopedics, cancer, women's health, and digestive, so that all of our patients are now able to benefit from these immersive consultations and therefore have a better level of understanding prior to their planned procedure. Next slide, please. So what is our strategy? How have we done this, and what are we planning to do going forward? Well, we started with this idea that the patient experience is at the center of everything we do. As Danielle's journey tells us, and as we've demonstrated in these studies, the patient experience is at the core of healthcare. Because as I mentioned earlier, it's not just the level of clinical care they provide, but as we've said, how well patients feel cared for. And by engaging them more and making sure that they have an appropriate level of understanding, we can truly enhance patients' experience and even affect their own patient-reported outcomes. Building on this core of patient experience, we have built 3 orbits where we aim to deploy technologies which are already evidence-based. This includes a multitude of areas where there is a significant preponderance of evidence to support their use. In the next sphere, we are researching and studying through Hoag Institute for Research and Education other technologies which have some evidence basis but are not yet ready for prime time. And then in our outer sphere, we aim to develop new technologies which do not yet exist in order to meet unmet clinical needs. This includes many of our clinicians and physician partners pairing with companies, both large and small, to produce, design, develop, and deploy technologies which can serve the needs of our patient population. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Vance, go ahead. So one of the areas which we have put into the deploy category is the use of virtual reality for acute and chronic pain management. As we know, this is a crisis in the United States and across the world. As we deal with the COVID-19 pandemic, we have another epidemic from which deaths continue to rise. And in fact, more than 50,000 Americans a year now lose their lives from opioid overdose. This is a problem that we as physicians caused. More than 10 years ago, we were told that pain was the 5th vital sign. We were taught that we needed to more aggressively treat pain. And in fact, physicians were rated, and in sometimes their pay even decreased by how well their pain was treated. What this led to is a spike in opioid prescriptions, and as a result, again, now losing 50,000 Americans a year that die to opioid overdoses. This is a problem we as physicians caused, and now we as physicians have to help to reverse. Next slide, please. So this is a slide from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. What this demonstrates, as you can see the line, after 1 year, a single day of opioid administration as an inpatient leads to a 6% risk of dependence at 1 year. If you stay in the hospital for 5 days, for example, for a knee replacement or for hip surgery or for pelvic surgery, after 5 days of inpatient opioid administration, the risk goes up above 10%. If you think about that for a second, 1 out of every 10 patients who is hospitalized for 5 days and receives pain medication will be addicted to that pain medication at 1 year. And again, the downstream effects of this are killing tens of thousands of Americans each year. Next slide, please. We know that opioids are not the answer to acute and chronic pain. While they are useful in a pinch and immediately after surgery, we know that there are long-term consequences to their use as well. Looking by comparison at virtual reality, there's more than almost now 500 published clinical studies, including 20 experimental trials using virtual reality to treat both acute and chronic pain over a wide array of both medical and surgical conditions. The bottom line in looking at this data is that most studies have definitively demonstrated that virtual reality helps decrease pain both during and after medical procedures and surgery. Next slide, please. just as for a bit of fun, I've done a side-by-side comparison of virtual reality versus fentanyl, a commonly used IV opioid narcotic. And so the side-by-side comparison is as follows. So if you take a dose of virtual reality, which is about 15 to 20 minutes, and a dose of fentanyl, which is 50 micrograms, believe it or not, they have about, on average, the same mean reduction in the VAS score for pain. This is the standard score that we use to track pain scores. So similar reduction in pain using a dose of virtual reality versus a dose of fentanyl. The duration of peak effect is a little bit longer for the virtual reality, for the fentanyl, and mainly that's because you generally leave patients only in the VR for 15 or 20 minutes. However, if we do go for a slightly longer session, the analgesic effect can last longer as well. And the cost is also less for a dose of virtual reality. But where this analysis really comes out is in the next slide. The adverse effects of virtual reality are few but known. There is an incidence of nausea. Some people get nausea or cyber sickness or motion sickness. There's some degree of eye strain or neck strain that occur. And there is an absolute contraindication to using VR in patients with known seizure disorder or epilepsy. By comparison, the next slide shows the adverse effects of fentanyl. If you can just look at some of these: trouble breathing, hallucinations, confusion, decreased appetite, difficulty sleeping, blistering of the skin, slurred speech, paranoia, low blood pressure, depression, wheezing, blurred vision, and the risk of addiction, overdose, and death. And these are not uncommon side effects. Many of these are commonly experienced in, at least double digit, and in some cases, 20 to 30% of patients experience many of these side effects when given opioid narcotics as a treatment for pain. So looking just at this kind of simple analysis, it seems relatively logical that why would we not at least try to offer this to our patients when the alternative has such profound negative effects? Next slide, please. So beyond the use of virtual reality as a kind of one-off or two-off treatment for acute pain, we have also demonstrated, and this is a level 1 evidence. So level 1A evidence in medicine is the highest level of evidence that exists, that procedural pain knowledge has a significant impact on pain control, and that patients who opt out of procedural pain education have longer hospitalization and poorer pain management. As a result of this, it is well known, again, based on level 1A evidence, that teaching patients about their pain through pain neuroscience education is an effective tool to treat both acute pain and chronic pain after both medical procedures and surgery. Next slide, please. In addition, there are other studies which demonstrate a strong negative relationship between preoperative anxiety and pain catastrophizing and postoperative recovery. In other words, the more afraid that a patient is that they're going to have pain, the worse likely outcome that they're going to have. Next slide, please. So teaching patients about their pain not only can decrease the sensory sensation of the pain, in other words, lowers their pain score, as we demonstrated, in a manner or effectiveness similar to fentanyl, but it also decreases the time thinking about pain. In other words, like, okay, I'm going to have pain, and the emotional or affective unpleasantness of the pain. So they feel less pain, they think about their pain less, and they worry less about their pain, all when they've given the benefit of pain neuroscience education. Next slide, please. Why is this? Why is virtual reality an effective tool for teaching patients about their pain and therefore decreasing the levels of pain? Because unlike traditional methods of learning, virtual reality unlocks all 4 of the brain's learning systems. Prior to VR, I would simply give a patient a handout and they'd be told, okay, go ahead and read about why your brain has pain. And it only allows us to access the cognitive learning system. Of course, for most people, the cognitive learning system alone results in a bottleneck where they're only able to absorb so much information. Because VR is immersive, it activates the majority of our sensory input. So the visual cortex is responsible for about 90% of our waking sensory input. The auditory cortex is responsible for about another 8%. So by harnessing the visual and auditory cortices, we access 98% of the brain's waking sensory input. By doing this, we're able to unlock all 4 of the brain's learning systems: the cognitive learning system, the experiential learning system, the behavioral learning system, and the emotional learning system. As a result of this ability to unlock all 4 learning systems, we're able to accelerate the learning curve and help patients to get to a better understanding of their pain, and therefore learn ways in which they can downregulate it by deactivating the fight or flight sympathetic nervous system and by activating the rest and digest and calm parasympathetic nervous system, as many of you were able to experience this morning during Anusha's guided meditation. Next slide, please. With that, I'll turn it over to my colleague and partner, Thomas Hutchinson, who is the Executive Director for XR Development. And Thomas is going to take us through how we have taken these principles and put them into practice at Hoag.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis, for that informative and extremely enlightening presentation. As Dr. Lewis just mentioned, I would like to take our audience into Hoag Hospital and show them a number of technologies we've deployed today and how impactful they've been on our current patient population. Next slide, please. So in late January, Dr. Lewis and I sat down and went through the 15 initiatives we're hoping to deploy in 2020. 3 of those initiatives we thought we could put into practice very quickly and get immediate benefit. Those 3 being the robotic hysterectomy pain reduction post-surgery, which would result in opioid reduction, an infusion distraction therapy designed to distract the patient when their venipuncture starts and infusion services begin, and then of course spine pain management post-surgery is a large one we wanted to tackle. Next slide. But we all know what happened next. The COVID-19 pandemic started. We had to postpone all elective surgeries, and we did not want to jeopardize our immunocompromised patients, so we postponed the infusion distraction therapy as well. Next slide. But that did not deter us from trying out these brand new headsets. We had purchased 12 applied VR headsets, and instead of going through a rather narrow focus to a specific patient population, we thought we'd do a general deployment to our patient floors. We knew they were suffering from pain, stress, anxiety, but also due to the visitor restrictions from COVID-19, they were going through some frustration of loneliness, boredom, and just general anxiety. What was fortunate, one of the fortunate things is because our elective floor was shut down to the postponement of elective surgeries, we actually had access to some of our extremely skilled nursing team. We brought back 8 furloughed nurses and we gathered them in a room and we brainstormed how we want to deploy these headsets to our patient floors. These brilliant nurses quickly went through some exclusionary criteria. They built a verbal consent questionnaire into our electronic medical record. And then they split into 2 teams, 2 at a time, 12-hour shifts, 1 during the day and 1 at night. And they rounded for about 2.5 months deploying these headsets. Next slide, please. So as you might imagine, infection prevention is very rigorous in their protocols and cleanliness, and only doubly so during a pandemic. So in order to tackle their strict criteria, we actually engaged a company called CleanBox, which utilizes ultraviolet light technology. It's been proven in a lab to combat fungal, bacterial, and viral material, as well as COVID-19, to the scale of almost an OR sterilization quality. But one of the things we also had to do with this CleanBox is we had to get it from room to room. They did not want the headset leaving the patient's room with a possible infection. So as you can see from the pictures, we had to MacGyver a few transportation carts. We used an old EEG cart, put a CleanBox on top, got a power strip from Ace Hardware, a few headsets, and we just rolled these room to room to make sure patients could see we're cleaning them thoroughly and to make sure we abided by the infection prevention protocols. Next slide, please. We also wanted to make sure nurses on all floors were comfortable with this nursing team coming by. So we spent 3 weeks onboarding them. We went, gave them a quick introduction about the power of VR, as Dr. Lewis mentioned, how impactful it is on the brain, introduced them to what the headset is, and then showed them how to apply it to patients. What should they be looking for? What kind of patients could really benefit from this technology? Next slide. And lastly, what we found was patients at first were a little reluctant to engage in the virtual reality headsets, but once we showed them a menu, showed them what they could enjoy, whether it's escape with a game, go for a guided breathing meditation, or relax by swimming with dolphins, they quickly saw that they would like to do some of this. And as they put the headset on, they knew exactly what they wanted to try, and buy-in became a lot more prominent. Next slide. So what did all this lead to? Well, between late April and early June during this deployment, we tried this in over 500 unique patients, ranging ages from 18 to 98. And we thought the most important part here, although it is an informal study, the average pain reduction out of 10 was 3. We felt that was extremely significant because this was not targeted. This was just generally distributed. And this was across all different admission types: medical, surgical, acute rehab. But I want to call special attention to chemical dependency. As we deployed it and tested on the patients in that particular area, the team there realized the immense impact of it, advised us to come back every day for an hour as part of group therapy, and more importantly, purchased 9 of their own headsets and 3 clean boxes to make it a part of their everyday program. That's how impactful it was to those patients. And on the right, there's just a number of comments. We had dozens to choose from. I just wanted to pick out a few to read to you. 60-year-old female, helped me find that safe place within myself. 50-year-old male, first time I've been able to sit up and eat since being admitted. He was here for 3 days, could not sit up until he tried a headset on, and then suddenly forgot he had all that pain. 79-year-old female, no pain during VR, very relaxing, helped me fall asleep. You can imagine how impactful this is for our nurses, especially when patients need that much needed sleep to help recover, that if a patient can't sleep, they could just quickly get a headset, give them a 15-minute session, and they would fall asleep. Next slide. We also had a number of focused patient testimonies, a number of patients who really enjoyed it and wanted to share the word. And we found this one particularly inspiring. It's a 62-year-old gentleman recovering from spine surgery in a great amount of pain. I won't read through those quotes, but I will read the third one because that is where we want to focus. With the aid of VR, I've been able to better control my pain and work through it. I was even able to reduce my pain medication by half. So if we think back to Dr. Lewis's presentation, where we could see the effects of fentanyl or VR reducing pain medication by 3, we saw that happen, of pain administration by 3. And then the fact he actually said, voluntarily, I stopped taking pain medication because I have this VR headset. It's exactly what we're hoping for. And this is, again, a generally distributed product, not a focused study. Next slide, please. Of course, when these patient testimonies came out, it led to some very favorable press coverage. Forbes reached out and was very interested to see how a California hospital was leading the way in opioid reduction through VR therapies. It led to over 25,000 views over a number of days. And actually had the unintended consequence of overloading our call centers of people wanting to come in and try a VR experience. That was a good lesson learned for us. Orange County Register, of course, picked up the same article, and the Orange County Business Journal picked up another article around our VR initiatives in motherhood. But I'm going to save that one. Sorry, our light went out. Save that one for our Dr. Burke's presentation later today. Next slide, please. And these are just a few of the other non-general distributions. So as we had mentioned at the start, we were looking to do a number of trials through robotic gynecology surgeries, infusion services, and spine. Well, we have a clinical ladder program here at Hoag to help elevate our nurses from an education and a professional standpoint. And one of our nurses, Jessica Hovland, was trying to achieve her DNP certificate and realized the power of VR and how it could help her achieve that, her doctorate. So on June 8th, she organized a study and deployed it to our patients for robotic hysterectomy cases. I won't go into the results because Jessica will be speaking later today, but it's very powerful and very, very informative. I will share one quote she shared with the general team with whether the patient is receiving medication on VR or opioid, we are making a difference in our patient's pain. They definitely saw an improvement, but again, I will leave Jessica to share those findings later on. Next slide. We've also deployed this quite largely to our acute rehab unit, our inpatient acute rehab unit. We have 2 different virtual reality offerings, XR Health and Penumbra Rail System. These actually also combine sensor capturing mechanisms, which allow our physical therapists to track the improvement, show it to the patients, and then they can actually see real time how much they're improving. You can also imagine that with virtual reality, you can extend their reach because if their brain thinks they're going to reach a little further based on what we program it to do, they will reach for that, not knowing it's beyond what their perceived limitation is. Next slide. And so we have a number of other projects coming up quickly. We are currently designing an emergency department pain management study with the goal in mind to become a Cal Hospital Compare opioid safe hospital. This is a designation that has come out recently that if we can find a way to utilize virtual reality in the hospital setting, they'll give us this designation. We're going to fire up the infusion distraction therapy, the spine surgery medication. We're going to partner with our Hoag Orthopedic Institute to focus on knee replacement. And of course, we're going to start rolling out nursing education to help with empathy and situational awareness. Next slide. And so I want to put this one in here to say future initiatives at Hoag, and this is for the general audience. As you can see, we've partnered with a number of different companies. We've implemented a number of different ideas, but we're really open for business. We're trying to scale this as quickly as we can because we realize the immense power of it. And we would look to any and all partners or ideas to help further virtual reality or augmented reality here at Hoag. Next slide. And lastly, I just wanted to give a huge thank you to our XRP development team. It's a small village for now, for sure, but we are very nimble, very dedicated, and very engaged in making this happen. But one person in particular, I think we owe special thanks to is Walter Greenleaf. He has been an amazing partner in this, a great advisor, a great mentor, and a great facilitator between Hoag and various vendors to help promote XR and help develop new products. So thank you, Walter. Next. So thank you all for listening. We look forward to developing some more products and sharing exactly how we deploy those here at Hoag Hospital next year.
Thank you, Thomas. That was a great summary of the progress that we've made. And as you can see, with our kind of model of the patient experience at the center and then deploy, research, develop. What we have done, building on the work of Walter Greenleaf and Brennan Spiegel and institutions like Stanford and Cedars-Sinai, and decades of research, what we have decided to do is introduce some of these technologies wide scale throughout our hospital because we believe there is more than sufficient evidence to, for example, deliver VR experiences to all of our patients to help treat their pain. It is not going to be that every single patient has a positive experience, but more often than not, we're seeing significant reductions in their pain, which can mean reductions in their opioid consumption as well. I would also like to say that, it is always impressive to me, and it gives me goosebumps, as Brennan had mentioned earlier, the ingenuity of our teams, both at Hoag and beyond, to deliver solutions in times of crisis. And the COVID-19 era has been a particular, example of that. How, despite what many would consider overwhelming, obstacles, we've been able to persevere and still be able to deliver these technologies to our patients, and again, for the betterment of our community. And particularly, it's the patients that benefit the most. And with that, I would like to introduce Danielle Collins. Danielle is a friend and colleague and is the Chief Experience Officer for the Empower 360 Foundation. So welcome, Danielle. Thanks for being with us today.
Thank you, Rob, for the introduction. And it's great to be with you all today and share a little bit about my story, how Rob mentioned it not only has impacted me personally, but professionally as well. And in light of the conversation at hand, talking about the opioid crisis, there's also a personal connection that I wanted to touch on today and hopefully a call to action for all of us. So next slide. So you saw in the video earlier that they played a snapshot of my journey as a patient, but let me transport you back right now to June 2017 at George Washington University Hospital, here where I live in Washington, DC. This was my journey. I entered the hospital in an emergent condition for ruptured AVM, and you can see that in the top middle picture. That big red ball was actually where the AVM had ruptured. I had lived with this condition my entire life and had no idea that I had had a ticking time bomb in my head since I was born. So when it ruptured that Monday morning, I was not by any means prepared for the journey that was to lie ahead, and much less prepared for where that journey has taken me and why I'm sitting here today. So the bottom middle picture is probably the catalyst for the entire journey, which was the first time I tried on a virtual reality headset. And that's not a doctored image. That's actually a real image of me using it for the first time in my hospital bed. As the video stated, and I stated in the video, my surgeon walks in with a consult and a headset and asked if I was ready to fly. And I looked at him like he was a little bit crazy and that he should probably be the one in the bed, because here I am with a brain bleed and you're asking me to fly. It didn't make much sense. But the second I put on the headset, I was transported into this vista of my brain where I actually got to see the entire pathology right up close. I was able to fly around with a Superman view, all powered by the company Surgical Theater, to see in 360 degrees exactly what my plan of surgery was going to be, and how the doctor was prepared and had rehearsed my surgery, which gave me full confidence in my medical team that this wasn't their first rodeo. The picture on the left is post-operatively, the swelling. They actually had to break part of my cheekbone and my jaw right here to get in to remove the AVM. So lots of swelling. And then the picture on the right is me coming back immediately from surgery. And I'm heavily sedated in that picture, but giving a thumbs up because obviously it was a success. Next slide. So where has this journey taken me? Well, from that moment in my hospital bed, I wasn't at all thinking of the fact that virtual reality would change my professional life. But it became very apparent after I left the hospital and GW called and asked me to be featured for their NBC commercial, actually showing the power of virtual reality technology. And Surgical Theater started to ask me to speak at different events for them around the country, where I actually first met Dr. Lewis in Dallas, Texas, where we spoke at a Technion event. It became apparent that this was my life mission, to put in the hands of patients all around the globe access to these virtual reality technologies, but not just for surgical planning, across the entire medical care continuum. And so Empower 360 was formed. And Empower 360 is a foundation based with my business partner out of Los Angeles, Diana Judovitz, which exists to transform patient engagement, providing vital funds to facilitate access to the most advanced virtual and augmented reality 360-degree medical technology, regardless of socioeconomic status. Next slide. So we do this in a number of ways. We provide grants, which we'll touch on in a minute, to encourage the use, to subsidize the costs, and to reduce the barriers to entry, both for the institutions and then also for the providers and payers. We empower doctors to champion innovation, much like Rob Lewis has, which we actually endowed him as a chair at Hope, the Empower 360 chair, to which we could not be more proud of the work that he's done deploying across the entire medical care continuum, all different types of virtual reality technologies that are benefiting patients' lives on a daily basis, just like mine. We raise funds from visionary philanthropists and charitable foundations. I will say with COVID, this model has shifted quite a bit, and we've been exploring new ways and new business models of how to continue to be able to give grants, but with a self-sustaining model of funding coming in, to which we'll touch on at a later point, not in this particular talk, but stay tuned. We always welcome, like Thomas was saying earlier, strategic partnerships. There's many playing in this field. We've met many of you, but if we haven't connected yet, I would encourage you to reach out. I'm always open to a Zoom meeting, hopefully in the near future, an in-person meeting. We want to support the work that you do. We want to help it advance. We want to build the public awareness around it. And then lastly, we aim to inspire patients to share their stories, to build collective communities with their family members, their caregivers, their medical team. We want to show these stories, just like mine, of how VR and AR is transforming patients' lives, both inpatient and at home in the era of COVID, and how we can continue to grow and collaborate together so that patients around the globe have access. Next slide. So we touched on this a little bit earlier, that we give grants, but the first being, and there's one that's actually not listed here, institutional grants. So this is for the sheer purpose of transforming patient engagement through institutional innovation. Our goal is to empower nonprofit medical institutions with resources that will enable them to subsidize costs associated with VR and AR 360 medical technology. We want to be able to have patients have access to these technologies, but have it come from an institutional level where there's buy-in from the top. and we want to help facilitate that. We award grants on funding to institutions who have previously demonstrated initiative in the areas of patient engagement and who are looking to further expand their VR and AR medical innovation and empowerment programs throughout the hospital. Our leadership grants, and that's actually Dr. Lewis in the headset there with Hogue logo behind him, but our endowment fell under a leadership grant, which is really given to transform patient engagement, noticing that it requires individual leadership, like in the case of Dr. Lewis. So our goal with these grants is to empower doctors and other medical professionals with resources that will enable them to facilitate innovation using VR and AR medical technology. We award grants to individuals who have a proven track record and who are also pioneering new fields within the VR and AR space. Our research grants are pretty self-explanatory, but whether it's for research that has previously been conducted, novel research that has been yet to be conducted, or following a study that is looking at something entirely different that has never been done before, we provide grants at all different types of stages. So whether you think about that with a for-profit business model, think of us as seed funders, Series A funders, and B funders, but from a nonprofit grants perspective. The research areas that we're incredibly interested in, and this is not an all-inclusive list, are pain management, cognitive training, helping to facilitate specific procedural anxiety reduction, physical therapy, PTSD and the whole mental health spectrum, behavior modification, patient and family engagement, surgical planning, medical education, and treating addiction. And one that's not listed here, which in light of COVID, actually probably not as applicable right now, but for visionary grants. Much like this conference right here, we recognize that surgeons and doctors and nurses who take the time to actually speak at these conferences, and I'm sorry, institutional and for-profit company leadership as well, who take the time to speak at conferences to build public awareness, we want to make that as easy and as for them as possible and facilitate that as well. So for travel expenses in the near future when COVID allows, or for additional expenses incurred, visionary grants can be applied for to cover some of this cost so that we can continue to build momentum and create public awareness. Next slide. So this slide we're going to spend a minute on because in light of this conference and Dr. Lewis's focus on pain management and how opioids are not the end-all be-all answer and there are alternative solutions. I created this slide because every single person on this slide is a very good friend of mine from Atlanta who I have buried within the past 8 years. From the left, we have Chris, Hawkins, Michelle, Stephen, Ryan, Jordan, Matthew, and Sam. All of their lives could have been different. They may still be here with us today if the evolution of VR as a augment to traditional opioid use could have been more widely adopted, accepted, and deployed. So for me personally, I feel very strongly about this mission. I hope that if there's a conversation to be had, you will reach out because my goal and my mission is to make a world where VR is another alternative. It's another tool in the toolbox to be used in lieu of traditional opioids and things that took, quite frankly, all of these friends of mine away. So I'm just incredibly grateful for the opportunity to speak and to share a little bit about my patient journey, to share, my heart for this. And I would ask you, please, again, reach out. Would love to have a conversation with you and see how we can move forward with making these technologies more widely adopted and accepted.
Thank you so much, Danielle, and that especially underscoring the personal relationships that we all have to some of the people that are struggling and challenged dealing with the opiate pandemic and also dealing with the vagaries of stress and life in general. And thank you for your personal commitment to helping us all move forward in this arena. It's very key. I'd like now to introduce Bob Fine, who will be our next speaker. Bob is the founder of the International Virtual Reality and Healthcare Association, IVRA. Bob, well, you know, I think it's important for me to just tell you why I think Bob has been instrumental in helping us move the field forward. We need community. I think it's very difficult if we're working in separate academic groups, if we're working in separate small businesses or larger businesses, in different sectors of medicine, dealing with technology. It could be very frustrating, very lonely, and very isolating if we don't have a way to get to know each other. And Bob, through his work with IVRA, the community together is just made such a difference. We've had some amazing conferences. We've had some amazing workshops. We meet monthly now with a conference phone call. And I think we're addressing some of the common challenges that everybody involved in this ecosystem is addressing. How best to deploy the technology safely, how best to address issues of intertwining new technology into the ecosystem of a clinical setting or a hospital, how to address regulatory issues and reimbursement issues. So, Bob, thank you very much for your strong contributions. I'm very much looking forward to hearing your presentation.
Well, Walter, thank you so much for that very, very kind introduction. I just before I get started, I want to first just thank Hoag Hospital for having me today. It's actually a great privilege among all these other amazing and fantastic presenters. But I also want to, commend, as some have already have, both Rob from Hoag and but also Dr. Spiegel from Cedars-Sinai. I think in the position I am in, I do get to see at a global level what's going on, and they are really leaders at a hospital level, and not just in terms of their internal interactions, but also pushing events like this and really helping with the education which is needed. But they are both doing more than I've seen any other hospitals do yet to date from an overall standpoint. And Walter, thank you as well for your support in helping me build this association. And you've got the acronym right, IVRA. So we're gonna make that stick. So next slide, please. Just a brief background about me. I spent first half of my career as a systems and sales engineer in a lot of telecom and wireless work, quite a bit around the world. Started traveling right out of college, and all of my work has had a strong international component, and have had the opportunity to work at both large corporate organizations and some small startups as well. And then for 10 years, I had a dream job in which I was the global director of IT for a large conservation nonprofit, Conservation International, here based in Washington, and had the opportunity. I built out their global IT network in 40 countries and traveled overseas half the time for about 10 years. So I'm not missing any travel due to COVID. I had enough for a couple of lifetimes. Next slide. Right after that stint with Conservation International, back by happenstance, 11 years ago now, I ended up organizing what turned out to be the first conference about social media on the East Coast, of all things. And we now, it is so ingrained in our culture today and our politics and everything. But 11 years ago, Facebook and Twitter particularly were very, very new, and everyone was still kind of finding different uses for it. And we ended up launching a print magazine about it, which did very well for a few years, and was focused on that for a solid 6 years. So next slide. But shortly after the Oculus Kickstarter got bought by Facebook, which is now back in 2015, early 2016, people were talking about social VR as a very early application. And so that's kind of where I started looking at VR again from the social media digital marketing lens 5 years ago. I'm also a longtime video gamer, so I've always kept an eye on VR from a gaming aspect. And I just started experimenting and doing different one-day events in VR and trying to see where the interest was from a sector perspective. So everything from VR and architecture to VR and defense, the impact of VR in for good efforts, social impact efforts. But we did this first VR and healthcare event 4 years ago here in Washington at George Washington University Hospital. I didn't know Walter really at the time, but he was gracious enough to do a remote keynote, which went over well, and we had 100 people in the room. And of those experimental events, it was probably the most successful and had the most interest and opportunity. So working very closely with Walter, we put together the second conference that we held at Harvard Medical School the following year. And we had over 250 attendees. And it was the largest event I had ever put on. And we had 6 tracks, which was 3 tracks too many, but it was just an amazing event. And I think really helped bring a lot of the community together. And so around that period, I then made the decision that healthcare was the sector I wanted to focus on. I have a little bit of a biology background in environmental science, but really don't come from the healthcare sector. So it has been come from a nonprofit sector and experience, and healthcare is such a unique market beast. Compared to anything else from a business standpoint, and just brings so many unique issues, and opportunities as well. And then we've been doing an annual conference in Europe now. We were going to be having our 3rd annual conference this year, but had to unfortunately cancel that due to COVID. And we are planning our 5th annual conference, global conference for next year. Next slide. So in March 2019, we formally launched the association at our 3rd annual conference at the University of Arizona with these 40 founding member organizations. And very honestly, ever since that, it has just been absolutely nonstop. And we are, as of today, we're at about 90 member organizations. And from the beginning, have taken an approach to try to build the association from the standpoint of building it so it's representative of the healthcare ecosystem. So it isn't just about the VR startups working in the space, but it is actually about having all of the different parties at the table, teaching hospitals, universities, primary care hospitals like Hoag, research institutions like CABI and NHS and NIH, and also trying to bring in government regulatory early discussions happening with the FDA, because it is such a complicated sector. I believe it is requiring all these companies to want to work together, including the payers, to come up with a solution that satisfies everybody, because it's just not, you just can't take the product and go to market and not worry about who's going to pay for it. Does it require regulatory approval? What kind of data is necessary to prove to the healthcare community that your product is effective? So it's been great from that standpoint. Next slide. What I've been trying to do for the last couple of years from a presentation standpoint and talking about the association and the market in general is, from my own personal viewpoint and experience, I think it's a long journey. It's not a market for your typical Silicon Valley startup that might go, IPO in 2, 3, or 4 years. Getting the healthcare market is slow to change, both from a technology standpoint, particularly, and it's going to be a generational change, not much different from mobile phones. But again, the iPhone really didn't become the mainstream device it is until maybe 5, 6 years ago, which was 10 years after it was launched in 2006. Next slide. And so an important reality, next, is that 99% of the healthcare community is not aware of and does not really understand virtual reality. The people here today are in the 1% or less. Actually, I was just meeting somebody yesterday by chance who works on Capitol Hill as a lobbyist in the pharma industry. And when I was trying to explain, that I do stuff in virtual reality in healthcare, it was like I was speaking a foreign language. And so next slide. Next slide. So just again, to keep this all in perspective, healthcare makes up 20% of our economy. It's a top 5 issue in the election this year. It's a huge amount of area that we have to cover from an education standpoint. Next. And it's just going to take a significant amount of time and effort to educate the marketplace. And that includes patients, that includes practitioners, that includes the payers, and that includes the regulators. So is that 5 years, 10 years, or 15 years? Somewhere around there. But it's going to happen at different rates, and it's going to happen with different applications. But we are seeing VR development happening in all arrays of healthcare, as Walter alluded to in his presentation. And it is, absolutely fascinating what people are trying and experimenting. Not necessarily that all those things will be successful, but you're not going to find what's successful without the experimentation. Next slide. And I think, virtual reality from a consumer awareness standpoint did turn a corner this time last year with the release of the first Oculus Quest headset in May of 2019. It was a big holiday item last year, and if you wanted a headset for Christmas last year, you could not get one. And if you wanted a headset when COVID hit from January through April this year, you could not get one. So it's definitely gaining ground from a gaming standpoint. But through that, other people are slowly seeing the other types of applications it's available for. And Oculus just released the Quest 2, which is shipping next week, and I think will be another big holiday item, and will be competing for people's dollars against a PlayStation and an Xbox this year. But hopefully people over time will, and thankfully, even though Facebook is not fully embracing the enterprise sector and healthcare directly, there are apps on the Quest available now that are helping in the meditation state, a health and wellness standpoint. AARP's application was just launched there. There are a couple of other great meditation apps on there. So it is happening, but it's just happening at a very slow pace and a little bit at a time. Next slide. So what's our focus for the next few years? Education, education, and more education. Next slide. This past August, we actually did a free online event that was a week long, and we had 47 presentations from the majority were from the membership, presenting their products or their applications. And that is all available online at no cost on demand with that URL. And we had over 1,000 attendees. I was extremely pleased with the turnout. And and this is what we see as part of our education effort. Next slide. As I mentioned, we're planning our fifth annual conference next March, and yesterday the slide said Nashville on it, and unfortunately, and announcing here for the first time, making the really difficult decision that where we are with COVID today, early March is just not going to be feasible for an in-person event next year. Unfortunately, I just don't think our exhibitors and enough travelers and speakers will be, even if the vaccine is out before the end of the year, we're not going to see widespread adoption for 4 or 5, 6 months. So, but we are going to move forward with it with the same dates, and it will be online and it will be in VR. And we're going to make a very concerted effort to make this a very accessible and attended event in VR, so people get that experience of knowing what at least having a virtual conference can be like in VR. And it's a very, very different experience from a 2D online event like Zoom. Not that there's anything wrong with that, just very different and a different type of experience. So we are currently accepting submissions for that. And if you're interested, please use that URL there. Next slide. And then lastly, an event I started 4 years ago, really as an educational piece as well, is we've established virtualrealityday.org, which and each year it's gotten a little bigger. And the last couple of years we've had more than 50 cities participate. It's scheduled to be the last Saturday before Black Friday. Idea being try to get people excited about VR. Maybe they'll buy a headset. So this year it will be on Saturday, November 21st. Because of COVID, we are going to do an online event only, just one event in AltSpace VR, which has been a great partner. They are owned by Microsoft today. And it will be a 24-hour round-the-clock event. And the last 2 years, we've had 1,400 attendees. And I hope we'll have a similar turnout. And then last slide. And just my contact information. I try to make myself extremely accessible, and if you have any questions or about anything, please don't hesitate. I relish the role of trying to connect the community, trying to make more partnerships happen, which I think we've been doing a good job of the last year, and seeing it happen on a daily basis. And when we can get the startups working more with the hospitals, working more with the universities, getting clinical trials going, I think it just helps to push the industry forward as much as we can. So with that, thank you.
Thanks so much, Bob, and thanks for all the work that you do to helping us as physicians and clinicians get the word out there about the potential and value of many of these virtual reality treatments. It's critical to have, as you said, us working together as a team with physicians and hospital systems, with companies and patients and organizations to really spread the word about some of these available treatments. Because as we mentioned, for the treatment of pain alone, there's so much evidence and data to support the use of virtual reality that it's really just a matter of awareness now is the only major barrier stopping widespread implementation of these treatments. So again, I'm thankful to all the speakers from the morning, for Walter Greenleaf and Dr. Spiegel, Bob and Danielle, and my partner here, Thomas. And with that, we're going to go to our lunch break. I'll give you guys a little bit of extra time for lunch, and then we'll come back at 12:30. And the afternoon is going to be structured a little bit differently, using our model of deploy, research, and develop. The talks in the afternoon are going to be broken up into different segments, during which additional expert speakers will discuss where the evidence stands in each of these categories for pain, for acute pain, for chronic pain, and how many clinicians at different institutions are putting these principles into practice across the world. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back at 12:30. Thank you. Everybody, hope you guys were able to have a real lunch instead of a virtual one, but we are excited for the afternoon and the presentations we have lined up this afternoon. The majority of the afternoon is going to be focused around virtual reality for the treatment of chronic pain. Able to have a real lunch instead of a virtual one, but we are excited for the afternoon and the presentations we have lined up this afternoon. Sorry, just a bit of a problem with the audio there. We're looking forward to the afternoon where we're going to be spending the majority of the time focused on virtual reality applications for the treatment of acute and chronic pain. And we've got a wide array of experts lined up to discuss this. And we're going to be breaking this up into different sections. And you're going to see from the experts presenting why we have chosen to put pain in the deploy category, meaning we are wide scale utilizing VR across our hospital system. And with that, I'll turn it over to Walter Greenleaf.
Well, thank you, Rob. And it's really a great pleasure to be asked to introduce Hunter Hoffman, Dr. Hunter Hoffman. I've known Hunter for, Hunter probably more than 15 years. And I've always viewed you as really the founder of the field when it comes to VR and pain issues, but also you're a major figure when it comes to VR, post-traumatic stress, and a few other areas. You're the director of the Virtual Reality Research Center at the Human Photonics Lab at the University of Washington, Department of Mechanical Engineering in Seattle, and you're affiliate faculty at the University of Washington Departments of Radiology and UW Department of Psychology. And I know you're a very, very busy person. So excited to hear about your pioneering work, bringing us up to speed on what you're working on lately, but also I hope you trust upon some of the foundational work that you used to start to kick the field off with. So very happy to have you here with us, Hunter.
My pleasure. Thank you so much. So I want to introduce, and thanks to Dr. Lewis. So here you see some of the other people on our team, of course, a big interdisciplinary team that's a collaboration between the VR researchers and the medical providers. Dave Patterson and Walter Meyer in particular. Next slide, please. And the NIH.
I was on fire. I couldn't see to unbuckle my seatbelt or open the door. I believe my guardian angel just took me out of the truck.
First Lieutenant Samuel Brown survived an attack on his Humvee in southern Afghanistan, but he would then have to endure rounds of surgery, skin grafts, and painful skin stretching.
This is a battle that's going to take years to get back to being how it was prior to this.
But while Brown's body fights that battle, virtual reality technology lets his brain enjoy hurling snowballs to the music of Paul Simon. University of Washington researchers Hunter Hoffman and David Patterson designed the virtual reality game Snow World to occupy burn patients' minds during painful wound cleaning or physical therapy.
Snow World's the opposite of fire, snowy, cold. It's supposed to cancel out and help distract them from remembering their original injury.
Their previous research showed that not only do patients report less pain in Snow World, MRI scans show it reduces the brain's pain signals. Brown's doctors see real improvement.
What we saw was marked improvement in the range of motion that we were able to achieve, and most importantly, an increased level of comfort.
As published in the Journal of Cybertherapy and Rehabilitation, the soldiers even report a fun quotient.
I spent some time growing up out in Colorado skiing during the winters and stuff, so, if anything, it sort of brings back some of those memories.
A cool escape for a war hero putting the pieces back together. I'm Brad Close.
And I just wanted to disclose I'm on the scientific advisory. Next slide, please. So this talk is, I've used virtual reality for a pretty wide range of different painful medical procedures. This talk, I'll focus on burn patients. Burn wound care is some of the most painful ever. So when the burn patients are just lying around in their hospital beds, as you can see in this graph, most patients' pain is well controlled by pain medications. Next slide. But these same patients during wound cleaning exercise, when they get their wounds cleaned, which they have to have done often on a daily basis, especially for the large burns, to clean away the dead skin that's sloughing off and keep it from getting infected. Most patients, even with strong, very powerful pain medications, most patients report severe to excruciating pain during the wound care. Next slide, please. In the late 1990s, Patterson and I started using virtual reality during wound care. Here's a patient getting staples removed from his skin graft, and the helmet was 8 pounds. You can see that helmet. So as Walter Greenleaf mentioned earlier, this system was a $90,000 VR system. There's an interesting story behind this image ending up on the cover of Pain, but I'll save that for another time. Next slide, please. So here is Snow World. This is, as you saw in the video, Snow World's specifically designed for burn patients. A lot of patients reported that the wound care reminded them of when they were in the fire, when they were burned originally. So we deliberately made Snow World to be the opposite, to take their mind away from, so they don't think about fire, in addition to distracting them from their pain. So there's a lot of psychological influences that amplify how much pain the patients experience. So anxiety, expectations of pain has been shown to actually increase nociceptive signals coming into the brain, and Dr. Fields showed that in some mice studies. So we're using, the beauty is that psychological treatments can be used against the pain instead of for the pain. Next slide, please. Here's a child with Dr. Patterson and I were lucky to work with Walter Meyer at Shriners Hospital for Children in Galveston, Texas, where they treat these enormous children with enormous burns, average burn size of 40%. A lot of these patients, 30 years ago wouldn't have survived. Now they survive, but they have to go through a lot of different painful wound care procedures. Here's a woman, nurse, doing physical therapy, skin stretching, range of motion exercises with a young child, pediatric patient. And it was pretty interesting. He took a break, and when he was coming back, he said something in Spanish. A lot of these patients are from Mexico, Central and South America, where they have really severe burns, and they bring them up to Galveston. The kid said something in Spanish. I asked the nurse, what did he say? And she translated, "Watch out, penguins." So when he was coming back to get more physical therapy, he was excited, thinking about the Snow World and not about how painful it was going to be. Next slide, please. Just one other example, with the physical therapy, we had a patient that was a rebellious teenager, and we had him do physical therapy with no VR and then with VR. After the no VR, he rated his pain. Then we put him in virtual reality for the same stretching exercise. And then we asked him to rate his pain. He threw the pain ratings across the table, and he said, "How the hell do I know what my pain was? I was in virtual reality. You guys don't know what you're doing." Next slide. Okay, so that's one of the patients from Brooks Army Medical Center in San Antonio, with soldiers with combat-related burn injuries. So a lot of the soldiers U.S. soldiers in Afghanistan and Iraq were burned from improvised explosive devices. And we did a study with combat-related burn injuries during wound care. So they did part of the wound care with VR and part without VR. And we showed big reductions in how much time you spent thinking about pain, the cognitive component. Pain and pleasantness dropped significantly, pain intensity. And one of the interesting original questions that I came up with was, how much fun did you have during wound care? Which is a pretty controversial question to be asking burn patients. And they were not happy to answer that during the no VR condition. So one guy looked up at me and he said, "Does this look like it's fun?" But interestingly, during VR, now they understand what you're doing, and most of them rated wound care was pretty fun as a surrogate measure of positive affect. Next slide, please. One challenge to, especially in the early century, this was around 2004, we were still using these highly electricity demanding VR systems, and we wanted to use VR in the tank room, but we were afraid to use it. So I came up with this fiber optic image delivery system. Luckily, I work at a mechanical engineering department in optical engineering. So my friends helped me design and build this, and fiber optic image delivery system with 1.6 tiny little glass fibers brought the images from Snow World to the patient in the form of photons instead of electrons. And next slide, please. This was, honestly, the nurses were not happy with how big those hoses were in the first system. So we had to come up with a portable system that we could take with us and clean. And here is a picture of the one we ended up with at Shriners Galveston. It was about 10 years later. So this is one that we're currently using in several studies funded by the National Institutes of Health. This is a child getting wound cleaning in the hydro tank room with water nearby. The VR goggles are suspended near the patient's eyes without physically touching the patient. So a lot of these patients with especially large burns often have burns on their face and head that make it challenging to wear a helmet. Also, as you can see here, the patients are often laying on their backs, and the VR helmets are not designed for patients. They're designed for people who are sitting or standing, the conventional ones. So this helmet here, just to give you kind of an idea of how fast things have changed, this helmet was in 2013, we bought the goggles for $35,600. These were military quality goggles. That's how much you had to pay if you wanted a wide field of view goggles. We were going in here to these extremely painful procedures, and we just, brought out the big guns and used the best equipment we could get our hands on. Now you can, as you know, get a similar helmet for $300. So next slide, please. That study at Shriners, despite the challenges and the high pain levels, this recent study, and we showed large reductions in pain and increases in fun with N is 48 burn patients with severe burns averaging 40% burns. Next slide, please. I've also done a number of laboratory pain studies. There was already research showing what parts of the brain became active during pain stimuli. And these are the 5 regions of the brain typically associated with acute pain. This little square thing is a thermal stimulator that's computer controlled to deliver painful but tolerable temperatures that are safe, but you can use them to study pain in the laboratory. Next slide, please. And like the water-friendly system, the magnet is unfriendly to conventional VR goggles. So Jeff Magula and I and Eric Seibel designed this fiber optic system that you could use in a brain scanner. Next slide. Here's a picture of what it looks like from the patient's view. Next slide, please. We showed that during no virtual reality, the patients, these are healthy volunteers, brains lit up like a Christmas tree. And these same people, when they played Snow World during the other part of their brain scan, they showed significant reductions in pain. And you can see the reductions were very large. Usually, for all 5 regions of the brain showed significant reductions, and most of the reductions were 50% or more. Next slide, please. Like Dr. Lewis, I've been very interested in how does VR compare to opioid analgesia. We did a small study with, I think it was 9 volunteers received opioids on one day and no opioids on the other day. And they received VR versus no VR during brain scans. We found the take-home message was VR reduced pain as much as a moderate dose of hydromorphone, and combined VR and opioids reduced pain the most. One thing I found interesting was VR was rated as fun and opioids was not. Very low ratings of how fun opioids were. Next slide. So I'm nearing the end of my talk. This is one of the new studies that we just published this year, I think, is using eye tracking. So one of the challenges we came up with the severely burned children was a lot of them had bilateral burns of their hands and either didn't want to use the mouse or were unable to use the mouse to interact with Snow World. We've shown in previous laboratory studies that interactivity significantly increases analgesic effectiveness. Wide field of view, we've also isolated as one of the factors. Here we used interactivity with eye movements. Next slide, please. With help from one of my friends from MIT, he created Snow Canyon, and this is kind of like Snow World, but it allows eye tracking. Next slide, please. This is Wired magazine. I thought that was pretty cool how they put the goggles in there like one of the tools of the doctors. Next slide. And we're, like Brandon and many of the other people, VR is getting a lot of attention. Here's an example. It was on the cover of the American Psychological Association monitor last year, September. And next slide, please. And very recently, it was really exciting to have one of our patients in this National Geographic special issue on pain that came out in January 2020. And they subsequently were so interested in our patient that they did a follow-up story solely on our patient, which went in, wildly praised the University of Washington for a number of different medical expertise. So it's a good way to draw positive attention to your hospital. So next slide, please. Here's a picture of me they took, which has a river running through my heart, Snow World. Next slide. And this is thank you to Dr. Lewis. And here's my academic website from the University of Washington. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Hunter. Great talk. I love the work, with the fMRIs because, as a neurosurgeon, we're kind of used to looking at those images and this isn't something that can be kind of faked. If the patient's experiencing that, it's going to show up. It's going to be detected on the fMRI based on increased blood flow to those areas. So, as a surgeon that thinks kind of structurally, to see those images and see that the significant decrease is really powerful. It's based on a lot of this work that, even now in California, as Thomas mentioned earlier, the California Hospital Compare has a designation as an opioid safe hospital, and that Hoag was working towards. And that one of the top criteria for that is utilization of alternative therapies other than opiates, and one of them is virtual reality. And you have to deploy it in multiple sites throughout the hospital, including the ED. So I think we're all on the right track here as far as trying to raise awareness. With that, I'll transition to our next speaker. Dr. Beth Darnell is Associate Professor at Stanford University in the Departments of Anesthesiology, Perioperative, and Pain Medicine. She directs the Stanford Pain Relief Innovations Lab and leads NIH and PCORI-funded clinical trials that broadly investigate behavioral medicine for acute and chronic pain, including a multi-state trial on voluntary patient-centered prescription opioid reduction. In addition, she has twice briefed U.S. Congress on opioid and the pain crisis and has provided testimony to the FDA on iatrogenic harms associated with opioid tapering. She's a scientific member of the NIH Interagency Pain Research Coordinating Committee and is an appointed member of the CDC Opioid Work Group. We're happy to have Dr. Beth Darnell. Welcome, Beth.
Oh, thank you. Okay, hopefully everyone can hear me. Perfect. Okay, great. Thank you, Dr. Lewis. And I'm just really pleased to be here today, and thank you for all the organizers. Next slide, please. So chronic pain is a major problem in the United States, with up to 1 in 3 individuals living with some type of ongoing pain. It's highly impactful really across the world. We don't have higher rates of chronic pain in the United States, although we do see different treatment patterns, with the United States being a little more focused on medications than other countries. But it has a tremendous impact on quality of life, confers suffering, and is a leading cause of disability. Next slide, please. And so what we've seen in the United States is universally multiple government agencies, institutes really calling for better integration of behavioral medicine into pain care pathways so that we're treating pain comprehensively and we're treating pain best. Next slide, please. And despite these multiple calls over the last 10 years for better integration, what we see is that pain remains treated primarily as a biomedical symptom or a biomedical problem. Next slide, please. And this really flies in the face of what we know about pain, how it's best treated, and even the very definition of pain. So this is the definition of pain from the International Association for the Study of Pain. This is a striated version of a very long definition, but essentially a noxious sensory and emotional experience. And so I always like to draw people's attention to that second half of the definition, because that's where psychology lies. That's where our individual experience lies. And this is also a huge opportunity for us. Next slide. So what was nicely touched on in Dr. Hoffman's presentation is that pain is tremendously complex and individual, and it's impacted by a whole host of factors that are fundamentally psychosocial in nature. And so that we see that all of these different types of factors, the context in which we experience pain, the meaning that we give it, our thoughts, our feelings, our mood, social factors, racial bias, all of these different factors have the ability to modulate our pain and to impact what we call descending modulation, or top-down control of pain. Next slide, please. And so when we have a pattern of these factors at play, they have the ability, if the pattern is negative, if we have negative expectations for pain, if we have low mood, if we have a host of factors that combine and are enduring or long-term, they impact our long-term descending modulation of pain, or our control over our pain experience. And we see that when we have poor descending pain modulation, it's associated with a host of negative outcomes. Unsurprisingly, increased pain intensity, but also influences our the outcomes for pain treatments, and it even predicts the development of chronic pain. So highly important that we understand more about these factors at the individual level. Next slide, please. And this was a study conducted at Stanford, led by my colleagues, and we see that there's also an unhelpful pattern of thoughts, emotion, and responses to pain itself changes the way the brain functions, so that it becomes shaped towards being more attuned to pain and more responsive to pain once pain is detected. So it sort of sets up a reinforcing cycle of anticipating pain, being more responsive to it, and that this in and of itself can maintain the pain experience. Next slide. So what's really needed is for us to better characterize the needs of each individual who's experiencing pain, to apply a precision approach to their treatment, to identify the modifiable therapeutic targets, and then equip individuals so that they have enhanced pain control. Next slide, please. So if we're able to identify some of these patterns of unhelpful thoughts and emotions, we can directly target those factors. And this is important because, as has been described previously, they essentially share real estate in the brain with the same regions of the brain that are associated with pain processing. So we can de-amplify. Next slide, please. And the way that we primarily do this in behavioral medicine is through evidence-based treatments that are delivered individually or in group format. Cognitive behavioral therapy for pain, CBT being considered the gold standard. It's got the most evidence behind it, about 4 decades of science behind CBT for chronic pain. And the way that it's delivered is usually in 2-hour sessions, group-based sessions delivered over weeks and weeks. So 8, 10, or 11 weeks of time. And individuals learn a whole host of information, acquire skills, apply those skills, and are able to discuss them with the group. Next slide, please. And it's efficacious, so much so that this working group, this expert working group for the Lancet on chronic low back pain, put forward that education and cognitive behavioral therapy should be first-line treatments for low back pain, not the treatments of last resort or what to try when other things are failing, but really we need to be shifting how we're treating chronic pain and putting this front and center, these behavioral treatments. Next slide. So that we can help move an individual such as this gentleman who's saying, there's nothing I can do about my pain. I know it's only going to get worse. Next slide, please. And help someone move more to a space of saying, okay, I have pain and there are several things I can do right now to soothe myself, to help myself feel better. This is where we want to help our patients become empowered to better control the impacts of their pain and to be able to shift their attention away from pain, feeling helpless about it and focusing on what they can do to help themselves instead. And this is incredibly important. I call pain our harm alarm. It's designed to get our attention, and it can really grab our attention and hold it. And in response to pain, it naturally elicits distress. People naturally want to escape pain. This is normal and natural, but these responses that pain naturally elicits, once pain becomes chronic, they're no longer helpful. And if we don't address them, they can actually serve to continue to amplify distress and to entrench some of these unhelpful patterns that actually serve to maintain and lead to the progression of pain. Next slide, please. And so while we're all born with the understanding of wanting to get away from pain, wanting to escape pain, we're all born with that motivation to escape pain. We're not born with the knowledge or the skill set for how to modulate pain. This must be learned. And this is really what occurs with behavioral medicine, where we help move people from a state of agitation and distress about pain. We help them learn how to calm their nervous system. And this in and of itself is not only analgesic, but it actually dampens processing in the central nervous system, pain processing. So this person, I don't know if this video is actually playing here. Doesn't look like it is. So I'm just going to describe what this video would show, which is on the left-hand side, you see negative pain mindset. This is an individual who would be focusing on their pain and worrying about it, having trouble disengaging from their pain experience. And then in real time, this is using real-time fMRI, we have that same person use some of their skills to be able to calm their nervous system, disengage from pain. And what we can see in real time is the dampening of the pain processing in the nervous system. So this is a really powerful image to share with patients and participants who may be wondering, how does this work and why is this important? Because what we're equipping people with is a skill set to alter how their brain is functioning, directly translate translating into their pain experience. Next slide, please. But of course, we're not interested in just helping people learn how to improve descending modulation in the moment. We want to get people lasting results. And this is where regular skills use comes in, where when people use behavioral medicine over time, they're using a self-regulatory skill set that then becomes essentially second nature. They're entraining positive neural patterns, and they're extinguishing those negative patterns that reinforce pain. Next slide, please. And this was a really cool study showing how this operates on the central nervous system, both in terms of function and structure. And so in this study conducted by David Semenowitz and Magdalena Naylor, they scanned the brains of people with chronic pain before and after they received an 11-week CBT skills-based program. And what they found was that pre-treatment, people with chronic pain evidenced volumetric deficits in the regions of the brain associated with pain control. And just 11 weeks later, after they went through the skills training and they're using the skills over those 11 weeks, they demonstrated substantially increased volumetric increases in the regions of the brain associated with pain control, those same regions. And that increased gray matter volume correlated with a patient report of decreased pain, and it directly correlated with them completing various forms that demonstrated that they had better self-regulation of thoughts and emotions. So this is pretty exciting. I mean, people can literally rewire over the course of 11 weeks. And so this is, changing, altering structure and function, entrenched patterns that may have been in place for years or even decades for some people. So this is really exciting. Next slide, please. And of course, the problem is that as cool as this is and as great as the results are, very few people have access to 8, 10, 11 weeks of cognitive behavioral therapy. It's incredibly burdensome, it's costly. Most of our patients can't get access to it. So there's a practical barrier. Next slide, please. And so this is really where home-based VR comes in, where it's an exciting new venue, a new way to translate this evidence-based behavioral medicine into a format where people can self-treat at home, greatly expanding their access to low-risk, low-cost treatment we know that works. Next slide, please. So this was a study that we did at Applied VR. These are some of the colleagues on this study. This was the first study to examine a skills-based behavioral medicine program for people with chronic pain. And this published in JMIR Formative Research just a few months ago. Next slide, please. And so essentially, this is a virtual trial. So we enrolled people from around the United States who had chronic back pain or fibromyalgia. And that was the patient population, so just broadly adults with those pain conditions. And this was a randomized controlled trial. So they came into the study and they were randomized to receive either skills-based virtual reality for chronic pain, or they received the same treatment delivered in audio-only format. So it's really the majority of the program, although they can't receive certain elements of the treatment that would have involved description of visual elements. But the majority of the program delivered in audio only. And so this is a really rigorous test because often in sort of comparative effectiveness or comparative efficacy studies, people aren't comparing the exact same treatment delivered two different ways. So it's active treatment. And next slide, please. And so there were 97 people enrolled, and this was a 21-day program where people engaged with the skills. And here you can see the different types of skills that were involved with the VR program. So CBT-based skills. There's also just really core elements to pain management with the dynamic breathing or diaphragmatic breathing, and also some mindfulness principles as well. Next slide, please. Okay, so this shows you one of the modules in the virtual reality program. You can see this one here is actually providing pain education, so people learn about pain, how it's processed. And then we have these interactive elements where, now this is of course swimming with dolphins. This is just a relaxing, peaceful one, but a couple of these, both the tree elements as well as the pond element, those were interoceptive modules where an individual is immersed in the VR environment, and the device is responsive to a person's physiologic indices and is able to provide an enhanced biofeedback experience, so that as a person is calming their nervous system, the elements in the environment are calming in tandem with them, while a voiceover is reinforcing those elements to them. So in this first RCT of the skills-based program, again, comparing audio only to virtual reality, what you see here, this is one of the data slides for comparing the two groups, and you see a downward trend for pain intensity for both groups, basically pre-treatment to 21-day end of treatment. And that's really unsurprising because remember, these are two active groups, but what you'll observe is we had superiority for the virtual reality, suggesting that the immersive effects of VR really confer superior benefit for symptom reduction, this one being pain intensity. Next slide, please. And then this one here, data slide looking at activity interference over time, same trends, but downward trend for both, improvement, but superior improvement for virtual reality. Next slide, please. So we looked at a range of factors, specifically looking at the basically how pain interfered with activity, sleep, stress, and mood, and we found clinically meaningful reductions for the VR. Next slide, please. And so now, what are we doing? What are the next steps? Well, now we're doing follow-on studies. We are basically in stages of data collection for a follow-on study that is a much larger trial. It's also a virtual trial, meaning people from all over the United States are enrolled in it. It's back pain again. It is extended to 8 weeks. So remember that pilot study I just presented on was 21 days. This is a 56-day program. So it's extended. People engage with essentially one session per day. We have enhanced content with those interoceptive modules for CNS calming and biofeedback, and an enhanced user experience. It is also an RCT. And in this new study, we're comparing the active EASE VR program, the 56-day program, to a sham VR. So this allows us to really control for the placebo of device usage. And then lastly, I just want to mention that with another study that is being conducted with applied VR, not the one I was just describing, we're also integrating in social elements where people who are in the virtual reality can also participate in group-based support, where they are able to enter the VR space with other VR users and engage in a discussion about their experience with VR in a virtual room that is being therapist-led. And Laura Garcia at Applied VR is really doing a tremendous job leading this effort. So just demonstrating some of the new directions and promise with VR. Next slide, please. And so with that, I just want to say thank you for allowing me to share our exciting updates for VR for chronic pain.
Thanks so much, Beth. It was a great talk, and I appreciate having you here. And as I'm hoping some of the viewers are going to start to see, is that that the the amount of evidence to support the use of virtual reality for treatment of acute and chronic pain just continues to build. And, actually, hopefully it'll start to make people question, well, why aren't these treatments widely available everywhere? And at the end of the day, we'll talk about some of the obstacles to that, but many of those are being cleared because, with more than 500 studies now supporting the use, as compared to, there was probably one study before fentanyl was approved for use as a pain relief, and with all the dangers and risks that come along with it. So with this preponderance of evidence, we're hoping that the motivation will build to help deliver these treatments across a broader spectrum. And with that, I'll introduce our next speaker. It's a privilege to introduce Dr. Tanya Cabrito. Dr. Cabrito is the Hoag Medical Extended Reality Fellow. In fact, Hoag is the first institute in the world to have a fellow specifically dedicated to medical extended reality. And Dr. Cabrito is a recent graduate, got her MD from St. George's University, and is joining us for the next year as a fellow. So welcome, Tanya.
Thank you for the introduction. It's really an honor to be here today to talk to you about VR options for acute and chronic pain. I'm just going to be talking a little bit about pain and touch upon the advances in virtual reality therapy, and then touch upon the emerging trends as well as the underlying theory. So I want to begin with, what is the cost of pain? So while pain is a nearly universal phenomenon, the cost of pain can be very personal. It can span anything from trauma and painful experiences to debilitating chronic illness that can really rob people of the fundamental joys of life, such as interacting with loved ones. And this affects many people. Chronic pain alone affects over 50 million people in the US. And this costs us as a society up to over $500 billion annually. The management of pain still remains complex and relies upon the use of opioids, which has a number of side effects and drawbacks, including respiratory, depression, and possible death. It can make pain worse, and it can also lead to addiction and what we now know is an opioid crisis. Next slide, please. So looking at the opioid crisis in the US, unfortunately, we can see that the US is really leading the world in having the highest proportion of drug-related deaths internationally. And this began in the 1990s with overprescription of opioids for pain relief. About 20 years later, we began to see an increase in heroin-related deaths. And looking back, it's not surprising because 80% of heroin users report first misusing prescription opioids. As we've come out with stronger opioids such as fentanyl, we've seen an increased rise in the deaths related to synthetic opioid use. And this has increased over 4,000 times since 1999. And so we can definitely see that this is an unsustainable situation. Next slide, please. So this is where VR really shows a lot of promise. It's really captivated the interest of the medical community. We performed a review of the PubMed database and found over 600 published articles there. And a large portion of that focuses on clinical outcomes, such as RCTs and clinical trials. Other studies have found even more evidence. Over numerous databases, there are upwards of 11,000 studies or more. And these studies have been predominantly positive, with the majority showing that VR works and that there are few to no side effects. Next slide, please. So looking at the studies, there's a really wide range of options for VR. VR can be passive, it can be active, it can be non-immersive, or it can be fully immersive. There's a variety of content as well. We can look at natural landscapes or play dodgeball during physical therapy. Now, the duration of the sessions range anywhere between 5 minutes or less to 30 minutes or more. So it is a really, really flexible and adaptive technology that can be used across a wide range of conditions. Next slide, please. So this is a word cloud, which shows the frequency of conditions in which VR has been studied. And it's taken from 79 completed clinical trials registered at clinicaltrials.gov. The bigger the words, the higher the frequency. So we see that VR has frequently been studied in burn pain, anxiety, in chronic pain, and acute pain, but that there's a really big spread of conditions from anywhere from heart failure to labor pains to chronic lower back pain and joint pain. Next slide, please. So looking at the clinical data visualization, so I have a video here that hopefully plays. So if we could just look at this video really quick. Okay, this is the clinical augmented reality and artificial intelligence network framework being developed at the University of Michigan. It uses real-time neurological data to help us visualize pain in the clinical setting. So it's in its initial stages, but it can detect and localize or tell where the pain is. And as this continues to develop, the researchers hope that they can start including pain severity as well as pre-pain cues like anxiety or expectation. Okay, so can we go back to the slide really quickly? Okay, and so as we see, there's a progression in data visualization. Originally, before technology really started to grow, we saw subjective surveys that's still widely used today. Over time, we started to use more two-dimensional technologies such as MRIs and fMRIs, and that's really improved our visualization of pain. So this natural progression to three-dimensional space and real-time data really stands to improve patient outcomes for people, especially those, for instance, who can't speak, people who've had strokes or who are otherwise incapacitated. And we can help ensure that they are not in pain. Next slide, please. So the results of the data analysis really show that there's a significant advantage to be had through the use of VR analgesia. As we have seen from many of the other speakers, the effects stand to be better than morphine in some situations. It has a significant number of other advantages, such as a significant reduction in chronic pain, as well as lasting effects even after just a 5-minute session. Some other advantages include reduced use of opioids, and there are also behavioral advantages like decreased fear of movement during painful physiotherapy. And in the end, people really like VR. There's a high patient satisfaction, which is a real win for medical compliance. Next slide, please. So how does VR achieve pain relief? Well, we know a lot about the structure of the brain and the different circuitry that controls pain. And we can use VR to tap into this circuitry by changing cognitive cues, emotional cues, sensory cues. And then that can change our perception of pain, the way that we respond to pain, as well as our long-term stress management skills. Essentially, VR can augment the natural ability of the body to control its pain. And these techniques that we're implementing are based off of established effective pain management techniques that have been developed for decades. Next slide, please. So the particular advantage of VR is there are many factors that make it effective, one of which includes sensory immersion. We find that the more immersive the VR experience, the more pain reduction is seen. Almost twice as much clinically meaningful pain reduction. And as the technology improves, we have improved things like haptic feedback, which essentially would allow us to touch virtual reality. This combining with audio-visual cues can really increase the sense of immersion. Next slide, please. So other aspects of VR that are shown to be really positive are interactivity. So that can increase our sense of control of the painful situation and build on a sense of presence or the psychological illusion of really being there. And that, of course, is shown to decrease the pain that we can feel. Next slide, please. So how real can this actually get? Well, so this is actually a screenshot from Google VR showing Sedona, Arizona. It looks almost like a picture. So early developments in VR focused on environmental realism, and we've pretty much essentially mastered that. As VR develops over time, we start looking at things like virtual embodiment or ownership of the avatar body. And as that becomes more lifelike, like what you can see here, I use the app Spatial.io, which is a virtual conferencing app, to make this avatar, and it looks pretty realistic. Next slide, please. As this becomes more realistic, well, some people might wonder what's next, you know? So Riva and his colleagues in 2017 coined the concept of sonoception, which is a focus on the internal body environment, which is the feeling of being within the body. So he said that we may be able to use cues like heartbeats or our vestibular senses to increase the feeling of being within the body. Right now, we're pretty much at the virtual embodiment phase, which is just ownership of the body. Next slide, please. So what is virtual embodiment based on? So this is a really studied phenomenon. In the 1990s, there was a really famous experiment done called the rubber hand illusion that found that when participants were watching a rubber hand being stroked synchronously or at the same time with one's own unseen hand, it causes the rubber hand to be experienced as part of the body. And we can see that happening in the picture here. There's a rubber hand and the patient's real hands being stroked at the same time. This creates a sense of ownership of the limb. And so this highlights a very interesting part of the way that we see ourselves. The fact that our perception of ourselves is probabilistic. Next slide, please. And so the way that our body representation is modulated is through something called the body matrix. Now, this looks a little complicated, but essentially the brain creates a simulation of different possible realities of ourselves, and it uses our sensory data to decide what's really happening. And now that we know this, we can use things like VR to really target different aspects of what makes this body matrix work. So we can adjust things like visual cues to decrease the perceived swelling of an arm, for instance, and that has been shown to decrease pain. Other things that we can do is include a protection around a virtual arm, and that helps people feel less pain as well. So there's a lot of potential in the VR space to change the way that we manage pain. Next slide, please. So there are many emerging body swap. So there are many emerging virtual embodiment techniques, a couple of which that have been used in the psychological field include body swapping, which is the ability to swap avatars with somebody else and to change our perception of that group of people, say the very young or the very old. There's also another concept called mindful embodiment, which involves reference frame shifting or restructuring our own sense of body consciousness. And Osimo and his colleagues use these two techniques in conjunction to allow patients to switch into an avatar of Freud and give themselves positive psychological advice. And they found that this does improve mood, which is, of course, an emotional aspect of the way that we see pain. So these kinds of concepts have been well studied in the psychological area in terms of eating disorders, obesity, and mood. And it's just an emerging interest in applications for pain. Next slide, please. What pain is really focusing on right now is augmented embodiment, which again is an extension of the rubber hand illusion. So as we saw before, we can synchronize our different senses, such as our sense of touch to our sense of vision, and have an ownership of a rubber hand. So in 2019, Suzuki et al. Showed that we can also do the same thing with the way with our heart pulsations. We can synchronize pulsations in the arm with pulsations in the heart and improve our sense of ownership of our virtual body. And this feeds into the idea of sonoception, again, introduced in 2017 by Riva. So this stands to really allow us to create a new technological paradigm that can tap into the potential of VR to use our sympathetics and parasympathetics aspects to treat pain. Next slide, please. So there's a really great potential for advancement in VR. Everything from standalone packaged home-based VR products at home to precision pain management in the clinical setting. Next slide, please. And I'm just going to begin wrapping up here with the summary of advantages of the VR analgesia option. So it's safe and it's easy to use. It's non-invasive and it's not pharmacological. It's shown to be effective with over a wide range of conditions, and the effectiveness does not appear to decrease with frequent use. It's trackable and it's evidence-based, and most importantly, it's customizable for patients' needs. Next slide, please. So are there any disadvantages? There are some. So we've seen reports of things like simulator sickness, which is something like a motion sickness. You can get a little bit of a nausea or vomiting, headaches, neck pain, and eye strain. There are some potential risks as well, such as risks of infections or mechanical hazards from just equipment itself. In terms of the use in the very young, you might see the development. There's a risk of development of myopia over time. We can also see problems with hearing if the audio is too loud. It can be contraindicated in people with epilepsy or who may be prone to seizure disorders. But what can we do about this? Next slide, please. What's really important to remember is that virtual reality is not exactly like a pill where you give it to someone and then you can't control the side effects. it's really important to remember that this is a crafted experience and a technology that continues to grow. So as we learn more about the technology, we may be able to even tap into our parasympathetics and sympathetic aspects of our body, which control many of these symptoms. So it's definitely much more controllable than the current alternative. So future areas of research should focus on mitigating risk. The more we learn about the ergonomics of the machine, we can really design good best practice standards and achieve a better therapeutic effect in a safer way. Other areas that we might want to improve upon are learning more about the therapeutics and the risks, and seeing how augmented reality or mixed reality can really improve solutions in this area. So with increased knowledge, hopefully we'll be able to create safe, effective alternatives to improve patient care across a wide range of conditions. So hopefully we can reduce the unintended side effects of opioid use in pain management and really revolutionize pain management. Next slide, please. So that's all I have. Thank you for your time and attention. It's a really great experience to be here. Okay.
Thanks so much, Tanya. That was a fantastic talk. And even to add to that, is the fact that, Tanya came on board as our medical XR fellow less than a month ago. And this was her first project to put together the summary of the literature, which she did an amazing job with. So that was great. Thanks for that. And one thing I wanted to point out, just to emphasize that she said, was that 80% of heroin users started off by using prescription opiates given to them by their doctors. So this isn't that, there's a whole bunch of people out, I think I'll try heroin today. 80% of these patients that are afflicted with heroin addiction actually started off by using prescription opiates. And so again, anything we can do to decrease the consumption of these medications is going to benefit our patients and our communities. And with that, it is my extreme pleasure to welcome Dr. Arnaud Bastiels. Dr. Bastiels is an anesthesiologist practicing in Brussels, and he's the head of the virtual reality clinic at Clinic Saint-Jean, Brussels. And he's going to be speaking today about his use of virtual reality in the operating room. Welcome, Arnaud. Thank you for being here all the way from Brussels.
It's a real pleasure, Robert. You have a lineup of fantastic speakers, and it's really an honor to be part of that. So yes, my name is Arnaud Bastiels. I'm an anesthetist from Brussels, and I am very happy to talk with you, or to discuss with you my practical use of VR. And I want to focus today on the use of VR as a digital sedation tool. Now, you might be wondering, why is an anesthetist wants to use digital a tool for sedation? Because we anesthetists, we are the experts of sedation, of course. We know all about the drugs we have to use. Now, I am not a geek and I'm not a gamer, but I enjoy new technologies, and more specifically, new technologies that are better for the patient and better for the caregiver. And I have another example of such a technology, and that is the use of ultrasound. When I finished my anesthesia training, there was no ultrasound in the operating theater. And soon after I finished my training, I was introduced to the use of ultrasound, and I immediately realized that it would have a major impact on my daily clinical practice. So I went to have an extra training of ultrasound. And today, when you have someone entering anesthesia training, you would not imagine that this person would not learn how to use the ultrasound. So maybe I have a good idea of what technology will be interesting in the field of anesthesia. And I had a very similar experience with virtual reality. When I was introduced to VR, I immediately thought, we should use this to decrease the anxiety of our patients, preoperative anxiety. Every patient is nervous before surgery. And sometimes we give pills to try to calm that anxiety, but it doesn't really work. We know we should go and talk to the patients, but we don't have time to do that. And I thought, well, maybe we can use VR to distract these patients, and at least it would decrease their preoperative anxiety. In my quest for more scientific information, I went to the Virtual Medicine Conference in 18 in LA, which is a very interesting conference, by the way. And when I came back, I thought two things. First, I thought we need to make VR popular because VR works, but patients don't know about it and physicians don't know about it. And on the other hand, I thought, well, even if we have a lot of evidence that VR is working, in the field of anesthesia, we still need quite a lot of clinical trials to show that we can use it. So to make VR popular, I decided to create a VR unit in a hospital where I work. And I've also done some clinical trials. At this moment, we're running a trial evaluating the use of VR during labor. With VR units, I mean a unit that is responsible for the implementation of the use of VR in the entire hospital. And one day I was working in the operating theater and I got a phone call and they said, "Hi, Arno, can you come and deliver VR to this patient? You gave it yesterday to her and now she wants it again." But I was running a surgical case, so I could not go up and give VR to that patient. That's the moment when I realized that if I wanted to be VR available in the entire hospital, VR had to be available in the different medical departments. And that's why I decided to create the VR unit. Now in the unit, we use VR to reduce pain, to reduce anxiety. I use it as a sedation tool. The idea is really to offer VR to every patient of the hospital. And in the unit, I have included a reporting system. The idea is that the user has to ask 4 questions. First question will be, they have to say what kind of VR experience they used, for what kind of indication. Then they have to ask the patient if that patient would recommend VR to one of his friends. And then last, they have to answer the question whether or not they would use VR again for that patient in similar conditions. And last but not least, I'm using VR hypnosis, which means that we're using VR experiences that are based on a hypnotic script. I believe it's very interesting because patients who are sensitive to hypnosis, and that is a vast majority of the patients, they can really experience a true self-hypnotic state. And patients who are not really sensitive to hypnosis, at least they have the advantage of the distraction that VR can offer them. So these are the departments that from the start were very interested in joining the VR unit. And these are the departments that are using VR actively today. But I have to say that with the COVID-19 crisis, we suspended the use of VR for 6 months. And trying now to motivate people to, or motivate other departments to use VR is somewhat complicated. I feel that a lot of people are tired. They're afraid of the next wave coming, and they're not really motivated for innovation. So the restart of the unit has been somewhat complicated. But today we want to focus on sedation. And when I give sedation to my patients or during a procedure, I'm using what people call procedural sedation or moderate sedation. There are 4 levels of sedation: mild, moderate, deep, and general anesthesia. And I'm going to talk about mild to moderate sedation. So when we go and look in the literature, and that's a slide from last year, so maybe it shifted a little bit, but on PubMed, when we were looking for VR and sedation, we found 3 studies talking about procedural sedation, and on clinical trials, there were 6 studies doing research about procedural sedation and VR. Now, these 3 studies, one is a retrospective study, the other one is an RCT, and then there is a pilot and feasibility study. And the retrospective study says that VR may provide an effective non-pharmacological alternative. The RCT said that VR distraction is better than sedation with drugs in terms of patients and anesthesiologist satisfaction and in avoiding respiratory side effects, which is of course very interesting. And then finally, the feasibility trial said, well, it is safe to provide provide VR, and it may confer a sedation-sparing effect, which means that using VR for sedation is not such a crazy idea. Other people have been doing it before me. Now, one question remains for me, and that is, can we really call VR a sedation tool? To answer that question, we should go back to the definition of sedation. And the definition of the European Society of Anesthesia says, PSA, which is procedural sedation analgesia, involves the use of hypnotic and analgesic medication. It enables effective performance of procedures whilst the patient is closely monitored for potential adverse effects. Now, this is, of course, about IV drug sedation. If we compare that with VR sedation, we have, of course, or we can at least eliminate the adverse effects. I'm not saying we should eliminate the monitoring, but at least we don't have the same effects than with the IV drug sedation. With the use of hypnotic VR, we have, of course, an hypnotic and analgesic digital experience. And whenever I use VR in the operating theater, and I'm going to give you an example after that, generally surgeons are actually very impressed by the way the patient was really, really calm only with a digital tool. So when a surgeon says that he's impressed by the anesthesia, it actually means it was really, really good. So I think we can say that VR sedation enables effective performance of procedures, yes. So if we go and we look a little bit further and we go and we concentrate on the moderate of the procedural sedation, the ESA says that previously it was termed conscious sedation, but that's of course a mistake because sedation always means there is a reduction of consciousness. And when we go and we look at the definition of the American Society of Anesthesiology, we can see that they also say that moderate sedation is a drug-induced depression of consciousness. So sedation means reduction of consciousness. Now, are we reducing consciousness with VR? Now, VR hypnosis. Now, to answer that question, we have to think about what is consciousness, which is, of course, a very difficult question. And I don't think I will be able to explain everything about it just in one slide, but I'm going to ask this guy to help me, and he's Professor Laurez. He's a professor from a university in Belgium, but he's the coordinator of the coma group, and they're doing research on consciousness in coma patients. And they have, of course, an extremely wide knowledge about consciousness. Now, he works in the same university hospital than this lady, and she's Professor Fémonville. She's a professor of anesthesia, and she's also a woman who introduced the use of hypnosis in the world of anesthesia. Now, Professor Laurens says that consciousness can be divided in two parts, in the arousal or awakeness and the awareness. And when the level of awakeness and awareness is high, then we are, of course, in a conscious awake state. If the level of wakefulness and awareness is extremely low, we are either in general anesthesia or in coma. And then there are all sorts of intermediate positions. Now, what Professor Laurens says that is awareness can be divided into internal and external awareness. Internal awareness being, of course, being aware of what's happening inside my body, and external awareness being aware of what's happening around my body. Now, together with Professor Fémonville, they found out that with hypnosis, they were actually decreasing the external awareness. And of course, when we go up the slide, we can say that we decrease awareness, and we could hypothesize that we are decreasing consciousness with hypnosis or with VR hypnosis. That is, of course, not a definite answer to the question, are we reducing consciousness with hypnosis? I think this is just the start of a great debate we should have about VR and sedation. I want to give you a practical example. This is a patient who is going to have a pacemaker, and the surgeon is putting some local anesthesia underneath the skin, and the anesthetist is giving generally IV sedation. In this case, this is just a VR sedation. Now I'm going to show you some data. This is retrospective data. I'm insisting this is not prospective data. These are the drugs that were given to 16 patients just randomly. I just chose them randomly, and these patients only got IV sedation, no VR, and these are 16 patients that I started with VR, and then after that, I gave some more drugs if it was needed to achieve a nice sedation. And when we put those two tables next to each other, I think it is pretty safe to say that when we start with virtual reality, the VR decreases the need for IV sedation to achieve a nice moderate sedation for the implantation of a pacemaker. Now, of course, all these 16 patients were included in the unit, and we have the reporting system. And when the user, which is me, would ask the patient if they would recommend the use of VR to a friend, 5 of them say they would not recommend VR to a friend, or only 5. And the reason is that one of them experienced a technical problem, was overheating of the phone, and the VR experience actually just stopped in the middle of it. Another patient had trouble with the positioning of the HMD, and there were actually only three patients saying that they did not really appreciate the VR experience. Now, this was retrospective data. If we would like to have prospective data, we would have to, of course, monitor the amount of drugs we're giving, but it will also be very interesting to talk about the side effects. And here I mean, of course, the use of oxygen or the oxygen saturation, hemodynamic stability, and then movements. My personal experience is that when patients are sedated only with VR, they make a lot less movements than if they are sedated with IV drugs. Because when they have a sedation with IV drugs, at a certain point, you have the risk to lose control over the patient, and then they can start to move in an uncontrolled way, which is, of course, very difficult for the surgeon. But if we would have a prospective trial, we would also have to think about the patient experience and the surgeon experience. Now, what I can say about patient experience is that since I've been using VR as sedation tool for the implantation of pacemakers, I've had 2 patients sending a letter to the hospital administration saying how happy they were with the care they received. And I never had such a letter from patients when I used IV drugs. And I said before that surgeon experience, in my experience, they're generally very happy when I use that because they think it's a great sedation, and they realize how happy the patient is after that, because patients don't have to wait before they can eat, etc., etc., etc. One last question I want to address is, how can we evaluate if the sedation is successful with VR or not? I don't think we should use the conventional sedation skills, because they have been designed to be used with, or they have been designed to be used when we are given sedation with conventional IV drugs. So to start to address that question, in the study we're running now in the labor ward, one of the secondary outcomes is the use of the CPO2, and CPO2 is a critical care pain observation tool. And with the tool, they are making 4 observations: vocalization, facial expression, body movement, and muscle tension. And when I give VR to a patient for sedation, these are exactly the same observations that I make to try to guess whether or not the patient is indeed having a good sedation or not. So, of course, I hope that in that study, I will have a positive correlation between a higher COPT score and then a higher pain score in the patients, and a lower comfort score in the patient, which would mean that the CPO2 might be a good tool to evaluate sedation with virtual reality. I would like to end with this picture. This is a picture of a woman who's really minutes before having a pacemaker implanted, and you can see that she's almost smiling thanks to the VR she gets. And that is, of course, why we're giving VR to our patients. So thank you for your attention.
Thanks so much, Arnaud. Great talk, and I'm so impressed by the way you're actually using this in the operating theater. I mean, to put patients through a procedure and be able to, in many cases, use no anesthetic medication at all is really impressive. And some of our anesthesiologists here are connecting with Dr. Bastiles and learning these techniques, because it's another area where we're hoping to bring the pain reducing effects of virtual reality into our operating rooms here at Hoag. And next, I would like to introduce our next speakers. We've got a team speaking together for our next group. Two of our own nurses within the Neurosciences Institute here. Erin Boxley is an experienced neuroscience nurse at Hoag for the last 10 years. She has passionately cared for her selected patient population and has received 2 national certifications in her specialty. Lisa Kaminsky is also a neuroscience nurse on our advanced brain and spine unit, and is a member of the virtual reality research break team here at Hoag Hospital. So welcome, Lisa and Erin. We're happy to have you here, and take it away.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Robert Lewis. Okay, next. Back. Oh, I'm sorry. Hi, hey, well, as you already know, my name is Lisa Kaminsky. Nice to meet you. Thank you for inviting us. It's an honor and a privilege. It's really enjoyed listening to all the speakers before us. As you know, I'm here with Erin. We participated in a research project here at Hoag Hospital on our floor, 3 East, which is a brain and spine unit, ortho as well. What we were focusing on was we focused on the use of virtual reality, VR, during a 10-minute break period for healthcare personnel in an acute setting as an alternative to their usual break method or whatever they were doing for their breaks. We are presenting the results of this study. However, the study was actually, and research was prepared by Dr. A.J. Jadala, who has spent many, many, many hours on this project, and she is definitely the heart and soul of this project. Next. So break time, 10-minute break time. During our typical 10-minute break period prior to our virtual reality VRB break, most of us took our break in the floor staff lounge, where all of the workers, medical professionals, personnel usually have their work phones with them, and there's a symphony of sounds going on, just various phone calls, text messages, audible notifications, bed exits, and that kind of thing. Also, generally, the television is usually on, and oftentimes on the TV, they've got the news blasting, and, whether it's pre-COVID, post-COVID, election season, whatever, the news is not usually all that relaxing and refreshing. In addition, with everybody in there, we're oftentimes talking about work-related issues and workloads. And even if those are like positives, like recent policies or how well we've done on the DNV surveys, it's still work-related and kind of hard to get a quiet break. Next. As many people know, healthcare workers have been known, and there's many articles, documentations, and just conversation about healthcare personnel experiencing occupational stress, emotional exhaustion, and burnout. So we were kind of hoping that through this study, we would be able to help prevent some of that. Next. Sorry, I'm a little off on my thing. So yes, as we've all been talking and listening to everybody speaking, there's been research. We've been doing our own research here at Hoag Hospital about how VR can be used as an effective tool to improve patients' psychological and physical outcomes. We've also read various researches about how VR can be used as a tool to improve competencies of healthcare personnel, and it's being used like in skill labs and that type of thing. But we haven't seen much on the feasibility and benefits of virtual reality being used in the healthcare for minimally studied encounters, showing how it can benefit us during our work time. Can it reduce our stress? Can it help improve our break times? We haven't seen much on that, so that was our goal with this study. Next. The purpose of the study is very simple, just to, we wanted to study the impact or the effect of virtual reality break on the healthcare personnel after the virtual reality break had been experienced. Did it improve the quality of the break? Did it reduce stress levels? How was their overall well-being? Did it help prevent or at least reduce burnout? We wanted to assess if it was actually feasible that the healthcare personnel would be actually using the virtual reality break room. And were we able to implement it and then continually use it to have continued benefits? So those were our basic purposes, very easy, simple. Next. Our method, we use the pre and post surveys with repeated measures. Each user would do a pre-survey before ever using the virtual break room. And then after each break, they would also be asked to take a post-survey. These surveys were confidential. We asked them to put a 4-digit number at the top of each of the surveys and have the same 4 digits for each survey that they completed. And the surveys would be put in a locked, secured box, just ensuring confidentiality. The participants of the survey were the employees on 3 East. There were some exclusions. If they had a history of seizures, if there was a history of motion sickness, if they had recent or active nausea and vomiting, headache. And for the purposes of our study, we also excluded pregnancy during our studies. Our setting was our advanced spine, brain and spine unit, which is also an ortho unit. It's 40 beds, very high acuity cardiac unit. We also have some sub-ICU patients. So we're caring for neuro, spine, and ortho patients. And I think I've already gone over the exclusion. So the settings, I'm so sorry, I got lost a little bit. So yes, part of the setting was that we were in a private room, centrally located on the unit. It had equipped with a recliner chair, a table. It had the headset, the locked box, pens, pencils. It also included a supply of Sani wipes so that they can be wiped down before and after use, which was part of the instructions. There was a laminated instruction placard inside the room with very step-by-step, easy instructions. Next. Okay, you are looking at a picture of the outside of our VRB room. There is a nurse there who is about ready to enter the room. She's handing off her phone to one of our resource nurses. The room is a private room. It's got a keypad entry. There's a sign-up sheet on the outside. It's scheduled for every 15 minutes. It's a 10-minute break. However, we give a few minutes to prepare beforehand and afterwards. As you can see, she's handing off the phone. However, we also encouraged each user to shut off their own devices and anything else that might distract them. The door had the card on it that says vacant. We would flip it over and it would say occupied when we were in use, using the room. And then again, the instructions are on the inside there. Next. Oh, you're looking at a picture of the room itself. There's our comfy little recliner. And as you can see, we painted the walls a nice calming blue-gray. To the right is a picture of the locked secure box, which we asked each of the users to put their pre-survey, which they only filled out once, and their post-survey, which they filled out after each break. And just as a side note, in the back there is a essential oil diffuser with lots of different essential oils, so they could also experience a aromatherapy treatment while they were using the virtual reality break. Next. More pictures. You're looking there at a picture of the information flyer that Erin and I helped create to notify our cohorts of the up-and-coming VRB. virtual reality break prior to starting the study. We sent the flyers out in the email to all the staff, and we had laminated flyers posted throughout the unit. I'm not sure exactly, I don't remember how long, but it was a couple of weeks where we were just trying to talk about it, hype it up, and get everybody ready for the new experience. The picture to the right is just another picture of the outside of the door. That just shows the exclusions, the sign-up sheet, and the occupied versus vacant sign. Next. The procedure that we used for the study was very simple, very straightforward. First, we had to verify eligibility. Just read the exclusions. If those didn't apply, you're eligible. Almost everybody. Then you go into the VRB room, fill out the pre-survey, sit on the comfy recliner, read the easy to read instructions, apply the head mount device, and choose and engage in a 10-minute meditation. After the meditation, before leaving the room, take the post survey. It was very easy to fill out, just a few focused questions, didn't take long at all. And of course, sanitize the equipment after use. Next. More on the procedure. Just basically we conducted the study, the same method over and over and over again during a 6 to 8 month period. Next. Oh, okay. There's a picture of Dr. Lewis sitting in our comfy recliner in our virtual reality room. And he's got the head mount device that he provided, along with all the software loaded up that he also provided with hundreds of meditations. And this was a Oculus Go 64 gigabyte. The head mount device had numerous options for custom guided and pre-built guided meditations. You can just choose once you put the headset on. They can choose from various environments, soundtracks, and auditory guides. Next. So we evaluated feasibility by using 3 features. We evaluated the number of healthcare providers who could use, first-time users, number of returning users, perceived quality of the break narrative. And we did this at baseline, during the study, and at follow-up. Next. Our outcome measures that we used were 3 outcomes: perceived quality of a break, work-associated well-being, and perceived burnout. We used 3 items for the perceived quality of the break: effortless, preference, and detachment. How easy was the equipment to use? Preference, did they prefer the virtual reality break over the staff lounge or whatever else they were doing for their 10-minute breaks beforehand? And the detachment was, how were they able to actually feel like they removed themselves and escaped the workflow for 10 minutes? The well-being, there was 5 items used for that. Perceived level of stress, physical tension, energy level, motivation, concentration. That was assessed at baseline following each virtual reality break session and at the 6 to 8 month follow-up. And then there was 22 items that tested for perceived burnout. And that was tested at pre-survey as well as the 6 to 8 month follow-up. Next, Erin. Erin, you're on.
All righty, thank you very much, Lisa. Okay, going over the results here, you can see that we had 38 completed surveys at the baseline post virtual reality break and at follow-up. It was 22% of our potential total users who used the virtual reality break. 34 years old was the average age, with an average of 6 years of practice as an RN. Most of them had about 4 years in the advanced brain and spine unit. The majority were females, BSN prepared nurses. Now, most of these nurses never practiced any relaxation strategy during breaks at all, 62%. And only 15% really used virtual reality technology at home but didn't give us any sort of specifics as to the type of use. Next. Results, feasibility. So if you guys can keep clicking so we can get the animation. Excellent. 134 were completed, 92 were usable, 88 users used the virtual reality break once, 134 reused some, but then they forgot to put their ID or they didn't do a baseline survey. After 6 to 8 months, we had 38 total completed with the baseline and the completed follow-up. So out of the 66 nurses on the unit, 38 of them completed the baseline, post-virtual reality, and the follow-up. So that makes about 58% of nurses on a extremely busy advanced brain and spine unit. Next. If you guys can continue with the there we go. It was actually an overwhelmingly positive narrative. People told us that they really enjoyed it. It was a great experience. They had a lot of stress relief. It was relaxing for them. They finally felt that they were having a quality break. But at the same time, we did learn some very precious lessons about using virtual reality during these breaks, which we'll discuss further momentarily. Next. This is our beautiful linear graph demonstrating the results on the perceived quality of the break. It did increase the sense of detachment from work during the break. It significantly helped the users to detach from work. You can see the t-test value is 3.32. There was a strong trend that favored the virtual reality break, so people preferred it over a traditional break. But it did require effort. People had to learn how to navigate through the system, how to turn it on, and how to ensure that it was charged. Next. So you can actually see here the work-associated well-being on baseline and post-virtual reality breaks was statistically significant in concentration and energy and decrease in stress and physical tension. Okay, we used a Likert scale, range 1 to 5, and went over the change from each average item from the score at the baseline, and then we averaged them after each virtual reality break. Concentration increased 0.118 points on average. Energy level increased 0.05 points on average. Motivation level increased 0.06 on average. Stress level decreased at a negative 0.198, and physical tension level decreased at 0.20 on average. Next. So you can see here the work-associated well-being baseline to follow-up. The stress level decreased significantly. When the changes in levels of stress, physical tension, energy, and motivation concentration were compared between the baseline and follow-up, we saw a significant change in stress level and physical tension. But the change in energy level, motivation, concentration, though it was there, it was not statistically significant. Next. You can see the little highlight right there. Thank you. Next. Results. So this was one of the bigger points of this study, the results for burnout. So because of the small number of consistent respondents, and in order to evaluate the real effect of the virtual reality break use on the 3 burnout subscales, we grouped those who had used the virtual reality break more than once, or at least once, versus the people who had used it more than or equal to twice. And then we compared the data there. So ensuring that the 2 groups were not statistically different, the characteristics were compared. The only real significant difference noted was that the people who worked day shift were able to participate more than those who worked on night shift. Next. So you can see the average burnout change from baseline to follow-up within these particular groups. There's the group there. Thank you very much. The analysis shows that there is a statistically significant improvement from baseline to follow up within the group in which each group had used the virtual reality. It shows a decrease in emotional exhaustion and depersonalization, and an increase in a sense of personal accomplishment. Unfortunately, there were no significant changes within the group of those who had used the virtual reality only once, of course, because we couldn't really compare. Next. Okay, so you can see here the significant change. The analysis that we went through shows there is a significant difference between the two groups on the personal accomplishment subscale. So it means that those who use it 2 or more times, of course, improved significantly in their feeling of their competency and also their successful achievement in their work. So it's listed as personal accomplishment. As compared to those who didn't use it or only used it once. In other words, the more you use it, the better you feel. Next. So it appears that virtual reality breaks are feasible in the acute care settings. There were several challenges in recruitment. There were a number of different barriers to implementation of virtual reality on a very busy, large unit. But it did improve the participants' quality of break. It improved their perceived work-associated well-being. It also improved their perceived burnout. The more frequently they used it, they felt a more significant sense of personal accomplishment the more they used it, specifically as a dimension of burnout. So next. We wanted to say a special thank you to Dr. Lewis for his generosity in providing us with the Oculus to have this study and to see how the nurses could truly benefit from a relaxing break. We want to thank the staff at 3 East for having a little bit of a sense of adventure in trying this and for bearing with us and with the growing pains. Rick Martin and Lori Zachary for their support, and of course Dr. Jadala for being our fearless leader and helping us with all of the data analysis. Next. Any questions? We've got a couple of minutes. Open it up. Anything? Okay then, next, so people can see our lovely references. And that is it for us. Thank you very much for sticking with us this entire time. We hope that nurses are actually able to use virtual reality in the future to help extend their breaks and to make breaks an actual break from work.
Thanks so much, Lisa and Aaron. Great presentation and great work on this project. You know, I just wanted to take a minute to recognize we started this project before the COVID-19 pandemic began, but I would just emphasize that the results, which we've just gotten recently, are even more important now in the setting of the COVID-19 pandemic because of of the immense strain that our healthcare workers are under, particularly our frontline healthcare workers that our nurses and physicians in the hospitals and physical therapists, occupational therapists, this is taking an immense toll on our nurses, just as if they're soldiers going away to war. Never before has it been that healthcare workers' personal safety is at risk, and now they are, and they are at risk of getting sick themselves. They're at risk of bringing the disease home to their families, and still with the combination of protective equipment to protect them, the rates of this are exceedingly low within the hospital. However, the emotional and psychological toll that putting themselves in harm's way is taking on our staff and on our teams is immense, and we're hoping that virtual reality, among other things, can be another tool in the toolbox to help keep our frontline healthcare workers doing the jobs that we all need them to do. And with that, I'll transition to our next speaker, another one of our Hoag nurses, Jessica Hovland, who was for 9 years a PACU, or recovery room nurse, who's just about to finish up her doctorate of nursing practice, and has chosen this project on using virtual reality in the PACU to try to limit opioid usage. Jess, we're happy to have you here with us, and take it away.
Hi, Dr. Lewis. Thank you so much. I am honored to be here today, and I'm excited to share with everyone about my DMP project. It's been one heck of a journey over the last year, especially with COVID, trying to derail my elective surgeries in the middle of it, but we were able to bounce back from that, and here we are today to talk about everything that happened. So today, this is my DMP project. This is a multimodal analgesic virtual reality program to reduce initial opioid exposure and usage. Next slide. My name is Jessica Hovland. I am currently in my DMP program, like Dr. Lewis had mentioned. I will be graduating in December. Hopefully, I'm on the right track. So, and I will be graduating with an emphasis in nurse executive leadership. I'm currently a student at the University of St. Augustine for Health Sciences. Unfortunately, I used to work for Hoag. I was there with my family, my Hoag family, for almost 9 years, and I miss them greatly. But now I am the assistant and interim clinical director at Dell Medical School's UT Health Austin Ambulatory Surgery Center, and I've been here for 3 weeks. So next slide. So here's the purpose and the background of my project. For my DMP project, I had to create some type of evidence-based practice change in the clinical setting. And back in September, Dr. Lewis and I had attended a wedding and started brainstorming, and that's where this whole idea for this project began. We decided to collaborate and bring VR to the nursing bedside in the perioperative setting. Then I just started doing some research on VR, started to learn more about it, and I realized what a big impact it would have on our society's opioid crisis because of its pain management like interventions. And so this is my standard practice that I want to integrate, and it's to provide more non-opioid approaches. So looking back, some of the people that I have to thank: Dr. Robert Lewis obviously was my VR project sponsor and mentor. Dr. Chet McCauley has been my preceptor for the last year. Dr. Kathleen Farrell has been my faculty that has helped me write my proposal. Dr. Alam Jadala was my go-to nursing researcher. Dr. Justin Bush, my anesthesia champion, who helped me create the program and its protocols, and then all of my nursing leadership in the perioperative setting. And I forgot to put Shannon Watanabe, number one. She's the executive director of Periop, Jennifer Bunting, my PACU manager, Rebecca Moore, the pre-op manager, and Diane Amaral, the OR manager. And of course, I can't forget to thank both Robert Braithwaite and Rick Martin for granting me approval to proceed with this project. Next slide. So let's go back into history. I'll talk about the opioid epidemic, kind of give you a reason why this project is so big right now. Back in the 1970s is when federal involvement in combating the national opioid crisis began. And this is when the Controlled Substances Act was first passed and required federal regulation of controlled substances. Then in the 1990s, there was this detrimental evolution. The Joint Commission and Centers for Medicaid and Medicare started to tether patient satisfaction to the amount of times that clinicians were providing pain management interventions, and that was on their patient satisfaction survey. And then in 1991 to 2013, the number of prescribed medication increased from 76 to 97 million. And this was also caused by the FDA's release of OxyContin. The manufacturers of OxyContin started to aggressively market this to physicians and released information about it, saying that there was a low risk for iatrogenic addiction, which obviously we know is false. It wasn't until 2010 when the Affordable Care Act and the Department of Health and Human Services declared pain as a public health concern. And then in December 2015, there were some clinical practice guidelines that were released from a number of different societies, including the American Pain Society and the American Society of Regional Anesthesia. And some of the strong recommendations included providing patient and family-centered preoperative education and planning, provision of multimodal therapies, and utilizing oral opioids versus IV opioids to manage pain because of their superior effects on postoperative pain. Next slide. So why does this pertain to peri-op? 10% of opioid naive patients undergoing same-day surgery who were given a low dose of opioid prescription for pain were identified as long-term opioid users after 1 year. Therefore, limiting the exposure during the immediate postoperative period may impact patient opioid usage in the long run. About 80% of our heroin abusers' habits stem from opioids prescribed by doctors, and about 130 Americans die from an opioid overdose daily. In 2015, over 11.4 million people abused their opioid prescriptions. And interestingly, in California, the majority of opioid-related deaths are from prescription opioids compared to synthetic or heroin, synthetic opioids or heroin. If you look at it from a different perspective, one study found that gynecologists prescribe 2 times the amount of opioids than the average consumption after a hysterectomy procedure, and cite multifactorial reasons for their practice, such as patient satisfaction and reduction of postoperative calls. And then patients undergoing laparoscopic hysterectomies typically experience the most intense pain in about 30 minutes after surgery. However, we've transitioned over to a robotic approach recently, and that has been the surgical standard. Unfortunately, despite significant improvement with our robotic approaches, morphine consumption remained the same in the recovery room in one study. And this suggests that opioid-centric clinician culture persists despite improved outcomes. Next slide. To really create this project that could have a big impact in the perioperative setting, and I decided to combine and blend 2 evidence-based practices, both multimodal analgesia and virtual reality, and created one program that had elements of both of these. So my PICO question for my DMP project was, will initiating a multimodal analgesic virtual reality program compared to current practice decrease opioid requirements in robotic hysterectomy patients during the postoperative period? And I chose the robotic hysterectomy patients because I found that when I did a practice gap analysis, they were the second highest consumers of opioids compared to the number 1, which was our neurosurgical patients. They were the second highest consumers of opioids in our PACU. Next slide. Here's my framework that I used to create the program. The model for improvement was my framework. And the model for improvement is comprised of 3 questions. What are we trying to accomplish? How will we know that a change is an improvement? And what change can we make that will result in an improvement? So my answer to the first question is, by providing virtual reality and multimodal analgesia as non-pharmacological interventions, can nurses decrease opioid exposure by 10%? The answer to the second question is that my goal was that this project would need to show a decrease in opioid administration and an increase in multimodal techniques to benefit our patients' surgical experience. And then the answer to the last question is basically focusing on a specific patient population that would benefit the most from this program, and that was the robotic hysterectomy population. I also used Everett Rogers' diffusion of change theory to help me understand how to integrate a new technology at the clinical bedside. And this theory describes the process of adopting innovations in a healthcare setting And they defined diffusion as a social process amongst organizational stakeholders resultant of an evidence-based innovative change. And basically, in a nutshell, if the providers believe in the technology and if they are provided the correct education and knowledge, they will stick to the plan and implement it, and this will happen. However, if their values do not align with the adoption, this will happen, but then it will start to drop off. And so I spent a lot of time creating the education that was needed, communicating with different stakeholders amongst different departments. We went to anesthesia, we went to the surgeons, we went to the nurses. And so everyone within the hospital setting was involved in this. Next slide, please. Here is my DMP project timeline. Technically, it started in September when Dr. Lewis and I went to that wedding, but the formal planning started in October. That is when the PDSA cycle started. All of the planning for the project began and went until March. In April, I submitted my application to an IRB, which was the St. Joseph and Hoag Hospital IRB. I got approval in May 2020 from the IRB, as well as from my university's Evidence-Based Practice Review Council. Then in June 2020 is when we started all of the in-services and nursing education for the program. From June to July 2020 is when we did full implementation of the program. And right now I'm currently in the ACT stage where I'm currently completing all the statistical analyses and completing the project proposal and getting it ready for publishing. And next slide. So here are some of my team members that I owe so much to. These are my 4 East nursing VR champions. They took on these roles during COVID when their unit was closed. And so they helped me during the nursing education portion of the program. The first 2 are Sarah and Alana, and on the right are Tara and Anne. Man, I could not have done this without them. They were with me for a whole week. We went to about 300 different nurses, a handful of different surgeons, and just I originally wanted to get to all the anesthesiologists. I think there were about 50 anesthesiologists that we tried to get. We didn't get all of them, but just imagine putting VR headsets on all of those people. It was fun, and it was we wanted to get to everyone, so it was definitely challenging as well. Next slide. Here is our VR setup in our pre-op and our PACU. This is what the nurses, they would go into their medication room, and it was a locked room, so we made sure that these headsets would not walk away. The clean box technology was what we used to clean them. So they would sit in this box for about a minute under UV light technology after being sandy wiped down. And before I forget to mention, we use the applied VR headsets and all of their programming in order to provide all of the VR simulations. Next slide. Here is a picture of Dr. Lewis and our OR team. We got together at 7 in the morning and provided education to them. You'll start to see different people in blue. All of the people in blue are nurses, and they're from 3 different departments. We reached the pre-op area, the OR area, and the PACU area, because those 3 departments were kind of the glue to making sure that this program was successful. I have Dr. Wang, one of our general surgeons, in the top right, and then Jennifer Bunting, my PACU manager, at the bottom. Next slide. And this is just, this slide just shows you how much was put into this program, and how people took time out of their days to trial this amazing product that we were providing to our patients. So just various different stakeholders involved. Next slide. Here's a little video that.
Oh wow, the boat is really big.
And pre-op.
Here he comes. Turtles. There's another reason why he was on. That's so funny.
It was just so funny to watch them all.
That is crazy.
And imagine being drugged up doing that.
Oh man, they had a blast. So here are some of the results, and I don't want to belabor too much on some of the extraneous variables, and I'll get to the ones that really made an impact. So if you can see there on the right side, I wish I would have highlighted the entire yes and no area. So starting at the top there, most of my patients went into their procedures with low pain, and all of the patients came out with low pain as well. So, and this was for the pre and post implementation groups. So we did a great job there. And then on the second line there on the right, the multimodal analgesia administered in pre-op. As you can see in the pre-implementation group, about 67% of them did not receive any type of multimodal analgesia in pre-op. And I'm talking about at least 2 oral medications. So Robaxin, Mobic, Tylenol, those types of medications, they had to have at least 2 given in pre-op. And as you can see here, after the program was implemented, 100% of the patients received those medications. And then you can go to the next slide. I have some data here on the lengths of stay in PACU, as well as the amount of time that the VR headsets were worn. But the number one primary variable that I want to focus on is the opioid consumption converted as morphine milligram equivalents in the PACU. In the pre-implementation group, the mean total opioid consumption was 20.52, and in the post-implementation, it was 21. So unfortunately, there wasn't a statistically significant difference, and unfortunately, it was a little bit more after the program was implemented. But I will show you something that will pique your interest here in a little bit. So we'll get to that. Go ahead and we didn't get to all of the sample size that we wanted to, mainly because of COVID. We weren't doing, as many robotic hysterectomy procedures after COVID hit. We did this around June to July. So it was just picking back up and getting into the groove of things after COVID had shut down all of the elective surgeries. So here are some of the implications that we learned during the project. All of the nurses now have so much knowledge about the non-opioid approaches, both multimodal analgesia and VR. They started getting more familiar with the technology. I mean, they had to learn every single simulation within the applied VR program in order to kind of tell their patients, hey, you should probably go swim with some whales, or hey, why don't you go take a trip to France? And so they knew it before or after all of the training. Unfortunately, 27 patients refused the VR in PACU for various reasons, and some of them included lethargy. They were just so tired. They didn't want to try on the headset after having the surgery and having anesthesia. Some of them did complain of nausea, so we immediately took it off if they started feeling dizzy or sick. And then some just didn't feel like having a VR headset on after surgery. So what the most interesting part of that was, the patients who did refuse the VR, they did get the multimodal analgesia in the pre-op area. And so as you can see in the bottom of my table here, the mean opioid consumption for the refused VR group was 13.59, which is almost half of what the pre-implementation group, what their average was. So based on this project, I think multimodal analgesia should be a standard practice. I think we should start thinking about, go back a little bit. There we go. We should reconsider utilizing VR in another perioperative area. So maybe not in PACU, but maybe more so in pre-op is where this VR headset should be used, because what my pre-op nurses were telling me was that they started using it during their IV starts, and it would just soothe the patient's anxiety. They felt more ready and calm when the surgeon came to talk to them. So these are some of the things that I think we should start thinking about for phase 2 of this project. Okay, you can go to the next slide. So in conclusion, we didn't produce a statistically significant difference in the total opioid consumption. However, now again, we're using more, we have the VR headsets in PACU. We also have them in pre-op now. So that is a tool for the nurses, and they're more aware of all of these non-opioid approaches. The clinical staff was so impressed with the VR technology. They even started taking the VR headsets for themselves. And it's so funny that the first presentation was on VR burnout, because whenever they had a long day or they just wanted to relax, some of them wanted to just even take it on their breaks and just use it for themselves. So there was a lot of good feedback on that. Again, multimodal analgesia should be standard practice. We need to explore more why our patients were refusing the VR. Did it happen? Was our anesthesia practice the same? Were we also considering the fact that they were getting pre-op medications and then tailoring our anesthesia medications intraoperatively as well as in PACU? I also think that the PACU nurses need to more focus on giving more oral opioids. Traditionally, more IV opioids are given in PACU, and so we can revisit that practice. So VR should be incorporated in other areas of the perioperative setting, like I said, in pre-op, maybe even using it in lieu of Versed, using that to take the patient back into the OR would be an awesome project. Next. Unfortunately, I didn't bring all my references, so if you need my reference list, I have it. Please email me. I am available. Please let me know if you have any questions. I can't stop talking about this project and how fun it was to implement at Hoag and how enjoyable it was for all the staff. So thank you, Dr. Lewis. Thank you for having me here today, and to everyone who has helped on this project.
Thanks, Jess. Great work. And I think, as always with research, sometimes, the null hypothesis proves to be true. In one case, I think that, where we were limited in this study is, as you said, that, the number of patients we were able to collect in a short period of time because of COVID was significantly limited. And, I do believe that, we will not be able to prove the utility of virtual reality in every single, use case. However, we've proven it already in so many different use cases that, I go back to the example of, when OxyContin was approved, it wasn't approved, just for knee replacements, and then just for pelvic surgery, and then just for hernia surgery. It was one study that shows that it helps with pain, and then it was FDA approved and approved for payment by all the payers and Medicare. So I think that virtual reality should be treated the same way, that this is a treatment with known benefits for acute and chronic pain and across a wide array of conditions. And so we should not allow a negative result from a small trial to let us hinder us from the bigger picture of that this is a great alternative to giving prescription opiates. And I turn it over to Walter for some thoughts and to introduce the next speaker.
Well, I couldn't agree with you more, Rob, on your last few points. And one of the key words of what you just said was small trial. Often the signal to noise ratio of a small trial is such that there may be more information hidden, but when we roll it out with additional technology and more users and more information, maybe add some other measurements, we'll see the signal. But we know that there's value. But keeping with the theme of research, I want to introduce to the group one of the leading research scientists in the field right now, and that's Dr. Brandon Burkhead. Brandon is a project scientist working on VAR clinical trials at Cedars-Sinai. He recently completed the digital pain reduction kit study, which is going to be a landmark study. It looked at those with musculoskeletal injury for a period of 60 days. It's the largest randomized controlled trials within the VR pain reduction research arena. Pretty impressive. And again, that principle of sample size does make a difference when you're looking at statistical significance. And so I'm so excited to have Brandon present to us. He's also the co-director of the Virtual Medicine Conference along with Brendan Spiegel, who we heard from earlier today. So Brendan, so excited to have you here with us, and we're looking forward to hearing your presentation.
Thank you so much, Walter and Robert, for the intro and for also helping putting on this great conference. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about how we could improve the science of medical VR, and this is a conversation that kind of started back in 2018. And so we'll kind of talk a little bit about where we're at in the science and where we could go next. So go to the next slide, please. So this is just a little bit of my background. As I said, I'm a research scientist at Cedars-Sinai. We run virtual reality clinical trials, and I'm very thankful to have a job where I can spend 100% time on virtual reality clinical trials. Treated over 3,000 patients, as Dr. Brendan Spiegel has said in his talk, and we have several clinical trials ongoing. So I also run the Virtual Medicine Conference, which was in person, and I hope many people from Hogue can go someday to a future conference. It's a very fun experience. And luckily, even though we didn't get to have a live conference, I did get to help direct the initial online hackathon, which is the one thing we did get to complete, not in person, actually, that was still virtual. And we'll be doing webinars from here on out for virtual medicine, at least during this time of the pandemic. So the next slide. So the challenge within virtual reality research, and really any research that's going to be new, is that when you're starting off and there's lots of initial thoughts, there's going to be lots of initial pilot studies. So there's going to be so much variety in the beginning. Again, look at signal across all the different ways you can use spatial computing that you won't necessarily see, standardized scientific rigor in all of the different studies when you start looking at them. So it's important that we do have rigor, though, because at some point meta-analyses are going to be looked at, and we need to be able to make sense of this data as quickly as we can as it grows at a very high rate. Go to the next slide. So how do we improve when we don't have at least the initial data? We try to get a group of people together. So you go to the next slide. We did our best, Brendan and I, to get as many researchers as we could to kind of discuss the topic. And this was, again, just a few years ago when we got the group together to discuss where are we at with everything. And this group was international, all across the world, researchers in different areas, so we can get the most perspectives that we could, all in one room, virtual room being Slack channels. Go to the next slide. So if you just click once, it'll run through. So essentially, lots of questions came up about the errors that we were having, guidelines, small studies, trying out things at very pilot stages where you see those kind of smaller numbers. And then the next, you can go to the next one, that's fine. And then you just click it and it will go through. So essentially we thought we need to have more developmental studies in the beginning, particularly ones with patient voice included. And then also then assessing for feasibility, because we'll see clinical studies sometimes in certain clinical situations, things just aren't a great fit for it. And then we'll get to more rigorous stuff at the end of this talk. So that's just kind of stratifying. Next slide. So we know the phases of the trials. If you've worked with FDA, if you've heard about clinical trials for other treatments, there's phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. You get more and more people and a little bit more power to be able to say what you think is actually happening, your hypothesis. So if we click again, we'll see that if we try to layer these, the major difference here is this VR1. So having participation from your end user. That's key because we're talking about something that's like cognitive intervention, something that's going to only work if someone's cognitively engaged. So it's even more true, more important to include the patient into that situation. Probably should do it for all your research, but even more so for something that's going to be engaging with someone on a cognitive level. I'm going to talk about these stages more for the era of COVID, because that's the era we're in. And frankly, studies in the future are probably going to have issues related to needing to be remote. So all of our studies right now are done remotely. I have no plans to do anything not remotely unless there is a really key component for us to do something inpatient. For you that are surgeons, understandably, being a completely remote virtual study is not possible for your specific indication. But if it can be, it's quite useful in the times that we're in. Clicking again to the next slide. Oh, you'll see a buck on some of the slides. Just want to say that this can be used for any type of device that's spatial, really any intervention, but particularly a cognitive intervention. Next slide. So the key for these initial developmental studies is to garner the patient's feedback. And just to give you some perspective, the key for this will be garnering that feedback, getting it transcribed, getting it recorded, putting that in the consent they're going to record it, because there's so much that a patient will tell you in focus groups or in interviews. And it is key because one intervention that maybe was built for pediatrics, if you bring it to a 65-year-old population, you shouldn't be surprised if it didn't work or they didn't find it receptive, in which case you may have to go back to the drawing board. This is can you go to the next slide? So it's a feedback loop between observation, getting your team together to do all that fun sticky boards all over the place, to come up with the idea based on all the data you get from patients, and then iteratively feedback loop. And this should actually save you money, ultimately is what we hope as well, because if you just take something from another vendor and it's never been used in your patient population, it could be an expensive endeavor to find out it just didn't work for your clinical practice or your patient population. So if instead you kind of work at, starting out with stick figures and markups of what you want with your patient group, and then collaborating with a VR startup company to kind of develop that, one, it's just great science, and also hopefully it saves you and what you were going to purchase from the startup. Several hospitals like Hoag have co-built VR programs with startup companies. We've done that as well. It's just could lead to also a great way to get some good science out of it as well. Go to the next slide. So how to make this COVID friendly? Nowadays you can't have face-to-face engagement. So instead, this is all how we're doing it right now: Zoom, different video calls. You'll have to mail it to the patient's home, which hopefully you get very comfortable with FedEx or whatever your hospital's system is going to allow you to use, and enrolling and onboarding people remotely, but also garnering their information, recording the conversation, much like we are here, as long as your consent covers it. Next slide. Group ideation, which is again storyboarding, getting out the stickers and the post-it notes, kind of getting what's the best thing you can have for the budget that you have. Understandably, we're each individually not Facebook. We don't have that kind of budget to be able to make something as awesome in your head as you would like. So what is the thing you have to do for your outcome? Next slide. So again, to just bring up the iteration, not that there's any science to the particular number of cycles you're going to do, but you should be expecting, if you were to do one of these studies, you're not going to be laying down, your developers aren't going to be doing code for the first half of the study. That should all just be conversations, storyboarding, and then you'll develop towards the end, which is kind of different and a little counterintuitive, right? Most startups you're going to talk to are going to have built it based off the founder's passion, which makes sense. They're putting in sweat equity to make it. But their passion could fit for a specific clinical indication, but it won't probably fit for every clinical indication. Probably won't fit for every target population because that person or the founders probably weren't that target population. And so in which case, building something in a developmental study probably makes sense. Next slide. Well, this is just kind of me hoping for the future. I think in the future, we should build these not only initially with just stick figures, but we can build it VR and change the VR in the focus group. So again, using web-based VR, you can actually change code by just even refreshing that page. Do this within the virtual headset, and the developer can actually change the code on the other side. So I think it would be a really interesting idea. And someday if I find a grant that fits for this type of indication, would love to do some developmental work where it iterates in the actual process of the focus group. I just think that's a really interesting kind of concept. Next slide. So again, just one thing to note for those that are going to try to get this published, always record those conversations. When you don't, it will be very challenging for you to analyze. And however, the different multiple analyzing ways that you can analyze thick data or verbal data that you get from patients. Next slide. So we'll go into phase 2 now. This will be where you probably see most of the studies you'll see out in PubMed, a lot of them will be in this area of kind of early stage. The next slide. So when you cover this and you're going to do COVID related or, totally virtual trial, what you have to get good at is getting good at operationalization of being a FedEx center. So you're going to FedEx these things out. You're going to use the phones effectively, come up with good scripts, come up with how you're going to operationalize. How do you know if someone got the headset? You have to operationalize tracking and, little things here and there, but over time, you will want to work on this to where it becomes efficient for all your studies that you're going to be doing. Next slide. So key thing here is acceptability. And I think that's something the last speaker probably touches on in her study, which is, was something acceptable for that population? It may or may not. I've also had challenges in the post-op situation. Being sedated is a challenging time to consent and sign up for a study. Doesn't mean it can't be done. There's probably good pipelines and pathways to initiate that. Maybe talk about it pre-op and you implement it post-op. But this is where the study should be done. Because if you start going to a higher end study, not only did signals show up, but also white noise can be amplified. So finding out and trying to figure out these types of things need to be done at a small stage of the study. Next slide. Feasibility. Feasibility is kind of relates also to the PACU situation. There's also just operational barriers. So, is the patient even there? Or, ultimately, how much time do you really have? How much, what are the barriers either to the patient or the clinician to implement this into a certain situation? You may be able to get this in your design stage of your study, but if not, you need to, hopefully your pilot study is also showing that this worked for X number of patients. Next slide. So tolerability, this will be somewhat unique to VR. So I want to give some specific tips for those of you out there doing VR clinical trials. And that is, there is the simulator sickness questionnaire, 16 questions. It is validated. Most people in the industry would try to use it at least once. The key of it is you kind of have to use it right after the VR intervention, which again, for virtual study, little tricky to do on a repeat basis, say over weeks. So we only use it essentially one time to get a baseline assessment of how they're doing. There are some good cutoff scores you can use. We use cutoff scores of 15 on that scale. Just nice for having kind of a binary kind of outcome of discomfort that they're having. And there are shorter scales you can use that have been modified of this. There's some other portions of this we can chat about, but I'll save that for another talk. Next slide. So the big thing I think most of these studies that they do right is that they do try to look still at the clinical efficacious outcome. And you can just know that you're not powered necessarily for that outcome, but you should look at it. You don't have to have a control arm. In these studies, you can definitely just be one study. Again, just making sure this actually kind of works. And if there's any issues, you are ironing them out in this study and not in a $4 million or multi-million-dollar grant. And so you of course you could use weightless controls. I'll talk more about controls in the next section. Next slide. And next slide. We're going to go into phase 3. So VR3 is the big thing for this. For those of you that are probably working on at a big hospital, you want to do a large study or startups, many times you'll think of a phase 3 study where they need to try to get to the FDA and appease the FDA or show efficacy for the FDA. This is where you'll have to think about your controls and having something maybe even placebo controlled, which we'll talk about. The key here that you're going to fight is going to be engagement. Now, this isn't unique to VR. This is kind of a challenge for all studies, is engagement and designing something that's engaging enough. And behavioral health has a challenge with engagement because this, again, requires cognitive engagement and sometimes over long periods of time. So I want to chat about how you can try to improve engagement in large studies before you start them. So go to the next slide. So the screener week period. I am a big fan. If you're going to do a virtual trial, you need to do a screener week period. It's because many patients may sign up for something because they love their doctor. Their doctor says something sounds like a great idea. And they're going to maybe say yes because the doctor said it was a great idea, but they might have forgotten that they have a ton going on and maybe they weren't able to actually engage in that study. I think it's an important thing to do for cognitive interventions. And then you also get baseline data, which is important. Next slide. Onboarding process. So spatial computing is new for a lot of patients, particularly your patients who are over the age of 65. You're going to want a robust onboarding process. It's not just paper, it's not just a video, it's a conversation. You need to sympathize with their concerns. They have much more going on. Many people that are in research may not have as many disease burden as the people they are helping, trying to understand. And you need to be able to clear up technical issues early, because if you don't clear up an issue at first, it's not going to get fixed, and they're probably not going to pick up that headset when they get home or after the phone call's done. So next slide. And then throughout the study, you just need to be able to keep monitoring. Again, engagement is going to be the friction that you're going to be fighting against if you're going to do hundreds and hundreds of patients in a large clinical trial. You're going to need to deal with compensation. This is people's time, and we need to be respectful of that. Garnering their information, taking their time, they should be compensated for that. Next slide. Okay, so this is the part where maybe people are thinking about FDA and whatnot. You have to be really considerate about controls. This is one of my favorite topics, probably what I spend most of my daytime thought process of, during work is thinking about controls and how are things looking from the study design standpoint. So a lot of things you'll see will just have standard of care. That's fine ethically if you feel like you really can't do it, but understandably, it's really not that great, because patients will understand at some point they are not getting the thing that you are studying. And it's really not fair for them. It also leads to a lot of bias. You can do a 2D interaction. So let's say you had a TV screen and VR. That can be an option. And that is a good option, because at the very least, people probably have a TV in their pocket, or I should say a computer in their pocket. So a 2D control works. Non-immersive VR headset, that would be kind of placebo VR, which I'll have a slide on. And it does seem that there's probably interest from, I won't speak from the FDA, I'm not part of the FDA, but there probably is going to be interest in having studies that you can really control and isolate for the effect of your mechanism for your VR program. Then there's also immersive controls. This would be more an active comparator, and it's very important to know for sure what you're going to be saying is working, but maybe that's potentially another study, or maybe a 3-arm study if you're going to do both, placebo and active comparator. The key here is the proposed mechanism of action is important. The placebo I'm going to show you may only work for pain. If you're a rehab doctor, there's going to be multiple different parts of that mechanism you need to cover with your control. So it's definitely a discussion and thing to think about. Next slide. So this was something we call like a void theater, essentially a giant TV screen inside a virtual world. And so this is a way for you to implement 2D content into a 3D space. And so I used to work with these back when I was working with dental patients, because they really can't move their head. And so, this would be something you could have for a placebo or sham VR, placebo VR program. I think it could work well for pain studies. Next slide. Now I won't talk about Google Glass. Next slide. So there's examples of this in literature. Actually, there's groups, Hunter Hoffman, who's here today, is pioneered really pain VR, and did some great studies showing that you could have just recorded versions of your own VR intervention as your control group. So let's say you have a recording of it, you put it on the 2D screen inside the virtual world, that's essentially what he did. And I thought that made for a great control. Because the interactive portion of it and the immersive portion of it should be probably the driving factors of why your program is going to work for your patient, at least we think. Next slide. So that's it. Thank you so much. And it's been a real pleasure.
Thanks so much, Brandon. Great to hear from you. As Walter mentioned, Brandon and his partner, Brendan Spiegel, are kind of at the forefront of leading the research, which have laid the groundwork for our ability to bring these solutions to patients. So we really appreciate all the work that you guys have done in this space, because our patients are now benefiting benefiting from it on a large scale. And I look forward to working with you on future collaborations. So at this point, we're going to take a 20-minute break before we introduce our final afternoon session. So we're going to come back at 3:10, so 15-minute break, 3:10, where we're going to have two final sessions. We've covered the deploy section, where we're wide-scale deploying for pain. We've covered the research section. It's going through some of the science underlying some of these treatments. And we're going to be finishing up with the develop section, where we're introducing new technologies, and finishing the day up with hearing some thoughts from a payer perspective, as well as from the organization of the FDA Collaborative Committee. And then we'll have some final thoughts. So see you back at 3:10. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. We're happy to kick off this final session for the afternoon here. And with that, it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Allison Brooks. Dr. Brooks is the Ginny Uberoth Endowed Chair and the Executive Medical Director for the Hoag Women's Health Institute. I've known Allison for about 5 years now when we attended an advanced treatment program to learn about how to improve healthcare on a systems level. And I can say without a doubt, Hoag Hospital in Orange County is fortunate to have her leading the Women's Institute. She brings her energy and excitement to everything that she does and to the huge benefit of our patients and the women of Orange County. Allison, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, Rob. It's my pleasure to be here. And this has been an amazing conference so far, so I'm really excited to be part of it. I'm going to be sharing a little bit of a slightly different approach because the product that we have is almost ready for entry into the market. And so I'm going to tell you a little bit about the story of how we got here. And then hopefully once we're in market in November, you can actually personally experience it. Next. So the birthing experience is a collection of touch points along the journey to motherhood, creating a connection for a lifetime. And even more than that, it's a time of growth, quite literally and figuratively, as well as reflection. And as Brendan Spiegel said earlier today, and it just resonated with me so much, that virtual reality is an empathy machine. And we are introducing virtual reality to the pregnancy, labor, as well as the fourth trimester or the postpartum experience. And that's what I'm going to be sharing with you today. So next slide. Just by way of background, virtual reality in the motherhood realm first came to our attention back in June of 2018 with this publication by Dr. Wong, Dr. Spiegel, and Dr. Gregory out of Cedars-Sinai, where they looked at somewhere between 25 and 28 women who were experiencing labor, and they were provided these headsets and monitored their vital signs as well as their pain management or pain levels to better understand whether virtual reality can play a significant role in reducing not only their pain, but some of their stress and anxiety. And they used applied VR at this time, and there was found to be a substantial difference. So as Rob mentioned, we are friends. Our friendship goes back a few years. And so once this publication came out, he bolted up to my office and said, "What do you think? What do you think? And I know Dr. Spiegel, and this looks amazing." And my initial reaction as a mother of 3 and as an obstetrician gynecologist who's delivered thousands of babies, it was, I would not want that headset on me for the first time when I'm in labor. And it seems like we have a greater opportunity here. So next slide. Almost simultaneously with this publication and pretty phenomenal interest in virtual reality and the power of it, there was also a national effort and some legislation looking at the negative impact of untreated mental health issues on women's outcomes. And there was some legislation that mandated hospitals as well as other providers and organizations provide additional support for women during pregnancy and the postpartum period in order to improve their outcomes. The goal was to bring postpartum depression, anxiety, and the perinatal mood and anxiety disorders out of the darkness. Next slide. So we began a relationship here at Hoag, and this was influenced through Dr. Lewis as well as our Hoag leadership with the Behave VR team. And we started exploring what might be some of the opportunities where we could introduce virtual reality in a place or a space beyond that of pain management during labor. So we initially started looking at, could we address perinatal mood and anxiety disorders in their totality? And did we want to have this be kind of a digital therapeutic and as well as diagnostic tool? Or would we prefer to take a look at whether use of the virtual reality might help delay the entry or admission to the hospital for women who were experiencing some labor at home? And obviously that was a goal of ours, was to try to have women spend as much time at home with their labor experience and minimizing their hospitalization. And that goal was obviously became even more important with the COVID crisis that started roughly 6 months after our engagement with behavior. There was also some good literature showing that women that experienced high levels of stress and anxiety were more prone to preterm birth, preterm delivery, or needing to be hospitalized for those associated symptoms. Next slide. So what we did is we said, okay, how do we fine tune what our interest and what the role might be for virtual reality between Hogue and BehaveVR? And we embarked on doing some focus groups with women right during the COVID crisis, actually, and asked them some significant questions about what their worries were, what their anxieties were, and what they were most worried about. And many people think that it happens to be about the physical pain of labor, but the worry about their baby's health, as well as about the experience of labor and delivery, was almost 60% of what they were concerned about. Then along came COVID, and during this COVID crisis, we realized that 15% number of perinatal mood and anxiety disorders was probably only the tip of the iceberg. So we embarked on a better understanding of what women want and need in a human-centered design for a virtual reality project or product. Next slide, please. So the human-centered design was really all about the connection, creating that connection not only for pregnancy and postpartum, but a connection for a lifetime. And as Brennan Spiegel mentioned, the virtual reality is an empathy machine. That was so compelling to hear that term. It's also one of women needing self-compassion, as well as reassurance, and helping them develop tools, personal tools that they could use for a lifetime, not just during labor and not just during the postpartum period. Next slide. So the progressive multi-session program that has been developed by Behavior in conjunction with us addresses exactly those concerns that women have and what they told us they want and need and expect in any product that they would utilize. So many of you may have participated earlier today in the presentation or the meditation and mindfulness session with Anusha Wijayakumar, but she was instrumental, as well as our local psychiatrists, other OBGYNs, and first and foremost, the patients that we've cared for during their pregnancy and their postpartum or fourth trimester period. So the concept here is that beginning at the 28th week of pregnancy, women would procure a Pico headset that has been loaded with the program that we are sharing. And there is an educational module each week that they participate in, covering all of the content and topics that they were most interested in. And probably the most impressive part about it is that we were trying to help women feel that relationship, that connection, and that personal as well as physical health during the pregnancy that gave them confidence, made them feel empowered, and made them feel not only excited, but capable of being successful in their new path to motherhood. So you can see here some of the types of classes or types of topics that are being covered is about relaxing and letting go of things, of turning off your stress response, of being present and free and devoid of distractions, and also the healing power of the breath and incorporating that with some of the long-standing hypnotherapy and breathing exercises that have been part of a traditional birth in the past. Also, a very significant part of this program was in creating that connection with the baby. And this has been done through the immersive aspects of virtual reality, which I'll share with you in a subsequent slide, and then with the video at the end. But in addition, there has been substantial information out over the last 2 years about the fourth trimester. And so we really felt it was very important to continue this educational program, as well as the support in the postpartum period, to address things like the importance of sleep, the importance of a relationship and your sexual health and intimacy with your partner, about eating well and honoring your body's needs, and not being judgmental or critical or trying to give yourself an A, B, or C in how well you're doing in motherhood. Also giving additional tools on how to ride the waves of emotion and how to sustain momentum and living in the moment while enjoying motherhood and caring for yourself. Next slide. So this depicts some of the visuals that have been embedded in our VR program. The avatar in the top left is mine, or is of me, which I don't know if I have great pride in that, but it is fun to look at. And that is me offering some educational information in the immersive way that VR provides. There's also time for relaxation. They can pick locations that they experience that time of peace and reflection, as well as resiliency. And then we're really excited about some of the teaching and educational training programs in terms of lactation, breastfeeding, holding the baby, soothing the baby, and other things. Next slide. With Behavior, they were also able to allow women to determine the best place that they want to experience their relaxation or their connective moments with themselves and their growing baby. And we asked these women to, do you want a beach? Do you want a mountaintop? Do you want a nursery? Do you want a living room? What colors do you want to see? What schemes, flowers? And we went through, I would say, very, very many, on the order of 50 to 100 different spaces, and fine-tuned it to where people felt it was an invitation for them to enter these rooms and spaces and experience what is being offered through our virtual reality experience. Next slide. We also wanted to make sure that this was easily accessible to women wherever they are, and to meet them in their place, and have developed it so that there's not only, it's available in a mobile companion app, and we have identified 2 locations within our health system or within our hospital that is called the Hope for Her Center for Wellness. And in this environment, this is our distribution center. So the idea would be that a woman is experiencing her prenatal care with her obstetrician in the community, and she is introduced early on in the pregnancy to the concept of virtual reality, also known as Nurture VR, and referred to one of these distribution centers at our Center for Wellness, where an individual who's very capable and competent at helping onboard them and provide them a demonstration, as well as get them synced up, would be enrolled at 28 weeks of gestation. And that program would continue through the first 8 weeks after they've delivered. Next slide. The simplicity and the support of the registration and launch guide has really been fine-tuned to make it accessible and seamless for women. And we're really excited about the process that we've gone through in terms of the beta testing and the feedback that is still ongoing at this time prior to the formal launch in November. Next slide. So this quote from Brian Chesky, the CEO and founder of Airbnb, seemed very appropriate and apropos to what our intent was with this program. I'm going to read it to you just because I think it's very impactful. We dream big and act small, paying passionate attention to the users. We wanted to handcraft the core service for them, create a magical experience, and then figure out what part of that magical handcrafted thing can scale. So we're really proud that this has been handcrafted here at Hoag with our community and our medical staff. And then we're hoping that this will gain traction and be applicable across the country to all women that are experiencing their journey to motherhood. Next slide. So this is just one example of, we went out with some pretty bold media alerts last month, and this is just one sharing that strategic partnership between Hoag and Behavior to launch this program. And this really was picked up quite widely, both on social media and through various media outlets, which has made us shake in our boots just a tiny bit, because we came out pretty strong before the actual launch. But we're getting our initial headsets and the program for our beta testers on Monday, October 12th, and we're really excited to be fine-tuning it and doing the final launch in November. So we want to share on the next slide a brief 2-minute video of what this It's our Hollywood video showing the production and what we can expect very soon. Next slide.
It changes women. It transforms their bodies and emotions, forcing them, ready or not, to discover what they're capable of doing and who they're capable of becoming. And as maternal wellness experts, we're transforming right alongside them. This is especially true when it comes to the technology we use. Ultrasounds, Dopplers, and fetal heart monitors were radical in their time. Now, they're commonplace. And while essential, they have their limitations. They can't prepare mom for the emotions of birth. They don't offer her support when she's feeling low or give her the tools to relieve anxiety. That's why Hogue and Behavior have partnered to bring a one-of-a-kind experience to new and expectant mothers. Developed with input from moms, physicians, nurses, and midwives, Nurture VR isn't just another piece of technology. It's a companion to help mom master her well-being, and it's good for baby too. Like the progress that came before it, Nurture VR won't just change how we care for women. It will change how women experience their individual journey to motherhood, how they process, manage, and thrive during some of the most stressful but beautiful months of their lives. Hogue and Behavior invite you to come pioneer the latest evolution in maternal health with us.
All right. Thank you, Rob, for giving me the opportunity to share that introduction, and hopefully we'll have the next round in the future.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Allison. You mentioned, the one thing that you say that I love that you've said this before is that, this has been designed for women by women to meet them where they are in their own journey. And that particular message, rather than telling them you should think this or you should feel this or you should do this, helping them, as we said, provide the tools to take their own journey and to walk their own path during pregnancy. And we're so excited for this to be released coming up just over a month from now. And we're going to be deploying it wide scale, hopefully eventually to the nearly 7,000 births that we deliver, babies that we deliver at Hogue every year, and then scaling beyond that. And one of our big hopes, which I know you share, is that this platform, with the tools that it provides and with the education that it provides, will someday be able to help us close the gap in socioeconomic care for underserved populations, because this is a digital healthcare extender and can truly deliver some of these messages and again help close that gap to ensure that all women can have as healthy a pregnancy as possible.
Absolutely.
So we're going to switch gears, with that. So we started on our development journey with the number one reason that people seek healthcare. The number one cause for people to seek healthcare is indeed pregnancy. And we're going to switch gears to the number two reason why people seek healthcare, and that's low back pain. It is my pleasure to introduce my close friend and colleague, Dr. Daniel Yanni. Dr. Yanni is a board-certified and fellowship-trained minimally invasive thoracoscopic and complex spine surgeon. And I would tell you, on a personal note, if I or my family needed spine surgery, it is Dr. Yanni I would go and see, not just because of his surgical expertise, but perhaps equally, if not even more importantly, for his understanding of the entire patient's picture. Many times, patients or surgeons will look at an MRI and treat the MRI and say, okay, this is what we need to do. But his understanding of all the contributing factors and determining whether a patient truly needs surgery or whether they can benefit from other treatments, his knowledge in this space is unsurpassed. So thank you, Dr. Yanni, and welcome.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lewis. Appreciate that warm intro. I hope I deserve it. It's good to see you. I want to thank everybody at Hogue for this opportunity, for Dr. Lewis for putting this together, and for our entire production team that's worked tirelessly in the previous days and weeks getting this going. So with that being said, we'll take the next slide, please. A little bit about me. I'm a Southern California educated, Southern California grown, and I went to the East Coast for training in neurosurgery, and I did my fellowship in minimally invasive thoracoscopic and complex spine surgery. I am board certified and fellowship trained in spine neurosurgery. Next slide, please. So on to the topic of interest. As Dr. Lewis pointed out earlier, back pain is a huge factor why people seek medical care. It's estimated 10 million adults suffer from chronic back pain annually. It is the #1 cause of healthcare expenditures in the United States, with a direct cost of over $50 billion between the diagnosis, the treatment, and the rehabilitation. The majority of these patients have problems with degenerative and related conditions. These degenerative conditions can result in instability and compression of the spinal nerves, causing back pain and or radiating pain in the arms or legs. A few years ago, I did a radio show about health and wellness, and we talked about patients in their lives work so hard and sacrifice their health to amass wealth. And subsequently, in their later years, they sacrifice wealth to try to regain health. And this is the back pain paradigm is truly that example. Next slide, please. So before we go into non-structural, I'd like to get into some structural because it takes a real understanding of everything that's going on. And if you look at the lumbar anatomy, there are 5 bones in your low back that support the rest of your body in your upper back, your cervical spine, your thoracic spine, your head. And then below the lumbar spine is the sacral spine, the pelvis, and your legs. So this is a transition segment that's not very supported. All you have is musculature and ligaments. And in between the bones are discs, and at each level, there is a pair of nerve roots exiting. Now, here's the interesting part. There's a normal curvature of your low back that ranges between 30 to 80 degrees, and the apex of that curvature is somewhere in the mid-lumbar spine around L3, L4. And it's important to understand this curvature because as we age and more wear and tear, that curvature is lost, and it changes the way that you're able to offload stress and strain. Next slide, please. On top of the supporting structure of the bones and the discs, we have the ligaments. And there's a variety of ligaments connecting each bone and disc to the next bone and next disc. So we have the anterior longitudinal ligament, which sits on top in the front of the spine. We have the posterior longitudinal ligament, which you can't really see in this slide, which runs on the back of the vertebral body. We have the ligamentum flavum, which connects the lamina posteriorly. The interspinous ligaments connecting the spinous process, which is what you're looking at in that bottom picture. The supraspinous ligament lying on top of the spinous processes, and the intertransverse ligament connecting the transverse processes in that top left picture. Next slide, please. You can just fly through that. Now, inside the spinal structure is what we're trying to protect, maintain, preserve, and is what's going to cause pain. And the spinal cord will end in the high lumbar spine around L1. And then we will have the cauda equina, which will be all the nerve roots below that. And 2 nerve roots will exit at each level. Next slide, please. So we've gone through structural anatomy, and we understand how structural anatomy can influence position and pain. But we want to talk about how do we deal with the back pain and back pain prevention. Body position. This is the most obvious factor that every one of us has had to deal with. How we lift, how we sit, how we sleep, how we stand. Everybody you know has felt uncomfortable in their low back at some point in their lives just in performing one of these activities. And this, try to explain, is the biomechanical reason behind the back pain. Exercise, aerobics, and stretching will help support back. Other considerations, including smoking, which can help hurt microcirculation, feeding the muscles of the low back and the disc and the bones. Weight gain and body mass index can also affect back pain as we're loading the spine before we do anything. Next slide, please. So what are non-surgical treatment options? There are many options that most people will undertake to deal with their back pain. Heat, again, improves the supply of oxygen and blood going to the back. Medications, over the counter or prescription, such as muscle relaxants, narcotics, non-steroidal anti-inflammatory medications, or even acetaminophen. Exercise, that consistent stretching and strengthening exercises can help deal with back pain. Acupuncture, again, another comprehensive modality in addressing back pain. Chiropractic therapy, another comprehensive modality in addressing back pain. Next slide, please. Now, to understand why people have structural problems, we have to look at what we're doing. Most patients do not live their life laying down in an MRI machine. In 1999, Dr. Schmidt's group looked at 12 asymptomatic patients in neutral position, flexion position, and extension position. And they found a 16.4% decrease in cross-sectional area in extension, and up to a 44% decrease in interforaminal area in extension, depending on level. Cross-sectional area, meaning inside the spinal canal where all the nerve roots live. Interforaminal area, meaning the window that each nerve exits at that level of the spine. And they also found that the ligaments can change in thickness anywhere from 1.8 millimeters up to 4.3 millimeters between bending forward and bending backwards. Well, what does all this mean? Well, the whole idea here is that the spine is a dynamic structure, and it's designed to protect the neural elements, the nerve roots, and the spinal canal and the spinal cord and the cauda equina is part of this biomechanical structure. And any motion can change that biomechanical structure. Next slide, please. So we've talked a little bit about anatomy, we've talked a little bit about prevention, a little bit about loads. Let's talk about back pain itself. So what is back pain? Patients come in complaining of back pain, and they may mean a variety of things. They could be talking about back spasms, they could be talking about bony back pain, they could be talking about sacroiliitis, they could be talking about a myriad of complaints. So what do we describe back pain as? We're talking about muscle spasms, cramping, and stiffness. There may be leg pain associated, tingling, numbness, or weakness. Pain and stiffness that gets worse over time and lasts longer than 3 to 6 months is concerning. This is a back pain problem. Periodically, I'll see patients who come in complaining of, oh, I had one episode of back pain a month ago and I've never had it again. And the question there is, well, what were you doing on that day or the day prior? And this is a patient who, we would do serial observation and not necessarily work up with more advanced imaging. But if this is a recurrent situation or a progressively worsening situation, imaging may be implied. Now, moving forward into the more urgent and emergent situations, such as bowel or bladder dysfunction, where patients can't control their urination, or saddle anesthesia, where you can't feel your perineal region, this is more of an emergency that should require an ER evaluation. In our senior population, we see a decreasing ability to ambulate distance. These are the patients that say, I can walk 2 blocks and I have to rest, and then I can walk another 2 blocks. That forward posture leaning over a shopping cart. This is all signs that there's an underlying narrowing around the nerve roots in the low back. Next slide, please. So frequently I get asked by my friends and colleagues, well, when do I get imaging? Again, any back pain and neurological manifestation, radiculopathy, meaning irritation of the nerve root going down the leg or into the arms, myelopathy, which is signs when you have reflexes that are very brisk, limited range of motion, autonomic dysfunction, instability, or concerning history. These are all reasons to image. Most importantly, I go with physician suspicion. If you're concerned about obtaining imaging, if there's a question, let's get that question answered. So the next question I get asked is, what images should I obtain? Well, the easiest straightforward image to look at neural elements would be an MRI without contrast. But again, we don't live our lives laying down an MRI tube. So I always like to pair that with dynamic x-rays under gravity, so standing x-rays. And we look at the front view, the side view, bending forward and bending backwards. 36-inch standing images are great to assess where does the head lay over the hips. We were meant to have a horizon view. We were meant to be upright with a center of gravity. And any type of aberration of that, you'll have to have forces to combat that, which can bring out pain. If the patient has had previous hardware or previous surgery, we can consider a CT myelogram. Next slide, please. So now we get to the crux of this matter today of what are the non-structural factors that can cause, exacerbate, or feed back pain. And the first thing is going to be fitness level. The second will be weight gain, obesity, body mass index. And the third is going to be mental health. And we break down mental health and look at anxiety and depression, and they both have very similar effects on back pain, in addition to stress. Next slide, please. So let's start off with fitness level. Our muscles support and protect the bony structure of the spine. The spinal musculature can offload shear forces and strain that the spine may be exposed to. The stronger the muscles, the more the strain and force it can deal with. Think, if you will, if I ask you to lift a 50-pound barbell, are you going to be able to do that? And more importantly, how are you going to feel after that? Now I ask a bodybuilder or Dr. Lewis to lift that 50-pound barbell, and he picks it up like a feather because he has the muscles to be able to do that. Next slide, please. Weight gain, obesity. This is like a preload. So additional weight and load can exceed the normal displacement of the spine. So now the patient is coming into sitting down, standing up, or lifting with the spine already loaded because you have that extra mass. That excessive weight can accelerate wear, and you can develop muscle strain, disc degeneration, and facet arthropathy. Next slide, please. So I'd like to shift gears now from talking about fitness and loads on the spine to the psychosocial issues that can affect back pain and spine health. And Dr. Moore in 2010 published a paper about chronic low back pain and psychosocial issues. And in this paper, they estimated the prevalence of depression to be 2 to 3 times higher in patients with back pain than in the general population. So clearly, this is a major comorbidity. And the next question that would arise is the back pain happening because of the depression? Is the depression happening because of the back pain? Or is this a vicious cycle where they feed upon each other? And these are the key questions that we need to ask. And this is why, as Dr. Lewis was alluding to, we treat patients in a comprehensive manner where we are evaluating all the factors that can cause back pain. Next slide, please. So Dr. Strom's group in 2018 performed a meta-analysis, and they looked at 14 studies covering 4,800 patients. And the mean age of the patients in these studies was 49, so fairly young. And they extrapolated 75 findings into 5 categories of factors associated with anxiety and depression before and after undergoing spine surgery. Next slide, please. They found that the 5 factors that influenced anxiety and depression both before and after surgery were, number 1, pain. Pain causes anxiety. Anxiety can trigger pain. Similarly, depression. People are very saddened that they are in pain and they're concerned about their outcome and where they're going and how long is this going to last. Lack of information was a shocking finding in this paper. And this goes back to where are we educating the patients and how are we educating the patients? And that lack of information produced anxiety and depression because patients were uncertain where they were going and what was going on. Disability. Again, disability is a big concerning factor. Patients have weakness or numbness or tingling, and the concern that exacerbates the anxiety and the depression and again feeds back to the disability is where are we going? Are we going to get better? What are we doing? Return to work. It's natural that people want to get back to their lives. And the inability to get back to their lives can exacerbate anxiety and depression. And moreover, anxiety and depression can exacerbate the ability to return to work. And overall mental health. Next slide, please. They recommended development of educational aids to reduce anxiety and depression and improve surgical outcomes. And they identified 5 key points. 1, address the patient's understanding of pain and their ability to cope. 2, inform patients at a time and in a way and with informational content suited to the individual. Again, similarly, I'd like to kick back to our previous talk of informing patients suited to their problems. 3, address everyday activities, educating patients to be active according to their abilities, but more importantly, according to any restrictions that they may have due to having surgery. 4, educate patients in the direction of a new life trajectory. 5, addressing issues will decrease the risk of other and further psychological disturbances. Next slide, please. Dr. Marshall's group in 2017 published another paper. This was a cross-sectional study, and they looked at 218 people with chronic low back pain. And they performed multiple mediation analyses between pain and disability. And they tried to identify 4 factors to associate pain to worsening disability. And they looked at fear, catastrophizing, depression, anxiety, and then they did a separate analysis regarding physical activity as a moderator. And in the next slide, I want to show you this chart. Next slide, please. Actually, go back a slide. They did multiple assessments. They did an Oswestry Disability Index, which is a 50-point scale that we routinely assess patients with, that basically quantifies how does this patient's pain affect their life. They did the Visual Analog Pain Scale. That's the 10-point scale from the smiley face to the really not smiley face. They did a Fear Avoidance Beliefs Questionnaire, a Pain Catastrophizing Scale, and a Hospital Anxiety Depression Scale. And they correlated the scores between the different scales. Next slide, please. So this is the chart from this paper showing on the top, pain intensity with total effect to disability. And then they broke it down with pain intensity, looking at the fear factor to disability, pain intensity with catastrophizing to disability, pain intensity, depression component to disability, pain intensity, anxiety component to disability. And again, what you see here off to the side is physical activity was a separate modulator of certain factors, and I'll explain that in a moment. Next slide, please. So they concluded that the mediating effect of catastrophizing, but not fear or depression, was conditional upon participants reporting weekly performance of structured physical activity sessions. So in essence, patients who catastrophized wound up with disability, they had to perform some type of physical activity to get to that disability. However, the effect of fear and depression on pain-related disability was not related to regular physical activity. So this was completely independent, suggesting that psychological interventions are likely the best treatment of choice for patients who are suffering from these factors. Next slide, please. So then we look at psychology and back pain. And Dr. Ikamoto's group in 2018 published a paper reviewing psychosocial factors to look at the effects on back pain. And they looked at fear avoidance behavior, low mood withdrawal, expectation of passive treatment, and negative pain beliefs. And what are the effective options? And they identified that cognitive behavioral therapy restructuring the negative into the realistic was a good effective option. They identified mindfulness may help improve pain acceptance. And they also identified that self-management strategies for goals and pacing were effective for these individuals. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, non-structural back pain etiology vary widely. These can be fitness related, weight gain, obesity, body mass index related, psychology related, anxiety and depression. And it's critical that a multidisciplinary approach to back pain is taken to identify all the key exacerbating and attributing and triggering factors of the back pain. And through this multidisciplinary approach, we hope to have the best outcomes out there. Next slide, please. Little social media plug if anybody's interested. Next slide. And that's it. Thank you very much, Dr. Lewis. Any comments or questions?
Well, that was great, Dan. I appreciate the review, and it ties in so well to a lot of the stuff we've been talking about. I'm sure one of the most difficult things you find is when patients come in and they want surgery. They want a solution that's immediate. But it's our job to kind of look at them at the whole picture as you've just described, and not just look at the MRI. So I appreciate the review of that. Did you, if you had to say one of the more common things that you see as far as, patients coming in, is back pain the kind of number one thing that people present with? Dr. Yanni's muted.
There we go. Can you hear me now? Back pain is a big presenting factor. And the associated issues with the back pain is really a concern. So I'll see a patient who comes in, and I'll give you an example of one of my former patients who's a friend. And this gentleman had significant anxiety. And this happened, it was a trigger feeding into his back pain, and the back pain was triggering his anxiety. And I referred him to one of our colleagues who treats anxiety, and we were able to decrease his back pain preoperatively to the point where we were able to postpone surgery for a couple of years, until that truly came out as, hey, this degenerative disc and this small spondylolisthesis really is a problem. But before, when the anxiety was unchecked, it was feeding into itself to the point where he was decompensating and seeking intervention.
Yeah, that's kind of what I see as well, and that's where I think that a lot of the evidence we've shown today that really can show that VR can help in this space, because it's that catastrophization of the pain, it's the fear and anxiety that go along with it, where we really have an ability to intervene, and so that segues really well to our next talk, which is a panel, a group of executives and founders of some of the companies that actually build this content. So it is my pleasure to introduce Aaron Orr, who's the CEO and co-founder of XR Health. Aaron, in a previous life, was an F-16 fighter pilot, and became interested in this with the Israeli Defense Force. Became interested in this space when he himself had an injury. Lincoln Nguyen is co-founder and CEO of Karuna Labs, and his work in rehabilitative virtual reality particularly started with stroke-related pain. And then in 2016, he founded Karuna Labs, which is being used at a number of institutions, including the VA, UCLA, and the Cleveland Clinic. Josh Sackman is president and co-founder of Applied VR, a digital therapeutics company that allows remote pain care through prescription virtual reality therapeutics. And lastly, Aaron Gani, who's the CEO and founder of Behave VR. Aaron, in a former life, was chief technology officer of Humana, so has a great understanding of the intersection between the payers and patient mix and technology. So we have a great panel of design and software experts today. Particularly, all of you are in some way in the space of using virtual reality to treat pain, both acute and chronic pain. And I'm going to be asking each of you kind of questions. What I've decided to do for this is, rather than ask you kind of each the same question, I'd like to, I'm going to be directing specific questions at you guys to explain, about a bit about, your companies and the technology and software behind it. So I'm going to start with Josh. So Josh, one of the things that Applied VR has done very well is it research. So you guys have done quite a few clinical trials on using your software for the treatment of acute pain. Can you tell us a little bit about how that's worked and some of the data that you've been able to accumulate?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me here, Dr. Lewis. And it's great to be part of this panel of very esteemed colleagues. So we've been involved in over 30 plus studies at this point, having published around 7. And what's been really important for us is working really closely with academic institutions, because every research study is slightly different, and every institution has pretty unique needs and unique patient populations. And so for us, it starts upstream with really doing a lot of upfront testing, feasibility testing, piloting, and making sure before a study launches, we're really prepared to understand the workflow, how patients are recruited, how the study staff is trained, how you talk about this and socialize it with patients, and then ultimately design an experience that's really easy to use. research in itself can be disruptive to hospitals and academic centers. And so we really want to minimize the burden and make it really easy to be able to introduce a tool that's just intuitive and easy to use for patients. And so now we're about 6 years into our journey, and we've evolved quite a bit over the last 6 years and really learned a lot in terms of how to work with staff and provide the support, as well as optimize the product for what we're doing too.
Awesome. Just to throw a question, to one of the other panelists, Aaron Orr, again, CEO of XR Health. You guys have taken a little bit of a different approach. So rather than having the headset itself be a standalone treatment, you guys have actually employed and are expanding this a network of digital clinicians, which the headset and the software is used as a way of tracking patients, not just their pain, but also some of their physical attributes. Can you talk a bit about that?
Yeah, so again, thanks for having me, and it's a pleasure to be with all the VR innovators in the healthcare space. So we basically, a year ago, we decided to pivot our go-to-market strategy, and we became a provider, a VR provider, and we have our own clinicians, and we are basically treating a patient remotely using VR in different modalities. Pain management is obviously one of them. And what we're seeing is that the combination of a seasoned and experienced clinician with this type of technology is very powerful. And again, we believe that like the previous speaker and most of the speakers in this conference, we believe that this technology has the potential to reduce the amount of opiates across the board and help the patient cope with injuries, diseases, and for different use cases.
Can you also talk a little bit about about the physical therapy applications, because I know that was kind of how you initially got into this, and that's one of the areas where you guys have demonstrated some real progress.
We started from physical therapy. That was our basically our beachhead. And basically the way that we are using VR for physical therapy is basically the patient is playing a game where the clinician can modify the entire environment according to the need of that specific patient. And while they're playing that virtual reality game, they are actually doing their exercises while we are monitoring their progress and tracking their performance within the VR. And what we're seeing is that the combination of immersiveness and the movement, again, like the previous speaker mentioned, it's a very powerful combination.
Awesome. And one of the things we've seen, because we've deployed the physical therapy applications in our acute rehab unit, and one of the great benefits that we see is the decrease in patient attrition. Physical therapy is hard to get patients to want to stick with, and the fact that we've kind of made it, you guys have kind of made it into a game, really allows the patients to stay engaged. I mean, rather than kind of raising a dumbbell up, in the corner, they're sword fighting or they're boxing in VR, so that's one benefit is decreasing the attrition, and also they can see their progress on a kind of line, in which that's kind of, to me, like, I may not notice a 7-degree change in range of motion of my neck from week to week, but if they see it represented in a graph, then they're going to be incentivized to keep going. And that's one of the things I think that we, all the companies are doing really well, is helping the patients to have a digital representation of their own patient, progress. Because if they get into that mode of kind of catastrophizing the pain, then, they may not realize that they've made progress. But in reality, if we're able to show them, hey, look, you've made progress over time, then that's really can help them to better understand. So Lincoln, you guys have, again, also taken a bit of a different approach. You focused, at least as far as I understand, on virtual embodiment training. And can you tell us about what that is and kind of educate us on how that works and how you use it to treat pain?
Yeah. Well, first of all, thanks, Dr. Lewis, for having us. It's a real pleasure to be here on such a esteemed panel. Yeah, virtual embodiment training in a nutshell is a way to do brain retraining to help people with dampening a threat response coming from movement. So what we do is we help people with fear avoidance, we help people with pain catastrophizing as it relates to movement. So the patients who come to us always want functional improvement. So what that really means in practice is they want, real life outcomes like being able to play with their kids or playing sports, going back and doing hobbies like, planting plants in their garden. And all our exercises are designed to help you to do exposure therapy in VR. So we'll have environments like playing with your dog or, stacking dishes on a shelf. And what's different about us is we employ a full body avatar to do this. And what happens in VR is you put on these VR goggles and you can see your body moving in VR space in ways that you can't move in real life. And we do this by employing these visual tricks where you understate the movement, you overstate the movement. If you move a little bit, it'll move a lot. You can also mirror movement from one side to another. And this was really effective for conditions like phantom limb pain and complex regional pain syndrome, where there are very obvious sensory motor incongruences. And a lot of this methodology was actually built on mirror therapy. So, in mirror therapy, the concept is very simple. You stick your affected arm, you have an injured arm. If you had a stroke or you're an amputee, you stick that affected arm into a mirror box and you mirror from one side to another, and you see the visual illusion of that other hand moving. And over time, what that does is it helps you to dampen the threat response coming from that hand moving, and the pain goes away. And we're really effective in treating those cases. And over the last 3 years, we've been able to create protocols around more everyday pain conditions like low back pain, more MSK conditions, and chronic shoulder pain and post-surgical pain too. So it's not new science. It's been around for 30, 40 years in the physical therapy space, and we're just revamping it and putting into a delivery mechanism that allows us to track adherence and tune the experience around you in real time.
Thank you. One of the things I've kind of learned through this whole process for the last, like being in this space progressively for the last 5 years, when I heard phantom limb pain, like, well, how common is that? Like, that's not a common thing. In actuality, it's very common. Like one of the nurses on the floor is like, no, we see that all the time. You just don't see it in neuro because nobody gets amputations. I was like, oh yeah, I guess that makes sense. Aaron Ganny, CEO of Behavior. Your company is based on a platform where at the core of it is behavioral health. And can you talk to us a little bit about how that works, and particularly about the dynamic experience engine and how that powers a lot of the treatments you offer?
Sure. Thanks, Dr. Lewis, for having us, and great to be with Lincoln and Iran and Josh. Great conference, and I would be remiss if I didn't thank Dr. Brooks as well for her great presentation on nurture, which we're really excited about. So I founded Behavior about 4 years ago with a focus on behavioral health. My years at Humana made it incredibly apparent to me that we have a massive unmet need in behavioral health generally. Specifically within that realm, we think that fear and anxiety disorders are a great target for virtual reality. You heard Lincoln use terms like, avoidance and threat and fear, and we've talked about that a lot through the day, right? A number of speakers. So it's a great medium for that, the neurological power of VR for exposure and for dealing with issues of approach and avoidance and so on. And the thing about behavioral health is, no matter what your level of physical health, you could be a prime physical specimen like you, Dr. Lewis, with the big guns. Everybody loved your big guns on the media opportunity. But anyway, you could be in great physical health, and if you do not have your mental health, your quality of life can be really, really challenged. And I have had a number of people close to me in my family that have dealt with those kinds of challenges with unmanaged stress and anxiety and substance use disorders and so on. And it can be absolutely heartbreaking to see the impact that this has on people's lives. My Humana DNA from 12 years at a big managed care company sort of educated me about the economic effects of that as well, right? So if we're spending $4 trillion a year on healthcare in the US, about 85% of that is driven by chronic disease. And whatever your level of chronic disease burden, which already puts you in the most expensive set of the population, if you add unmanaged behavioral health conditions, your life gets a lot worse and you'll be 2 to 3 times more expensive in the system. So for those reasons, we said, okay, we're going to focus on behavioral health. Virtual reality, we think, is the ideal medium to address that, and in particular with fear and anxiety disorders. Briefly on your question about our dynamic experience engine, it's really at a simple level, it's a few things. We take information we can ingest about the patient from EMRs, information we capture from the patient about things like motivations and aspects of their condition and or goals, which some of the other panelists have mentioned as well. Of course, we can measure an incredible number of things in virtual reality, like Iran does, right? Movement and approach and avoidance and how they're interacting with this very precisely engineered virtual world. And then biometrics. And those 4 data points are captured in real time. And then on our cloud platform that we call our dynamic experience engine, we can use that to dynamically change how the session progresses for the patient. And so that gives us incredible flexibility. We're humble, and it's sort of a walk before you run. We don't try and get too fancy today. We sort of personalize by things like gender and other demographics. But it's not hard at all to see in the future, as we get bigger and bigger data sets, more and more data points about individual patients, we can both sort of diagnose or assess patients in these very precisely engineered virtual worlds, and then use that information and how they interact with those worlds to dynamically affect their journey. So we can create very personalized experiences that help them address those underlying fear and anxiety disorders that they're suffering from.
Awesome. Thank you. And one of the areas that came up earlier during Brandon Burkhead's talk was, about how to keep patients engaged in in these environments, because, especially if it's a trial, we don't know the benefit. We're kind of thinking through, and you guys, I'm sure, are doing the same thing about how do we keep the patients engaged in these sessions. Josh, could you maybe talk, kind of what you guys are thinking as far as, the next generation? Ultimately, I think when this is really going to take off is when we're kind of using Hollywood quality production inside the VR headsets, because we know how engaging movies can be, and it's easy to watch a movie, you don't think about it for 2 hours, but we have trouble keeping people in the VR, for more than 20 or 30 minutes. And, other than the cyber sickness, the nausea, can you talk a little bit about what, kind of where you guys are thinking as far as strategies for that?
Sure, and I'm happy to share some recent experience. So when COVID hit, a lot of our deployments of VR, especially on the research front, came to a halt. As you can imagine, academic research centers prioritize their resources towards other things. But at the same time, people with chronic diseases like chronic pain were absent of their typical care. They couldn't go to the doctor, they couldn't go to the emergency room, they couldn't get their procedures, injections. They may even been afraid to go to the pharmacy to fill their meds. And so we saw a really unique opportunity to try research a different way, which is studying the environment of how this virtual medicine will be consumed, which is we found our patients online through Facebook and email lists. Patients came to a website, they applied to join a virtual trial. They filled out their information to see if they qualified. And upon qualifying, we shipped a headset to their home, and they completed surveys and completely self-administered a program. So 0 contact from a research coordinator, 0 contact from a clinician, which typically are techniques you use to drive engagement. You have their doctor motivating them to actually follow the protocol, and research coordinators chasing them down to make sure they're actually using the product. And what we've seen, we launched this study with nearly 200 patients, so 188 patients, launched in July. And now we're actually closing the data collection. So in less than 4 months, we've had over 160 patients, nearing 162, I think, who have actually completed this 8-week-long chronic pain management course, which was completely self-administered. So to have an 85 or 90% completion rate for a 2-month-long trial is pretty incredible. And there were a number of things that I think contributed to that. First, as you alluded to, the design of the curriculum and the content play a huge part. And while we expect to see higher resolution, cinematic, quality, better chips in the headsets to create, better performance, those are only a small part of what we're actually seeing. It's actually creating the right dose and dosing, the right recommended frequency of use the right duration of the content, the right kind of engagement mechanisms, the right amount of interactivity and engagement while you're in the goggles, as well as wrapping that around with text message notifications, emails that show them their progress and how they're progressing through the program, making sure up front at the beginning of the program, the expectations are really clear of why they're doing this, what they're supposed to get out of it, and what to expect. Because this isn't something like taking an opioid where you take it once and all of a sudden you have this huge rush and you feel the pain dissipate. And sure, there is, through our studies, we've seen 52% reductions in pain, some of that. But when you have chronic pain, when the goggles come off, if the pain comes back, the patient could be very discouraged and easily give up the program. And so we want to set expectations as a chronic pain patient. The goal isn't to eliminate your pain. Pain may be unavoidable. It may even be healthy depending on what you're going through. But what we can teach you to do is learn how to cope with it. Teaching skills so when the goggles come off, you're better equipped to deal with it. And so a combination of that priming and setting the stage and instructions to the wraparound services like text messaging and email, combined with a thoroughly tested program that this wasn't our first clinical trial with this. It's gone through many rounds of pilot testing, usability test in labs, condensed trials to ultimately this full two-month-long program. And so it's a combination of factors and small tweaks over time. It's rarely one big change that makes a difference. It's a number of small adjustments that accumulate to big changes in terms of efficacy, ease of use, and engagement.
Thanks, Josh. I'm really looking forward to see the results of that trial because I know that we all are actually in this industry. It's a small space, but we all believe. Everybody on this call believes that that in the data supporting the use of virtual reality for pain, and we really want to be able to get these treatments. The goal is to be able to get these treatments out to patients who need it, and we're trying to, working with all of you guys to try to overcome some of these barriers. Aaron, it's interesting because for you guys, actually probably for a lot of you guys, the COVID-19 era, has actually driven an increase in business because people don't want to go into the office for physical therapy anymore. So in addition to the problem we had with attrition before, now they don't even want to go in for their evaluation. So can you talk a little bit about that and the kind of what you guys have seen for growth in this era?
So I think that at least for us, the home use was, again, basically since we decided to go and address that specific vertical, obviously COVID accelerated everything for us in that realm. We are still facing the same problem that I think all of us are facing, which is to try to convince the user that VR is not just a gaming tool. And Facebook is not helping us, by bombarding the entire industry with all their amazing commercials. And I think that's basically, people are more open-minded to use different technology back home remotely. That's without a doubt. I think what all of us are doing, and we need more people doing it, is to convince them that this type of technology is not a gaming instrument. It can actually improve your health. So again, on one end, without a doubt, but on the other end, we're still facing the same challenges of convincing people that this new technology is something that it can help them.
Yeah, it is a challenge of getting the message out there, like, well, why do I need that? Well, because you're taking opiates, which are dangerous for you, but like Josh, like you rightly said, it isn't like they get this rush of euphoria when they take it, which you do get, if you particularly, if you're susceptible when you take opiates. So it's kind of getting people to see that this is a better path in the long term. Lincoln, can you tell me, because we haven't been able to so far deploy the Karuna technology at Hoag, so I'm a little bit less familiar about the way that it works. Is it primarily, are you guys in a clinic, or are you offering home-based solutions as well?
Yeah, we have two products. We have a clinical product that's at the VA at Cleveland Clinic in UCLA, and then we also have a home product that we launched about 2 months ago. So, we basically parlayed all the research that we did in the clinic into the home product, and we added more gaming and biofeedback to the home product. But the home product is designed to be a lot more self-directed. And we're also coming out with a self-administered model. And I think it's important to know that we're also employing a service provider network, right? So we consider ourselves a tech-enabled service provider. We have pain coaches, and these pain coaches come from varying backgrounds. We have physical therapists who are pain coaches, and we're also looking at vocational rehab coaches. And what that means is, these are folks that are good at getting people to change behavior and also to get people back to work, because right now we're really focused on workers' comp and with commercial clients, and they're all looking at return to work as a objective outcome metric. So yeah, we have a bunch of experiences that are designed to help you on all facets of life. So sports, activities of daily living, like stacking dishes and taking out the laundry, and then other activities like playing sports, playing golf or bow and arrow exercise.
Great. Thank you. And Aaron Ganny, so I wanted to ask you a little bit about, your recent merger or acquisition of Limbix and what that brings, because at your core, you guys are, are a behavioral health company. You and I have had conversations about how we think that digital therapeutics, including VR, are going to be the next generation of the front line of healthcare workers, with almost as a screening test or a digital referral base. And I think that the inclusion of the Limbix portfolio with behavior has a lot of potential there. Can you talk some about kind of what that adds and how you plan to deliver that?
Yeah, happy to. One thing, when you mentioned Limbix, it makes me think about competition, right? And Walter Greenleaf loves to say about all of us, you guys aren't really in competition. we do compete, certainly, and we think about each other and we watch each other, and I'm always impressed by the moves that these guys make. But on the other hand, this is a huge market and we're just getting started, right? It's sort of a blue ocean. So, 50 million people with pain. Applied VR has probably 25 million of them, I'd say, on their platform today, but that means there's another 25 million left, right? And so competition is sort of an interesting concept in this space. That said, Limbix is a company that we got to know over the years. Ben Lewis and his team, they did amazing work. We would often, because our focus is so squarely on behavioral health, we would often think of them as almost our closest competition in some ways. I mean, we all overlap, but we were tackling very similar problems. Limbix is still around. Ben and his team sort of pivoted into digital therapeutics for adolescent mental health, but off of VR. And that created an opportunity for us because they had built some really amazing stuff. They've got some great, I guess we now have some great IP that Ben and his team had built in Palo Alto. I won't go too deep into it, but some really neat technology and some patents and other things, and a great content library. What we found is that our capabilities were very complementary. They had not built the platform side of the equation like we have done, and it just fit together in a number of ways. So what it's going to allow us to do, first of all, we've got a larger customer base. We can sort of cross-sell and offer respective things to all of those customers, whether they were previously Limbix or behavior customers. And then there's some neat opportunity to bolster our own offerings with some of the IP and the content that Ben and his team built. So it's been a great relationship. We're staying connected in other ways that I just won't go into, but it's just an accelerator for us. And going back to Walter's point, we all need to grow this space. There's so much opportunity. There's so much patient need. And while we all sort of have this good-natured competition, I want all of these companies to be hugely successful. That just gives us all more momentum. It'll help us attract more capital, more patients, more provider interest and traction. And so, yeah, that's some of what's going on in that kind of competitive aspect of what we do.
Yeah, and I think that as I probably should have said this in the beginning, but you guys represent, in my mind, the four kind of leaders in this space. There are hundreds of smaller VR healthcare startup companies, and some of them you probably won't make it. I had a meeting recently, and it was he had like three 360 videos in the headset, and that was it. And it was like healthcare. And I said, no, you got to check out what these guys are doing at Applied and Behavior and XR Health. Karuna, because this is not, like Aaron said, this is not just a game, and it's not just a cool experience in VR. These are designed specifically in partnership with physicians and physical therapists and clinicians, specifically to treat conditions. I think the more that we can get the message out there, as you said, we all have a future that's tied to each other's, because the problem is huge. The pain problem alone is huge, $600 billion a year in chronic pain. And then there's, the mental health, burden, is equally huge. So I think that, we all benefit from these kind of interactions. And I think if Walter wants to jump in, if we can activate Walter's, microphone and see if he has anything to add, because, he's been around and since the beginning of some of these companies, and again, understands this space probably better than anybody out there. You're muted, Walter.
Okay, I'm glad to be back. Yes, I'm so excited to see the momentum here, and I think this is a watershed event to have this conference with such a confluence of experts. And we've talked about down in the trenches what needs to be done. We've also talked about research, and we've also talked about sort of the business of growing and validating the very key technologies that we're going to be using here. So it's been a fantastic spectrum of presentations. And Aaron, I'm so glad of competition. I think right now what we need to do is raise awareness of the power of this technology and how it can make a difference. That's the biggest obstacle for everybody on this call.
Yeah, thanks so much, Walter. And as far as raising awareness, I'm going to put my plug in for the Empower 360 Foundation, because that's their mission as a not-for-profit, raising awareness around this. And Danielle and Diana are doing a great job with that, and they need help. I know we all have interest in this space. I'd like to thank our panelists, for being with us today. Josh, Lincoln, Aaron, and Aaron. You guys are awesome. Keep doing the amazing work that you are, because our patients, my patients, all of our patients need these treatments, and the more that we can deliver them at the level that you guys are, the better off we're all going to be.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you guys.
I agree. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
And I'm excited and looking forward to, as we move forward through the rest of the meeting, to also talk about some of the challenges and next steps that we need to do to address some of the obstacles that are out there. But we have two upcoming talks, which I'm very excited about. The next one is by Dr. Brendan Hale. He's a senior research scientist at United Health Group. He leads a research team that is looking at applying VR in the field of pain mitigation and behavioral health. I'll let Brendan go into details, but I just think it's fantastic that a large organization like United Health Group is stepping up and saying, we're not just going to step back and watch, we're going to get involved. We're going to move the needle and help groups move forward into this very exciting field. And I think given their position in terms of having access to information, will help move things forward so tremendously. So I think very impressed and very much enjoy working with Brendan and his team, and so much looking forward to hearing your presentation.
Thanks, Walter. It's an honor to be introduced by Walter. Not only is he a trusted mentor to myself and my team, he's also the leader, in my opinion, in VR. And so it's always a pleasure, Walter, and it's a pleasure to work with you. As Walter said, I lead the digital therapeutics research team here at United Health Group Research and Development. And throughout the day, we've heard about the fantastic uses of VR in the healthcare system, and we're fully well aware of using VR for things like provider education and allowing providers to practice surgeries and or procedures in VR before actually having to perform them in the clinic. And then there's great things that Hoag is doing with the Nurture VR program. It's a really exciting use case, and Robert, I'm excited to follow that, and we'll follow with interest, I will say. And as Walter said, our digital therapeutics team has a particular interest in ensuring that we can scale VR and scale XR therapies. We believe in these technologies because we know that these technologies can deliver care to patients where they are and when they need it. Additional to that is the fact that it can enable or support care in clinics. And so the broad applicability of these technologies throughout healthcare are really important. For an organization like United Health Group, it's incredibly important for us to think about scale. Next slide, please. And a little orientation to who we are as United Health Group. United Healthcare is a healthcare coverage and benefits organization that covers a little bit more than 52 million lives currently. Our partner corporation, Optum, is a care delivery and health technology company. They are currently working with 4 out of 5 United States hospitals. They work with greater than 67,000 pharmacies. They employ greater than 100,000 physicians and work with greater than 100,000 healthcare facilities around the nation, and they are actively involved with delivering care and or health technologies to 3 of 4 health plans. That's a pretty large scale. So when we're thinking about XR and thinking about VR, when we speak of scale, we speak of this. And so going back to Aaron Ghani's comment at the end of the previous conversation about there's 50 million pain patients, there's another 25 million out there. This provides a little bit about a scale. However, we here at R&D have a specific mandate. And next slide, please. And so at United Health Group Research and Development, we essentially sit between Optum and United Healthcare. And our goal is to track and promote scientific and technological advancements in healthcare. As we've heard throughout the day today, VR represents one of those technological advancements that is really going to move healthcare forward. We are also tasked with building technologies, capabilities, and programs that will improve our members' health at scale. We also work to establish the long-term strategic direction for United Health Group in general. What we have here at United Health Group Research and Development are 600 plus researchers. This includes 40 PhDs across multiple disciplines. We internally refer to those disciplines as focus areas. And we have 11 focus areas within our shop that specialize in specific aspects of healthcare. We have 10 doctors and pharmacists. We have 400 plus data scientists and engineers. And we also have full-scale pilot operations and logistics to support all of our research work and work with the partners that Walter described previously. What we're really interested in doing is using repeatable components to prevent, detect, and intercept disease. Within our environment, we really want to specifically look at how can we utilize VR to prevent, detect, and intercept disease. And VR provides us a unique capability to not only gather data about an individual while they're undergoing a VR experience, but then also connecting to their data, whether it's their health or care history. We can also attach biological sensors. We can look at genomics data, proteomics data, and utilize that to help us customize care. We have teams dedicated to AI and math and building statistical models to tailor individual recommendations. We bring to bear clinical expertise so that the best teams in each specialty and apply that expertise to each member's unique needs. Lastly, we look at plan design for network and benefit structures that can drive healthier decisions. So as an organization, that is our goal, and this is how we go about executing that goal. My personal mission within this and my personal task is to specifically think about digital therapeutics and specifically XR technologies and how do we realize this vision with XR technologies. Next slide, please. So a little bit of a definition here. We are looking at digitally mediated therapeutics. Virtual reality is steeped in that digital mediation. The key to this is that we want the user or patient to be originating the signal. And the key component of this is the ability to create experiences which require condition-specific actions by the patient that will serve as the key ingredient or the key digital ingredient to our understanding of their condition and their behavior. Importantly, as we think about this, we want to think about what are the digital signals that are being generated in the VR experience that we can use to better triage, better diagnose, and or deliver better therapy to the individual. Important in this is the idea of feedback loops, and feedback loops will continually allow us to improve someone's health as we adapt the experience based on the feedback that we're receiving from them. There are two ways we can think about this. We can think about this in terms of performance-related feedback that is delivered based on the user's generated signals within the virtual reality experience, or we can think about physiological feedback that is provided from wearables or additional sensors that are attached to the individual. Critical to this is that feedback enables personalization of the therapy. And the reason we believe it's so important to deliver personalized therapy is that we believe that all digital therapeutics need to be patient-centered. And what we really mean by that is that the design and the interface need to focus on the patient. While that should go without saying, we want to emphasize that this is slightly different than your usual digital health product in that the patient is the center, the patient generates the signal, and the virtual reality experience should respond to the signals generated by the patients. What we want is that the VR experiences should generate a condition-specific signal resulting from required specific condition actions that are related to their therapy so that we can better assess their progress. We can reflect the progression of their condition and or assess their current health status to better mediate or to better deliver future therapy. We also believe that these digital therapeutics should have validated effectiveness. As we think about the validated effectiveness, what we're really concerned about here is that we can show that the instantiation of the therapy that is, or the model of therapy that is being used in the digital therapeutic specifically works within that modality. It's not enough to say that a specific modality worked in person, and so now we're going to transfer that modality into virtual reality and have it be the same. We need to generate the evidence for effectiveness of the therapy using the technology that the user is engaging with. And lastly, we would say that a digital therapeutic needs to have a programmatic capability within it, and what that programmatic capability is really the fact that there needs to be experiences developed in such a way that the user should be specified in the events that they should undertake and in the actions that they should take, and those should lead to better health outcomes or better therapies. Next slide, please. A specific example of this is in what we call brain first health. And as we approach brain first health, we look at the patient status. And what we want to do is assess patients along a continuum. And I don't remember who it was in the previous talk that it addressed patient status along a continuum, but really we think that VR therapies and VR can apply to patients along the entire continuum from optimal health to suboptimal health to mild functional impairment and or significant functional impairment. The key here with digital therapeutics and the key with virtual reality is that we should generate the signals that will allow us to understand what a patient's status is, what the progression of their status is, and how to deliver interventions or actions that can lead them to the next most optimal or most improved status that we want them to believe. A way to think about this is across care levels, which would be maintenance care, which is somebody who is more or less in optimal health status. They can engage in activities, engage in virtual reality experiences that are maintenance. That can be short form experiences or long form experiences that would activate neural networks, for example. things that will encourage brain health and support the maintenance of good brain health in this specific example. In individuals that have suboptimal functioning, we want to guide them to first self-directed care, and that self-directed care will enable them to choose activities, choose experiences, choose educational opportunities that will support their knowledge, support their practice, and hopefully result in them reversing their progression along this health continuum and getting back towards a level of optimal functioning. As we move up the patient status continuum, there's obviously applications for virtual reality and clinician assisted and clinician directed efforts. Specific to those are the idea that we can enable social interactions, we can enable group therapy, we can enable adjunctive therapies that will work in between clinician-directed sessions. There's many different applications here for virtual reality, and we see the strength of utilizing virtual reality the entire way along the patient status continuum, knowing that what we're going to do is be able to realize early detection, be able to utilize the signals generated from the virtual reality experiences, from the connected biosensors to deliver personalized and/or predictive and do predictive modeling to deliver better therapy. We can support lifestyle changes. We can support different behavioral activities. We can optimize what the care team is doing. We can support what the care team is doing with virtual reality. All of that should lead us to a place where we can utilize virtual reality to deliver effective therapies. In this case, effective brain therapies as we address stress and other chronic diseases associated with stress. So this is an example of how we think that virtual reality can support a care model as well as supporting growth of providers' capabilities to enhance care and deliver care where care is needed and support a continuum of care for patients. Next slide, please. Next slide. There we go. One of the key characteristics here, and one of the really interesting things that we believe virtual reality can provide, is that virtual reality can work in an indirect way by guiding lifestyle changes that will ultimately affect health outcomes. And one of the interesting things that we can do with virtual reality is that we can put individuals, we can immerse individuals into settings in which they have to make lifestyle choices, and they can see what the outcomes of those lifestyle choices are in very short order. We would refer to this as an indirect or a behavioral feedback loop. The advantage of being able to immerse a patient in a world in which they have to make health decisions is that we can provide them the opportunity to make those decisions and realize the impact of those decisions far sooner than they would realize them in real life. Somebody making bad dietary decisions today might not realize the long-term effects of it, but in a virtual world, we can speed that process up and provide them that feedback much sooner. We also believe that there's a direct effect feedback loop that will improve health directly by working on essential physiological and neurological processes. We believe that these have particular relevance in chronic pain, in attention disorders, and stress disorders, whereby we can reinforce neural networks, attentional neural networks within the brain through repeated participation in experiences that will specifically activate those neural networks. That is a very high value opportunity as we think about being able to immerse somebody in a world, focus the therapy on a specific network or on a specific neural activation, and be able to reinforce that and support that. That should lead to and will lead to health as a direct result of immersion in the VR experience. Next slide, please. And lastly, the feedback loops also have to support the entire healthcare system. We want feedback to be provided to the caregiver or to social support networks such that the patient data can inform caregivers, helping them to improve care. We want these feedback loops to provide doctors with patient health data so they can more consistently see what's happening with the patient outside of care, outside of the clinic, and then we can adjust care accordingly. Lastly, we want to be able to use these technologies, and VR is a particular rich technology, to inform learning systems so that we can use the information to continuously learn and improve healthcare system performance. With that, I will close. And next slide. And thank you. Thank you, Walter. Thank you, Robert. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about where we see there is value in virtual reality throughout the use of it throughout healthcare.
Well, thank you, Dr. Hill, Brendan. It was a fantastic presentation. I was particularly inspired by the solid thinking and the roadmap that you've outlined that is not just, what can happen now, but where we need to go. And I have to say, I am so excited that you're involved and your team is involved. Frankly, I don't think we can do it but I don't think we can do it well without your input and your dialogue and your information. The power of numbers and the reach that you have and the understanding you have, I think it's just going to make all the difference as we move this powerful technology forward. So thank you very much. It's now my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Paula Kranz. Paula is CEO of MediXR, a digital health consulting firm that's focused on immersive technologies, AR and VR, XR. She also has a focus on remote patient management and AI and virtual care expansion. Paula is helping lead an effort promoted by the FDA for our community, the XR community ecosystem, to form a collaborative community so that there's a dialogue between the research groups, the academic groups, and the early stage product development companies and the FDA. So important as we understand what barriers do we have to go through as we approach validated clinical products. Paula, it's so good to have you with us today.
Thank you, Walter, and good to see you again. Thanks to Rob Lewis and the Hoag Hospital and everybody on this conference call today. I think it's so wonderful and so inspiring to see our community coming together. I thought it would be interesting to start with a little story about how I got into this community, because it's not a typical path. And then I'll get into the XR healthcare collaborative community. But I had the experience 20 years ago of being exposed to virtual reality. I know that's not as long ago as Dr. Greenleaf, but the military started using VR to train military cadets in what it would be like to be in combat. They needed to do screening and expose future soldiers to the environment they would be exposed to. And that has continued to evolve over time with the military. Now the military uses it prolifically, from everything from training and exposure to foreign countries and learning to be in a different culture to treatment for post-traumatic stress disorder. I also had the opportunity to use virtual reality for sports enhancement training. The USA swimming team uses it to expose athletes to issues in the water they may be facing with using the wrong form, and it changes their behavior in the water, and they become better Olympians because of it. I also had the experience to work with the Smithsonian on creating immersive VR experiences to address unconscious bias. So I've had myriad experiences before I came into the healthcare community to understand the power of this technology. And so I'm more excited than ever to see this community taking off and making a difference in saving lives. Next slide, please. I think it's interesting to note, I don't know if it was covered earlier in the day, but just the global market for virtual reality in healthcare and projected market is growing exponentially. And the US is leading that market with a 30% share. China, Japan, and Canada are following not far behind. What's driving this growth for AR and VR in the healthcare industry? So one thing is the adaptation of the hardware. It's just becoming easier to afford. They're higher quality and lower cost headsets. In the augmented reality space, The growth is being fueled by software development and the creation of standardized platforms on which to create new applications. There is also an interest in the introduction of 5G cellular connectivity. So if you have easier connectivity and don't have to worry about the low quality content, I think the user is going to have a better experience. Next slide, please. So with this growth and across various industries, what's happening in the healthcare industry is really exciting. These are some of the early applications of AR and VR. And Hoag Hospital, our host today, has really done an incredible job. I'm over on the right coast, the East Coast, working in Charlotte, North Carolina. I work at Novant Hospital. We're in North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, and Georgia. And we're looking to Hoag and the West Coast for this adoption of the technologies, and it's very exciting to see. So I just want to commend again our team here tonight for organizing this conference. But because of this effort across the country and the growing interest in this community and the adoption of these use cases, the FDA has decided that there's a big enough ecosystem here that they want to promote something called the collaborative community. So they reached out to a group of us, next slide please, and asked if we would be willing to try to create something called a collaborative community. And their driving question is, how can the ecosystem collaborate to collectively advance our goals and ensure safety, quality, and remarkable care? I think so. A lot of the presenters tonight have addressed many of those issues, but this is a way to bring together everyone from hardware producers, software producers, content producers, the healthcare systems that use it, and so forth, to work together towards these common goals. Next slide, please. So the FDA has supported various collaborative communities across the US. You can see some of them listed here. And if you Google FDA collaborative communities, you can find these same links and learn more about what they're doing. Next slide, please. What we decided to do was look at our ecosystem and the various actors. You can see some of the suggested actors here, but I think you've heard from many of them today. Next slide. And basically group what they want us to do, but put it under the IVRHA, so the International Virtual Reality Healthcare Association. If you were tuned in earlier, you heard from Bob Fine, and Bob has done an amazing job bringing together this collective community and working on key issues. In the left column, I have listed some of the issues they've tried to address. Basic things like a terminology dictionary or a glossary, safety and quality standards, data collection specifications, the parameters and standards that we need to follow as a community, a code of conduct. Some of these things that we're not thinking about because we're not a collective community and we're unknown quantity for medical device community in many ways. So this effort is kind of at a nascent point, but I would encourage anyone, next slide, to think if you're interested in being part of shaping everything from reimbursement codes to how hardware is evolving to the content that we need to solve solutions in our respective healthcare institutions, consider reaching out to the IVRHA. I have the website listed there, or send a note to me or Rob Lewis or Walter Greenleaf, and we'd be happy to connect you. In my experience in the military, I learned that it takes a collective effort to accomplish anything. No military does it alone. It's about coalitions. And so it's very exciting to be part of this. And I know I'm the only thing that stands between the end of this conference and the weekend. So I'm going to stop there. But thank you, Rob, for inviting me to be part of this. And thanks, everyone, for your participation today.
Thanks so much, Paula. I appreciate you taking the time to kind of share that with us, because as we wrap up today, I wanted to take a couple of minutes with Walter and, and discuss, some of the remaining barriers. So if we could pull up the slide where I talk about, we're talking about specifically, to focus on one topic, the VR for treatment of pain. There is, as we've demonstrated today, quite a mountain of evidence supporting the use case for pain, and there are others too, for phobias, for PTSD, but we've chosen to tackle pain through most of the conference today. And there are still barriers. Even though we are at Hoag deploying it wide scale, there are still barriers before it can be deployed wide scale across the nation and to make it available to every hospital system and every patient. So, I wanted to talk through some of these, Walter, with you to kind of see if some of these are being solved. For example, the first one, infection prevention, this is an issue where is an issue in the hospital setting. So if we're deploying it in the hospital or clinic settings, the headsets are passed from one patient to another. In the home setting, treating it at home, it's of course not an issue because you'd have your own headset. But in the hospital setting, this is actually one hurdle which I put up here, but actually, in my opinion, has been solved by CleanBox Technologies. Can you talk a little bit about that, Walter, and how that's helping to to allow deployment in hospital systems?
Well, you're absolutely right, Rob. The need to be sure of cleanliness is paramount, and it's really, I think, been effectively addressed by the technology that CleanBox has brought forward. The idea of being able to place our devices, and not just the HMDs, but the controllers and other things that we touch and use as part of our research and clinical care, and effectively use ultraviolet and other mechanisms to sterilize them. It makes all the difference. Otherwise, I know we'd be very uncomfortable using something that was not personalized and taken away by the patient. So I do think that's been effectively addressed, although I think not everyone has one. So it's there's still a process of getting them out and use, but I think there's a pathway. But there's a few other items on your list, and I have a few more to add to the list too. I think they're all surmountable, but we do have hurdles, and that gives us some projects to work on together.
Yeah. Why don't you pick, which one of these things you think, these topics we've got, the issue of protected health information, EHR compatibility.
Well, I think that, well, let's talk about EHR compatibility. I think it's broader than EHR per se, although that's a great way to start. Right now, there's so many groups moving from different sectors into develop these very powerful systems. Some of the groups that are working in this arena emerge from the academic arena, maybe over in computer science, or maybe in engineering, or maybe in the medical sector. Other groups are emerging from the startup arena, and some of them are coming from the business arena. But very, very few people have been in the field for long enough, and the field is emerging so fast that there's a big problem with nomenclature. There's a big issue in terms of how do we, as we collect much more rich data about behavior and about cognition, we need to come up with new metrics, and we need to find ways to harmonize and standardize the measurements that we're doing, so that a study that's done at Hoag can be compared to a study that's done at Cedars-Sinai, and that can be compared to a study that's done at Mass General. We need to effectively come up with, I don't want to use the word standard per se, but I do think we need to come up with a way to harmonize some of the protocols, some of the measurements that we take, so that we can do comparisons. I think the other issue that we're grappling with right now, and I think this conference has gone a long way to address it, is there's a perception that VR technology is a gaming technology. It's used for entertainment. So I think there's I'm sure that many of the people who have been part of this meeting have had the experience of bringing a VR system for a patient to use, and having them react by thinking, well, this is just a game. And it's so much more profound than that. And I think that's something that meetings like this, but also more outreach, can help change perception. And of course, we need to do a lot. And that's what you've listed as physician awareness, patient awareness. I think that's so key. I would also add to the list that we really need to bring to the surface some of the validation that has been done. There's been a lot of research that's been done behind the scenes for this, but many of the people who are seeing the technology for the first time don't appreciate that. So I think there needs to be more awareness given of the power of the technology and how solid the research has been to validate it.
I totally agree, Walter. I mean, and this kind of goes on to our next point of, because there is, an enormous amount of evidence basis behind a lot of this stuff, as I pointed out in my talk, for pain, level 1A evidence demonstrating its efficacy in decreasing, patients' sensation of pain, improving their pain control, for pain neuroscience education. That's as big as it gets in medicine, level 1A evidence, and that kind of, goes to the next point of FDA clearance. We are working as part of with Paula and you and myself and Bob Fine and several others to try to get towards this. And what the main message that I'm trying to deliver, as a physician, we have neuroscientists, we have physicians, we have patients. The main message is that we're comparing a treatment which is known to work with very little risk to the alternative is opiates, which are known to work for a while and then they progressively don't work, or you require more of them to work, and there are significant negative side effects. So where I'm hoping to get, as far as the FDA, and I know we're working together on this, is to this idea that this is an unmet clinical need, that there is a real need for, to make a dent in the opiate crisis. The $650 billion that are spent on treatments for chronic pain, the 50,000 Americans that we lose every year to opioid overdoses, 80% of which, so 40,000 of them started with medications that were prescribed by their physician for pain. And now, them dying in huge numbers. We have to get the message through to the stakeholders at the FDA and at the CMS that, that this is an unmet clinical need and that we have digital therapeutics which can at least help solve this problem.
Well, I think in a way we're part of it is a nomenclature problem. I think I'm looking forward to when we don't say digital medicine or digital therapeutics, that it's just medicine and therapeutics. And there has been an onrush, and some things that aren't really well designed and are pretty lame, and it's sometimes hard to sort through it. But not all digital apps need to go through FDA approval. And many of the development groups are that I think could come up with really fantastic interventions, and many of the clinicians that are poised to adopt some very powerful interventions are sort of paralyzed by this concept that of FDA review. Now, there are some things that certainly, things that we swallow, things that go into the body, things that are making diagnostic decisions must be accurate and they must be safe. And we need to know that. But there also are things that we know are effective and can be moved forward. And it sort of turns a little bit also on the reimbursement side of things. And I don't think it'd be worth calling out the insurance carrier that is moving forward with supporting VR applications and not waiting for FDA review to say, yes, this is effective and we'll cover payment for it. But there are groups out there that are saying, let's do this, let's move it forward, let's establish the business model. But to be honest with you, I think it's also incumbent upon us, the people at this meeting and elsewhere, to show the business ergonomics of what we're doing. I think we do have to show the efficacy and check on the safety, of course, but I also think we need to show the business ergonomics. We need to demonstrate that it doesn't chew up extra time, that it does unnecessarily, and that there's value in bringing these products in that justify the modest incremental cost and the fact that you have something else going on into the clinical process. I think the value is there. But we need to also show not just the healthcare improvements that occur, but the business improvements that can occur by using this very powerful technology.
Yes, and that's a great point to finish with, Walter, because that's actually why we've had so much success doing this here at Hoag, because we started off by demonstrating not just the clinical benefits, but also the financial impact that this can have, because it's improving outcomes, and when you get better outcomes, care is more cost effective, and it drives continued investment in these strategies, in these digital solutions at Hoag, as well as at many other institutions. I know at Stanford as well. There's a lot of investment in this space because the scientists and the physicians believe and have proven that it works. And so when something works to deliver better outcomes with lower risk to the patient, eventually the economics work themselves out.
Yeah, but we need to put appropriate attention into collecting that information as much as we're collecting information about effectiveness and safety. And again, one of the other things that's on your list right now is protected health information. I think that is such a key thing. And as we rush forward with new technology, that has to be a foundational concern.
I agree. You know, and fortunately, that's one of the things that, you know, the cybersecurity people have gotten really good at locking those things down and protecting them. I mean, you know, if you look at it, like anything can be hacked, right? You know, including the CIA and FBI databases get hacked. You know, like in the Department of State, they get hacked. So there is security measures that can be taken and are taken as they are with EMRs. But you know, that's one of the things where I think that there's almost, you know, in some cases too much emphasis on that, because you know, we have our applications on our phone which have our banking information, you know, which are readily accessible. But there's a scare that if somebody could get into my phone, they might find out I have high blood pressure. Like, I'm less worried about that as a physician, and for my patients, I'd rather actually there be more open dialogue, because in some cases, the concerns about protected health information gets a little bit, you know, with HIPAA, gets a little bit in the weeds, and it actually in some cases prevents clinicians from communicating with each other clearly. So I think that a due, you know, respect and consideration needs to be given to that, but you know, but I don't think it needs to be, you know, the Fort Knox of the digital world.
Yeah, one thing we have to keep in mind is things are changing very rapidly. Healthcare will not be the same 5 years from now as it is now. We're seeing the tech titans jump in. We're seeing groups, you know, so Apple and Google and HP and all, you know, Facebook and Oculus, they're all jumping in. And we're also seeing groups like Walmart and Amazon becoming players in the healthcare delivery system. It's going to change things quite a bit. And I think we do have to keep some fundamental guiding stars as to what's important. But I also think we have to be, you know, good defense is an offense. I think we have to help shape it. And that's, I think, one of the values of a meeting like this, is that we can together get, you know, organize and come up with our first principles and work together to shape this tidal wave of change that's on the way.
Yeah, it is coming, and it's already started to come this year in 2020. I mean, we saw the rapid pivot to, you know, even you know, Zoom or you know, telemedicine based visits, and some of that is here to stay, and for the betterment of the patients. And I think the next wave of that, you know, beyond simple two-way conversation, will be to employ some of these advanced remote monitoring, you know, capabilities and some therapeutic capabilities beyond just dialogue.
Well, it's very exciting.
Yeah, I think that's kind of all we have for today. I wanted to thank you, Walter, particularly for being such a guiding light for us, you know, here at Hoag. Your counsel and your advice and your friendship has been invaluable to us as we grow the program here, and we hope to reach more and more patients.
Well, thank you, Rob, and I think Hoag is one of the key centers of gravity for this, and is really making some very important things happen. So thank you, and to the rest of the Hoag team for putting this together. It's very important.
Yeah, we take immense pride in what we're doing here at Hoag, and in the care we provide. You know, as a quaternary level referral center that is not academic, our main focus is on advanced patient care delivery and really providing to each individual patient an excellent level of care, and again, caring for the patients as if they were our own family. And with that, I would like to give a special thanks to our production team here, Andrea Pastori and Nicole Nguyen, who made this conference happen and have been working night and day to make it a success. The entire team at Hoag, and on behalf of our President CEO, Robert Braithwaite, thank you for tuning in today to Hoag Advances in Medical Virtual Reality, and we look forward to seeing you next year for our next edition. Thank you.